Be live.
Everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady, hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was a type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town, big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they put me down before that, just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, I just wanna make my mama proud. Quantum only is untruth, yo, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Different type of animal.
That link is in the chat. Go ahead and pull up Ashay. Let me post this in the back chat so what's the name can get up here. We need Piitbull up here as well. Change that. Turn that off. We got the results show tonight. You feel me? We about to get into it, man. Waiting on Ashay to pull up. Waiting on Piitbull to pull up. Shout out both of them two gentlemen. Put on an amazing show. One of the best performances I've seen. It just keeps getting better and better. Let me turn that light off, man. That light too bright for me. I got this 70-inch. It's glaring off the TV. I was trying to cam up for y'all, but you know, I'm not big on I don't really care about being seen like that. What's up, Ashay? How you feeling, man?
Peace. Feeling kind of good, brother. How you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. It's a good day, man. We on YouTube. We can smoke on here. We can roll up, boy. Shout out Sadiq Rod.
Yo,
did you catch the debate?
man, I didn't, bro. I didn't.
It's okay. It's okay. It happens, man.
I'm gonna watch it though. I'm gonna watch it though. I just came out of the supermarket.
How your day
What up
going?
with it, Sadiq?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Just kind of, man. Like we'll probably catch a show and catch a movie in a couple hours. What's going on, Only, man? What's going on, brother?
Oh man, you know me just maxing, relaxing, trying to get the facts.
Right, man. Y'all put out a fire show earlier, bro. I just want to put that and let y'all know, man. Y'all cooking, bro.
Appreciate you,
Thank you,
man.
Kevin. You know what I'm saying?
I ordered a green screen. It ain't here yet, man. I wanted to cam up the right way today, man. I was trying to turn up today.
For real.
Yeah, I'm
I
about to
don't even
still
like
turn my camera on, but
camming up. I stay looking at myself too much, man.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I am a fly guy. You know, it probably would do wonders for the numbers. So I'm just start camming
Ask
up.
me why I don't cam up.
I got
That's
to get a green screen. I got to do that green screen. I got to figure out how you guys do that. Get what you want to get with you guys.
Yeah, just go ahead and order one, and then once you get it, we'll show you how to do it.
Bet it up.
They 20, $30 on Amazon. Get you a cheap one that's got the poles, so that way it can stand up behind you.
Bet.
Look up green screen kit. Get you a green screen kit, and
Bet.
then I got you. I'll share the screen and give you the tutorial and get you up and running.
Cool. Cool. Appreciate it, broski. Yeah, I want to cam up too sometime, you know?
You know, we got that graphic 90% finished. I just need to have AI go ahead and finish the touch up because I still want to do that show with you. We're gonna make that happen. I was
Bet.
thinking about that for the last 2 days. I should have just
For real?
called you, but Mhm.
Bet. Yeah, we know.
I was over here talking about you this morning when I was making shirts with Oli. He
For
was on
real?
the phone with me. I was in here getting it in.
That show going to be fire, bro.
Yeah, you saw the shirt?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Yep. Fire.
I
As
made that for
usual.
you, but what's the name really won? But I'm gonna still send it to you because
Bet.
that size won't fit him. It won't fit nobody but you. You a 2X,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
Yep,
Yep.
that's what I made it. And then
Cool, bro.
I got another little surprise shirt for you. I know you
I
want.
appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, family. It's glad to be back with the fam, man. Touch back on the panel, man. Shit, man. Sat on a Saturday night,
Saturday night. Let me cam up. Saturday night.
right? Shoot, who gonna win that 1,000?
Who gonna win that $1,000? Let's go to a word from our sponsor. Shout out Sadiq for reminding me. I'll be forgetting.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League. Clash of the... Attention all debate fans.
Humble Mystic, ain't you a admin? In case you pop yourself up, just try to do it. I see you unmuted yourself. You can't pull yourself up on the screen.
he
Nope.
must have joined through. He joined through Facebook and not YouTube.
He must have joined
You
on a
gotta
different
start joining
device.
through
No,
Facebook.
not on this laptop. A1,
Okay.
I gotta put the thing back in on this laptop.
Just let me know when you're ready. I'll get you set up.
All right.
Got you. Shout out Humble Mystic in the building.
Peace, my brother.
What up, Humble?
Peace.
What up, fam? What up,
Humble.
y'all?
Did you see the new shirt that I made?
No, I gotta check in on it. I'm just waking up for real.
I'm about to play it right now. I'm about to show you right now. Damn, all this shit playing. Sorry about that. Okay, let me go here. Close that so y'all don't see these judges' results prematurely. Why is this Oh, okay. So let me share the screen. I shared it on Facebook too, actually. I shared it on YouTube too.
Growing the tuck with her. I never signed off like crime mob, looking up if you what. I'm with a bad bitch and a new plane, putting too much in my cup. Nigga, it's just missing this bitch here around trust in my cup. I know this hate for me. I keep that thing.
You know what?
Oli came up with that
seen
design.
that on Facebook. Yeah, I seen it
Yeah.
on. You know what I'm about to say? I just seen it on Facebook.
Oli sent me that
Nice.
design. I made a bunch of them this morning, so they about to be going up.
Okay,
What size shirt you wear? Medium?
Medium, yeah.
Got you. I'm gonna make you one too. I'm about to make the whole team one. Ben Eaton, I got a special something for Ben Eaton. He already has some designs that I wanted to wear my damn self. I got to make myself a Ben Eaton shirt. He got his own design from the card game.
Okay.
All right, yeah. Let me get off of Facebook though.
You want to go grab my shirt?
Who do you think won the debate? Tell us who you think won and tell us why. Give us your critique.
Who? A1?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, hands down. I rock with both these brothers, but hands down, I gotta give it to my brother Ashe. Just the information and the scholarship that he brought. You see what I'm saying? and the way his presenting style was fire as well. I don't think he, left any question unanswered. I think he went in on just the topic itself, with the polytheism or the Bible, things of that nature. Pitbull punched back, as much as he could, but I just think he was just outclassed on his topic.
I like that. That's what I've been hearing around. That's been the general consensus of the community. Uh, I think we have Ashe winning in the polls. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Even though the polls don't matter, you know what I'm saying? We got a scorecard and all of that. Let me share this screen as well while I'm over here. And if you aren't subscribed to Titans Debate League, go ahead and give us a subscribe right now at Titans Debate League on YouTube. Again, that's at Titans Debate League on YouTube. Yeah, y'all know what I do, man. I make custom clothing.
I can pagans up when I see them. If they make it home to mama, then they lucky, lucky. Slimy KD crazy, I'm prestige level ass rounds. Send me blasphemy, they gon' blasphemy. I'm on the beat.
But yeah, and if you
Shout
need
out
some
Teen
custom
Titans,
gold
man.
teeth, let
Y'all
me
know
know.
what the fuck going on, man. Y'all know what the fuck going on. Y'all know who it is.
Hubble got a promo kit coming. I'm
Y'all-
about to put Hubble together just on the strip, man. Hubble, that's my homie, man. That's my twin right there.
Cause y'all my brother putting it together.
Shout out Teen
Yeah,
Titans, man.
I'm about to send him a mold out with this T-shirt, so that way he gonna have to send it back. Then when I come out there to
Nice.
see you, I'm gonna just bring that shit.
Facts.
Hopefully you get something like this, man. You got to turn up for the one time, man.
Oh yeah, oh
We about
yeah.
to get you turned up, man. You got that nice, some nice chains
Shout
over
out
there. We
Teen
about to get
Titans,
you a
man.
nice piece. Do they be rocking the gold teeth out there?
Yeah, we still rock fronts out here.
Okay, that's perfect. I'm about to get you right. Let's see what else we got going on. Let's get to this poll. That's what I'm really over here for.
If they make it home to mama, then
Okay, post. Who won? Pitbull or Ashe? We have Ashe with 41% of the votes, Pitbull with 39% of the votes, and Homie the Clown with 20% of the votes.
Damn.
But currently, Ashe is in the lead. This poll is just for entertainment purposes. This that doesn't weigh into the judgment at all. And again, still shout out Pan for walking away with that $500 grand prize a few weeks ago. He won the first tournament, Clash of the Titans 1.0. And we have upped the ante. Now we have $1,000 grand prize, and we are on the second tournament. We're going to do it all over again, folks. We're starting August, the first week of August.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Damn, I thought I fixed this flyer.
Only the brave.
I didn't fix this flyer. I wanted to show y'all the tournament. Who's all in the tournament so far. And there was one person I didn't talk to who was actually Kassad, but he said he wanted to be in the next tournament like 2 months ago when I talked to him. So I threw him in here. But we have Smokey the Saint versus Oli. That's coming 10/17, Brick Squad. Uh, Free Pooh Shiesty.
Hmm.
On 10/3, we have Ben Eaton versus Gideon Yisrael. We have Kassad versus a special guest, September 26th. Big Cosmon versus Humble Mystic, September 19th. That's going to be the day before my birthday. We're going to be getting that in. Jesus is Lord versus Kazak. And I actually have to replace that flyer with the correct flyer. I got the spelling wrong on that, but that is September 5th. August 22nd, we have Haru Conscious versus Piitbull. This one's going to be one heck of a battle. August 15th, we have the Evolutionist versus OTK. And the first debate of the tournament, we have Alex Dunbar versus Suave Boss. That's August 8th. So in about a week, 2 weeks, we're going to be starting this up. We have the face-offs coming, and yeah, we're going to be getting it in. Start scheduling these debates. We're about to have the whole winter locked up. You know, I'm already scheduled out for about 3 months just on the face-offs. I figure we'll give each of these gentlemen at least 2 weeks to prepare for each debate. I don't want them scheduling it out for more than a month, any further than a month, I should say. So yeah, try to get this wrapped up by the new year. Somebody get $1,000 in somebody's pocket around Christmas time. That'd be amazing. Yeah, we doing it again, folks. The first one was so fun, I had to do it again, man. You know. Look at this. Where Piitbull at, man? Tag Piitbull in the back for me, Ashay. And I got my screen. So tell me to zoom in next time.
Let me see.
That shit little than a mother.
Let me see. AP. He's not even. You know that dude, man. I don't know how to get a hold of him.
In the back chat, just tag him. I tagged him right above you, so that's him commenting and saying he'll be here. In the Facebook group. Yeah. You can even Facebook call him if you want to, if you got another device. You can just call him like, yo, get over here. We're waiting on you. My phone around here somewhere. All right, let me go ahead and pull this down. Yeah. What's been going on over there in the rhetoric frontier, man? What's the convo as of late?
Right now, the convo. My next rhetoric frontier episode gonna be kind of centered around the netter root and just gaining an understanding of and defining what the netters are. Then going forward from there. But for this whole month of August coming up, I want to get into the esoterics and the metaphysics and the symbolism, and just let the people know what's going on behind a lot of these signs and symbols that they're flying around, that they're subscribing to.
Okay.
I want to get the origins of a lot of these sayings that we throw around within the conscious community. A lot of times I hear guys talk about things like the Akashic records and stuff like that. So we just gotta go to the origins of those type of things. How a lot of that is rooted within within theosophy, which was founded by Helena P. Blavatsky. So a lot of guys they be thinking that they be kicking like Afrocentric metaphysics, but whole time they be regurgitating a lot of Helena P. Blavatsky style theosophical ideology. So
can I ask you a question, Ashay? Real fast. Is that where the Law of One movement come from? The Law of One community?
Law of One community?
I don't know
the Law of One community. What's the Law of One?
They talk the same thing. Everything is the one God under like the metaphysics, the occultism joint.
Well, a lot of those little sects is just like little mini orb sects coming out of that, coming from theosophy. Yeah, so a lot of them have their ideology rooted within theosophy.
Yeah.
The Nation of Islam does. I would say that the Nation of Gods and Earths. Um, a lot of the Phil Valentine followers, Bobby Hemmett followers.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? A lot of that stuff was rooted within theosophy
Yeah.
and Satanism as well, because you can't forget Aleister Crowley's influence as well, but he was also heavily influenced by Madame Blavatsky. So
Right.
yeah.
That was the lane I was taking. The Alistair Crowleys, the Manly P. Halls, the Florence Noble Shins. They
Yep.
follow this Love One Foundation.
hmm So we gotta watch that type of stuff, man. A lot of that stuff has polluted the Black conscious community, where they think that that's lit, and it's cool. And I'm not even demonizing or saying that it's wrong, but I'm just getting to the origin of it. You know what I mean? And long as we can go into the origin of these things and let people educate people on what they're doing,
About the Titans.
so they don't go running around talking about, oh yeah, man, I'm kicking what the ancestors knew. This 1,000,000,000 year knowledge that's BS. That's crap. You know what I mean? Um, what's the other one that they love to do? Akashic records, emerald tablets. That's crap. That's BS. All that stuff is fairy tale made up. You know.
Shout out Team Titans, man. I got the whole team up here, man. I got Ben Eaton up here. I got Sadiq. I got Humble, and I got Oli, all in the same spot at the same time, man. It's a good day, man.
Yes,
It's a
sir.
good
Yeah,
day.
Most definitely.
With the guest of honor, Ashe, man. What's up with your man?
Please. I mean, I think. I ain't gonna say nothing, man.
Check on him. He might be crying in the bathroom somewhere, man. I'm talking
Hey,
shit.
man, he had a lot to say, man. He had a lot to say. I'm glad he ain't here. It's a little bit of my eye. It's a little bit of peace. You
I
know.
missed the last show. I came back. I was looking at the comments like, damn, what did I miss?
man,
Like, I never got to
last show
watch
was
it back.
crazy, man. That last show was
From
crazy,
the
boy.
comments, I could tell. I'm like, dang, I was about to call people. I'm like, all
It was like one of the best shows, boy.
right. I swear, I got to go back and watch that. No, it's cool, though, because I'm going to rerun it one day. So I'm definitely going to play that back. Uh, yeah, we've been stacking up some real good material, man. Our archives is full of some
Yeah, we
fire
was
right
turned
now.
up. We was turned up yesterday. Yesterday we was turned up.
Oh, it was a good day.
Yeah, yeah,
I
had me.
was
I'm still
sleeping
kind of feel
good.
bad. I still kind of feel bad. Like Ashe was disappointed in me. He wasn't mad at me. It sounded like he was
Nah,
disappointed
I
in me.
wasn't mad, bro.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
wasn't.
can I?
I
Hey,
wasn't
let me
disappointed
just say
either.
this. Let me just say this, man. Hey, that's what we produce great content, and that's just a taste of what we do on our little side. You feel me? That's how we get down, man. That's how we get down.
Yeah,
Are you not
absolutely.
entertained? Like Smash
Yeah.
just said. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's really me on all those commercials. I definitely do all my own stunts. Uh, Shout out to me. You know, where would I be without myself?
Right.
I am one of the greatest that I have ever seen. There's only one person I know flyer than me, and that's my daddy, and he's retiring soon. So, you know, I'm gonna keep my foot on y'all necks is from now until the end of time.
Man, that's what you gotta do, man.
We waiting on Pitbull, man. We just up here clouded having fun right now, kicking
Yeah,
it.
where
We gonna
Pitbull
do
at?
it.
Where's it? Where's Pitbull? I almost want to do a review until he get up here. Should we just
And
review it
make
again?
sure,
You
listen,
know, you already did the review. Damn.
we already did the video. But if y'all want to see more of that type of action, man, look, check us out on Bigo. We'll be on Bigo when we not over here. That's where I'm at when I'm not over here. Brother Ashe, we get the corners. Brother A1 coming to check us out. Brother Sadiq coming to check us out. And
Yes,
listen, it
yes.
goes down on Bigo. You
For
hit
sure. Oh
There.
yeah.
Definitely check Humble Mystic out on Bigo. If you're not in our group chat and our Discord, hit one of us up to get that link. I believe, you know what? I'm gonna post the Discord link in the chat too. If it's a way for y'all to connect with us, we may not get to the message right away, but we will double back and see it eventually.
I think dude's scared, man. I think dude weird, man.
Did you call him?
I ain't got
Call,
his hookup to call him.
no, call him on the Facebook.
Oh, I got y'all. I got y'all.
Okay, appreciate you, humble. I could do it too, but I'm assuming y'all already got a report. I don't know if y'all on good terms
No,
or
I
not.
no, I don't mess with dog.
Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't mean to. Yeah, I ain't know.
No, it ain't no personal beef, but it's just ain't no I'm calling his phone type style though.
Okay.
You know what I mean? He a pseudo. I don't want nothing to do with him for real. This is his last stop for me. I never sit down with the brother again.
Damn, it was like that. That's the
Yeah,
type of experience you
that's
had.
an evolutionary step. That's an evolutionary step, man. We
You
can't
had a
keep up on the same people, man.
one
I
star
feel
experience, four
one
thumbs
star.
down.
I'm 5 stars, 5 thumbs down, man. Like it was like the whole process of it, even talking to the guy, man, it's like it's exhausting, man. Like it's exhausting, dude. He's strong, he wrong. He's a flying pseudo. He claimed to be a Hebrew Israelite, but don't know nothing about the culture itself, the history of it. It's just like it was bad, man. It was some stuff that he was doing said at that debate that was just like, how could you?
How
How
could you?
could you say that?
And we gotta hear this tomorrow too. So
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna be over there with y'all tomorrow, man.
and
I'm
we
gonna
gotta
hear
hear
some
these
of
same
this.
arguments tomorrow too, bro.
Shout out
What's
Pitbull. I
going on
swear that
tomorrow,
had to
humble?
be Pitbull. I just heard.
Huh?
Yeah, that was
Hey,
Pitbull.
hey, humble. What's going on
That's the
tomorrow?
man of the hour.
Oh, that's what we be at, man. We be at the Ring of Fire over on Bigo. All of us, me, Pitbull, Shay,
Oh
and
yeah, I'm about to get up in there.
9 times out of 10, when it's a thing over there, that's another arena where we bring out intellect. And
Most definitely.
typically when we dealing with the Hebrew Israelites, they just be bringing the same thing. So,
We
Same
got
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
Pitbull in the building.
brother Pitt in the building. What up, Pitbull?
Yo,
What am I looking
What's up,
yo,
broski?
We over here waiting on you. Don't try to say you trying to
what's
go to sleep
going on,
early.
bro?
for? This
It's the weekend.
I'm dead
We
ass in
work
the
in the morning
bed.
for you.
I'm in my bed, B. I just got through
Yeah.
dinner, but let's get it.
Nah, you ain't got work in the morning. Get up out that bed. You ain't no bed.
Right. That's right. It's smoke all weekend,
Oh,
humble.
Man,
make our Shay
damn.
show. Hey, he terrible.
We want smoke all
Hey,
Nah,
weekend.
Shay
man.
hopped in the bed before he got on, bro.
Definitely
Nah,
smoke all
man.
weekend.
For sure.
A1 done opened it up, and now we got to finish.
Let's
For
go. I got
sure.
the results. I called people as soon as I got the results sent to me.
Let's
So
get it. Let's get it.
they
No
said, man,
doubt.
crank
No
that joint
doubt.
up ASAP. So I'm like, okay. I'm downloading the results right now. Go to a word from our sponsors while I do that, man. Don't
For
forget every
sure.
Tuesday, only here on Titans Debate League, Humble Mystic with the Cave of Knowledge.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the Cave of Knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
And every Thursday, don't miss Ben Eaton. We've got Data Over Dogma, high level scholarship. Um, High school dropouts need not apply. Maybe that was a little too harsh of a joke. Maybe I feel like I took it too far with that one.
History isn't just written by the victors.
It's buried under layers of tradition, bias, and comfortable assumptions. But what happens when you strip away the tradition and let the evidence speak for itself? Welcome to the front lines of historical analysis with your host, Ben Eaton. Join us at the Coliseum of Arguments for Data Over Dogma. Every Thursday, we are pushing past the mainstream noise to examine the most respected scholarly research on ancient civilizations. This isn't about defending comfortable narratives, it's about high-level scholarship. We decode the actual data to see history entirely through the eyes of the people who lived it. For the students, the scholars, and the independent thinkers ready for radical, objective challenge to the status quo, prepare to have your perspective tested every single week. Leave your assumptions at the door. It's time to choose dogma or the data. Subscribe to Data Over Dogma with Ben Eaton today. New episodes drop every Thursday exclusively on Coliseum of Arguments.
This is
Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Okay, let's get into these results. I'm pretty sure this is the first one. I don't think he would, because the other one got the scorecard, right? It's the first front of the picture, so I don't think he would do that. So let's start with this one and see if it.
in a lot of their argument points, so it is a valid stance. Now, for the back and forth question,
Okay, so that's the wrong one. I guess he did start with this one.
was close. Initially, I think Ashe did good with his presentation as far as actually being able to breeze through it and flow at a good pace for me to understand. He ain't have really no hiccups as far as verbally presenting it or any technical difficulties. Piitbull, he did a good job visually with his slides, but I feel like he didn't necessarily know certain words, or he stumbled and fumbled on words. He had some technical difficulties, but all in all, their presentations both were good. Piitbull did a good job of using a lot of verses. I think Deuteronomy the most, to show how the God of the Hebrews was a jealous God, and identifying the different regions and the beliefs of those regions were separate of the Hebrews. And I think just arguing these points for Ashe, the multiple gods being acknowledged, like here, for instance, in Kings, where here are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt, and he placed one in Bethel and the other at the Dan, famous for the tell Dan still, and then he argued that the Hebrews love to bring up the tell Dan still in a lot of their argument points, so it is a valid stance. Now, for the they both did a good job. I think Piitbull actually controlled the questioning stage. He was more in his element there. Not to say he wasn't in his element for the presentation. He just has some issues. But for the questioning stage, he had a lot of good questions. As far as his response to him being asked questions, he answered every question. He had a counter for everything. So he did very well in the question round. Like, for instance, him hammering home the point that they get punished and it's wrong, it's considered idolatry when they do go outside of their one God. So him hitting that point home was big for him, and he got to argue that well in a question round. I think Ashe had like a buzzer beater at the end with the PowerPoint, though, being able to visually once again reiterate his point with the L concept and the duality and how that had to get amalgamized into one thing. So it does leave the thought of poly as opposed to mono in the initial root thought. So that was a good point. he was able to kind of get off at the buzzer. And I think that plays into the overall performance and organization. So that's where he edged him out at. Not just in that instance, but overall in his performance and organization, being able to tie in everything and being able to articulate everything.
Is that it? Yo.
I'm over here muted. You couldn't hear me. I said let's give a
Oh,
round of applause to Ashe for taking the victory home. We only had one
Appreciate
judge
you.
on this. How do I
let's
get to
get it,
my
Ashay. Let's get it.
Of
Yes,
course, man.
sir.
Can
Easy
you hit the
body.
sound effect? It's not letting me get down there. I appreciate you.
Shit, shit definitely wasn't no easy battle. You see that scorecard, boy. My
Yeah,
goddamn
you
PC was down. That's the only reason you stressed me out, because I read off my little ass phone. But hey, you did a great job, bro. I gotta give you that. You came in, I knew you was gonna go hard. I knew you was gonna come with the information. I knew what you was gonna do. My only flaw in this debate is my PC was down, but there's no excuse. You still came and you got the dub, bro. Congratulations, my boy.
No, I
Man, you
appreciate
did
it,
a
man.
good job,
Same.
Pitbull. You did a
good
good
job,
job,
Appreciate
bro.
you on
Appreciate
the
it.
panel,
Appreciate
man.
it.
I appreciate everybody involved, man. I appreciate the brother for judging as well. Yeah, man. This is just we was just dealing with scholarship, man. It's the scholarship over the religion. It's the scholarship over the belief. It's these certain things that we've got to put in their face and make them deal with. So I would hope that this was like not just um here I'm proving a point type of thing, but I think it was a learning lesson for everybody involved in it and all of the viewers. You get what I'm saying? So I'm honored to be able to educate the people, you know what I mean, no matter where I'm at. So big shout out to Titans Debate League for having me, and brother Humble Mystic and my brother Quantum A1 for producing it and having everything together, man. So appreciate it.
man. Appreciate you pulling up, and I can't take no credit for none of this, man. Really, my team did all of this. I was
I appreciate
sleep.
y'all
I
for
was
letting
sleep.
me.
They made it happen. They showed up. You saw I popped up in the middle of the debate, so I appreciate my team. Let's give Team Titans a round of applause. If somebody can get to them sound effects for me.
Yeah, man. I was happy
I
to be
gotta
a
leave
part
and
of
come
it.
right back so that way I can get to the sound effects and stuff. I'll be right back, gentlemen.
I was real happy, humble. Let me be a part of it. Ashe, Pitt. Shout out to both of y'all. Shout out Ashe, the winner. Pitt. You see, like you said, you see that scorecard, boy. You put up a nice little fight. That's what I like to see. I knew it was gonna be a nice little thing when Humble asked me, could I be a part of it? So I appreciate y'all for letting me be a part of that. Thank you so much.
Most definitely.
No
Most
doubt,
definitely.
no doubt,
For
brother,
sure, for
no
sure.
doubt,
I had
Congrats,
to get
broski.
y'all know I had to get my
no
brothers on the
doubt.
big stage, man. We out here. We look at this as a sport. We do this all day, every day. We keep our swords sharp just for the sake of keeping it sharp. So I had to let other people, the rest of the world, hear how my brothers get down. Y'all see what I'm saying? A lot of people think when I'm up here doing what I do, it's just me, and they think I'm some type of anomaly who came out of nowhere. It's like, yo, this the where he come from. Nah, man, I got my brother Ashe, I got my brother Piitbull to thank for this. Man, we chop it up all day, every day. We keep each other sharp all day, every day. And I'm just pleased and honored that I had an opportunity to get my brothers on a big stage like I've been trying to do for a while, man. I appreciate all of y'all.
So yes, sir.
No
Yes, sir.
doubt, no doubt. He skated by. He skated by on the hair. We ain't got no hair in his chin, but he skated by. Good dub, though, bro. Good dub, though.
Good man. And you see the way the scorecards are set up. Let me pull the scorecard back up.
It's fire.
It's like it's somebody even with it who can be on the right side of the argument and still lose the way these Lincoln Douglas the scoring system goes. So somebody can have bad performance, bad debate, and end up not pulling out the victory.
Right,
So
right.
we really encouraging the debaters to step it up and trying to get them to, step the scholarship up.
Oh yeah, oh
Uh,
yeah. I want
You
to
know,
say one more thing, brother A1. If I could say one more thing,
yes, sir.
brother Pitbull and brother Ashe is just the first of many to come. Listen, I hang with nothing but dogs when it comes to the scholarship. So I'm gonna be bringing way more people on, scholarship worthy people. Y'all just saying, man, my brother Napa, his show got delayed, but he will be coming on.
I can't
So
wait
we're
for
gonna
that
be
show,
bringing a
man.
whole lot of more, we're gonna be bringing a whole lot of intellects through here, man. But these are just the first of many that y'all gonna see come through here.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, Mr. Mystic. Shout out Humble in the building. I'm trying to pull this scorecard up. Where did I? Okay, yeah, some downloads. Um,
Also, real fast. I know she not here right now, and I also gotta say, shout out to Sister Issa Queen as well. Y'all seen her come through here a couple times. That's another one that I rock
This
with.
was a good debate. It
Shout
was
out to Sister
close.
Issa Queen.
Initially, I think
my bad. I'm not trying to play it. I was just trying to get the
Now
scorecard
go
off
ahead.
of
I'm
them.
done. I land my plan. A1. I land my plan.
No, you got the floor. You can talk. I ain't want to. I ain't had
Oh,
nothing to
no,
say
I
at
just
all.
that's all I wanted. I just wanted to shout out Sister Easter Queen. I named a lot of people. I just wanted to throw her out there too, give her honorary mentions.
Ben Eaton, you did see the debate, right?
Yeah. No, I seen the debate, man. I seen the after show. I seen the review that Humble did. Yeah, man.
Did you pull up and give your opinion? If not, can you give one of what you thought about the debate? How you
Hey,
thought each
no,
of the gentlemen did?
yeah, no. Listen, Pitbull did a great job, man. Ashe did a great job. Um, I like what Ashe was doing. I like what Pitbull was doing. I ain't gonna lie. I started to agree with Pitbull at a certain point. I was like, did he
That's
did he
what's
know
up.
what his presentation is saying? But that's beyond the point. But no, man, that was dope. That was dope. Like we need to do more of this, man. This is cool.
Man, appreciate you, man. Shout out Pitbull for stepping up and stepping to the arena, taking that L like a champ, man. It's a learning experience. We get better. We take the constructive criticism. We move on to the next one. Uh,
what's the? I can't read it, man. What's that? What's that three right there? That was on mine.
the three that was on yours is for questioning when he said that Pitbull dominated the question and answer round. So yeah, I would take the work on the question and
What
answers,
that
man.
3 is
Go
on
back.
mine?
The three on yours is for organization.
I can accept that. I can accept that, man. I can
And
accept
you,
that, like for
yep,
sure, for sure.
and you got a 4 on performance, but I'm guessing
I
that
can
may have had
accept
something
that.
to do with the technical
With yeah,
difficulty.
yeah, 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 yeah. 3 and 4 go hand in hand. I feel like that's why I did take the L in the debate, and I think after looking at the debate, I was like, yeah. When I was working off of 2 screens and I couldn't control my slides like I wanted to. Yeah. But I think I think he still did bring a lot of information in his argument, though. I can't take that from the brother, though, man. He made a hell of an argument. If you didn't know any better, you would be convinced by what he said. He was that good. I ain't gonna lie. He was that good, bro. I gotta take my head off. I'll say, out of all of our debates, bro, this has been your strongest one me and you done had so far. And I think you would agree.
Nah, I would disagree. I think I really beat you half to death. I ain't even
Nah.
being like I'm not even being and the reason I say that was because where I got the 3 at, I think I should have got a 6 at. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And the reason I say that was because the things that I was asking you, your answers were obsolete, and I mean extremely
Right.
obsolete.
Mm-hmm.
When I asked you who did Abraham meet on the top of the mountain, you said Melchizedek first, which was absolutely bold. Then you said El Elyon,
I don't think that's
which was absolutely bogus. But the funny part about it is, I told you within the question, I said, so if Yahweh was from the south, who is this guy who Abraham meets on the mountain by the name of El Shaddai? You responded and said Melchizedek. I said, nope. You said El Elyon. I said, nope again. Then you said El Shaddai. But I had already told you El Shaddai. So that was wild. That was wild, right? Going forward, you said I mentioned many L's. I asked you to name these many L's. You said El Elyon and El Shaddai.
Right.
I said, but according to you, from your standpoint, you said that El Elyon and El Shaddai were both Yahweh.
That would I said by title, number one. Number two, that would have had nothing to do with the deity that we're speaking on. You asked a specific question, so I gave you that specific answer when you did that. So either way, I would have been correct there.
And I definitely said that I said many L's. You said I said many L's, even though that wasn't true because I only mentioned one L within the whole presentation, and that was the high god L of the Ugarit. That was the only L that I mentioned. So when you said I mentioned many L's, and I questioned you about these many L's that you said I mentioned, you made up some stuff. You made that up.
I didn't have to make up anything because you literally did mention El Elyon and El Shaddai.
Are those two different deities according to you?
In the Hebrew pantheon, those would be titles to Yahuwah.
So are those two different deities? Is the yes or no?
Those are not deities. Those are not deities to me in the Hebrew
so they're
pantheon.
Not two different deities.
You're not listening. In the Hebrew pantheons, those would be titles. Outside of the Hebrew pantheon, they would be deities to the regional stance.
I'm asking you a yes or no question. So when we see, from your standpoint, El Elyon and El Shaddai, are they the same? Are those names to reference one deity?
Yeah.
Two different titles to name one deity?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying? So why would you say that I mentioned many L's? So why would you say I mentioned many L's?
You did because you weren't speaking in the Hebrew sense. You were speaking as if it was two different deities. That was the argument about Deuteronomy 32 and 7.
So you recognize the two different L's?
No, I recognize the title El in two different places. From the Hebrew standpoint, we reject the fact that El is a deity outside of that. There is no deity El in the Hebrew pantheon that's not a pagan.
So when Jeroboam placed the bulls at Bethel, and do you know what Bethel means?
Yeah.
What does Bethel mean?
At the holding place.
No, that's not what Bethel means.
It is in the Hebrew.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Bethel is a Hebrew word. What does bait? What does bait mean in Hebrew?
Bait means
house, man, house.
Thank you. Somewhere that you live, a house, right? Bait El. So Bethel is Bait El, correct? Bait El.
It would be bait and rush in the Hebrew.
It would be what?
Bait and rush. Yeah. This is what Capone was telling you. But
excuse me.
When we look in.
No. Wait. You said Beit Resh. That's Bereshith. That would be like better. You talking about like as in Bereshith?
Yeah, that would be the house representation.
But we talking about Bethel.
Okay, make your point, brother.
Okay, thank you. So we see that Jeroboam, that's Solomon's son. So yeah, Hebrew Israelite.
Make your point.
So we see that he placed these bulls at Bethel and at Dan, right?
Yeah.
And throughout my whole presentation, I focused on the point that the bull iconography was used to symbolize El, the Ugaritic high deity, El. So when we see him place these bulls, and he even goes on to say, these is the God, these is your gods, this is who brought you up out of Egypt. That's what he says. And he places these bulls there. He's venerating El, the God I'm talking about. He ain't talking about no Yahweh because it would have been a Beit Yahweh. It's not. It's Beit El.
Now, when we hear what you just said and we look at the text, we can clearly see that shit was not accepted, and they were punished for that again. Like, I'm still trying to figure out how you don't understand that it was not acceptable in the Hebrew culture for them to do that. Just like when they came out of Egypt, right? And they set these bulls up with this golden calf. They was destroyed for that. The number of
What about
multitude.
King Saul's son?
The same thing. All of these,
Kings.
I brought out in Deuteronomy where it said that the forefathers of the actual Israelites, when they became Israel, they broke that covenant for doing what you're describing right now.
Okay, King Saul was the first king of Israel.
Yeah, and why did he? Why did he lose?
He had two sons. He had two sons. Do you know his son's name?
Why did he lose the kingdom to David?
Because he kept the spoils of the Amalekites.
And that was against the law, right?
Absolutely.
Exactly. Not only
it wasn't against the law. He was told directly from God not to keep any of the spoils.
So that means that's law. Right.
Okay. That's not cool, only right? That. But before that, so that's when he lost favor with God. We can both agree with right there, right?
That's one of the points, yeah.
No. So when does he lose his favor with God? According to you, hold on, wait, because you're getting wild. According to you, when does he lose his favor with God?
The other point is when he disobeyed by having these strange wives.
Strange wives.
Mm-hmm.
Chapter and verse.
That would be, wait a second.
This nigga's a real professional, man.
Because he lost his favor. It was Samuel who came to King Saul and was the one who told him that he lost his favor. And then he delivered the message to him that he was going to lose, he was going to get mania, that he was going to become insane. And then the Most High came and he put that on him.
Capone, come on, man, get up in here.
Capone gonna come be crazy, man. Y'all know Capone, man. That's Josephus. I call him Josephus Capone.
That boy love Josie.
He love him.
Listen. Hey, hold on. Listen. I've never seen someone who loved Josephus so much and misquote as much as Capone do.
Misrepresenting the whole
time. He misrepresented the entire time.
Capone is a wild man. Look at him. We did summon him. What's up, Capone? But before Capone get in this, we gotta let this guy. We gotta hold him to this, man. We gotta finish. Let me finish him just real quick. Let me get through this King Saul thing, and then we could. I'll let him off the hook.
Ain't no hooks.
Did you take this medicine? So who got it?
You want to help him out a little bit though, Capone, because I think he's struggling a little bit with finding the verse that he's referring to though.
Yeah, shalom, peace to the panel. What I see here is a bit of disingenuous.
No. We were just asking for the verse. I ain't asking for the disingenuous.
I got the floor.
No. I gave you the floor for the verse to help him with the verse, not to. I ain't opened it up for you yet, bro. I'm still trying to deal with him on this. I was just seeing if you could help me out with the verse.
You got the verse. You got the verse, GDN. You got the verse, GDN.
2 Kings 11. Solomon sinned by having strange wives.
We're not talking about Solomon. We talking about King Saul. So he on top.
Saul is in Samuel. That's different.
Exactly. I said that.
Saul's sinned because he didn't kill
all the Amalekites.
All the people, whoever he went against.
Yes, so and that's when he lost his favor with the Most High. I don't know why Piitbull chose to go the strange route and added in this wife thing that was not true to the text at all. And these are the things that he was doing throughout the entire debate, where he would make up things because he doesn't read the text at all. He doesn't.
But
again, that was not
So
the
the whole
only
point, my
reason
whole
Bull
point.
got
Let me
set up.
let me
suspended.
just let my plane real quick, and I'll back off for it. So my whole point of me even bringing that up was that this man Saul was also an idol worshiper, right? At the time that he was anointed by Samuel. How do you know that, Ashe? Because he had a son. He had two sons. He had Jonathan, the famous one, the little homosexual one who loved David more than he loved women. That's what it says in the Bible, right? And then he had Ishbaal, which means the man of Baal, right? Which was a direct veneration to the deity Baal. And you may say, no, man, that's just Lord, man. In Hebrew, that's Lord. And let me tell you how we know it was Baal. Because later on, the Jews, because they after Jezebel's campaign, the Jews, they hate Baal so bad that they go back in their own text and they start changing the names of the people in the book. This is crazy work. So anybody who name had Baal on it, they changed it to Ashesh, to Sheth. So his name went from Ishbaal to Ishbosheth, which means shame in the Hebrew. They had a Jeroboam. They changed his name to Jerobosheth. You get what I'm saying? This is what happened after Jezebel's campaign. For even within Jezebel's name, she's also venerating Baal as well. Baal is a cognate name of Baal. Jezebel. You know what I'm saying? And that was all her father's deity. So even the first king of Israel was an idol worshiper. And he had favor with the Most High up until the battle of the Amalekites. That's my point. So even from y'all first king, y'all had idolatry, pagan worship all up in it. Most High
That
sat back
changes.
and let him do it.
All up in there. Yep.
That changes nothing in the sense of what you're saying because the text rejects Baal worship all through it. I don't understand why you're trying to make that assertion. Now that's disingenuous. If you're saying they wouldn't change all these things, that means they would be using their text, which they're not using their text. They got their own. It's a totally different outline of the deity, which is what I showed you all through the text. You can show parallels, yeah. But when it comes down to the actual acclamation and the worship of that deity is totally different than what you're inscribing. And we see that. I showed that. A lot of...
Hey, I got a question, Pitbull.
What's up?
Hey, Ashay did something in his presentation. That academics refer to as polyawism. So like when you use so the example that he used was the Kuntilit Al-Drud and then probably some others, right? Ashay, like probably a few others, right?
Kuntilit Al-Drud, Kerbet Al-Kum.
And yeah, exactly. And here's my question, because you just said something. So the academic conversation of polyawism is depending on where you are, right? You have attestations of the deity, right? Where we can confirm that it is a deity being worshipped, right? But depending on where you are, right? As it says in the inscriptions, Samaria, Timan, and these are two different locations. And if we know 101 ancient Near East studies, bro, depending on where you are, depends on how the deity is manifested. So that all that to say is depending on where you are, depends on how the people are worshiping the deity, right? So it's not a unified. Hold on. It's not a unified worship, or it doesn't seem like a unified worship. But depending on where you are, it's just like Baal. Depending on where you are, Baal is worshipped and manifested in a different way, depending on who is worshiping them. Now, when you say, what you said about like is about the worship of Yahweh. How do you know? Like what particular like how do you know what you're worshiping, like or what they're worshiping, or how do you like if you understand my question?
Yeah, I do. The rules that are set by Yahuwah of the Torah, as far as the people and how they deal with each other, right? How they associate in family structure. You know what I'm saying? How they actually pay homage and worship. Now, in these things, what you're talking about right now, how close knit they is because of the regional contact and the closeness of these people, we would see a lot of parallels and similarities to things that they do, and some even spot on, exact. But when it comes down to some of the critical things that are within the construct, we see different, and this would contradict one to another. So again, that set apartness and the separation. How we know that is those things. The way the rules are set for the Israelites and how they should treat their brother, although they didn't fulfill those things all the time, the rules were still in place and set for them and them only.
No, my question is right, but I got you. My question is, according to the text, how do you know that you're worshiping Yahweh, I guess, the right way? Because historically, we really don't know how the worship, what the cultural practices were, particularly of the people who worship Yahweh, no matter where they are in the ancient Near East, right?
Especially when you deal in all amalgamation.
So how do you know?
Well,
according to the
it would
Torah.
be. Hold on, Capone. Right. It would be according to the Torah. It doesn't change for me,
right?
Because
what Torah though? But which Torah?
Wait a minute. It doesn't change for me spiritually, symbolically, the way that a lot of the other cultures, even today, for an example, the Jewish people, they don't follow the Torah the way that I do. You see what I'm saying? They don't reference Yahuwah the way that I do, but they call themselves Jews. You see what I'm saying? Y'all call them Jews. I say they're not. So, I mean, these are the differences. If we just put their religion next to mine, there are so many differences in what they reference and how they pray, and what I'm saying, how they dress and how they celebrate. We don't do what they do. They don't do what we do.
But the problem with that is, like, it was so much fallacious statements within that. It's like it was crazy.
Can I answer Benny's question? I'll go to something else.
Piitbull, and if Piitbull, if you can't answer, maybe Capone can answer.
Hey, Capone, it was
any historical?
There's no wrong answer.
It's not rhetorical though.
Hold on.
That's not a wrong answer.
One mic. Hold on. I'm asking a question. Is there any historical or archaeological evidence that Yahweh was associated with the bull before the Bronze Age collapse?
So, what you're asking is still going to fall back on linguistics, because which Yahweh are you talking about?
Oh, now there's multiple Yahwehs.
But the Bronze Age collapse.
Hold on, wait. Time out. No, we gotta bookmark that.
Hold on, man.
Hold on, wait. Let me put the bookmark in that. Come on, let me put a bookmark.
You don't got a bookmark it?
He just admitted that. Hold on. He just admitted that there are multiple Yahwehs. What type of? We gotta observe this man. We just had a debate about polytheism, and he talking about multiple Yahwehs.
Right,
so now I'm gonna wait. No, you be quiet, Capone, because I gotta throw him on the spot. We gonna throw him on the grill. He finna go on the grill right now. What are the many Yahwehs? Who are the multiple Yahwehs? Who are the multiple? No. Here's the deal.
You asking? Hold on, wait. Humble just asked the question.
Nah, bro. We bookmarking your statement.
No problem, but you don't get to cut me off in the middle of my statement. Listen, you don't get to cut me off in the middle of me answering.
So you can debunk this.
I don't have to. What do you mean?
It's all the multiple Yahwehs.
The multiple Yahwehs are the titles that are associated to Yahuwah through linguistics.
Yahuwah and Yahweh. So now Yahuwah and Yahweh are different.
Why are you asking me a question?
Because you opening it up. Wow.
It ain't no because. There never should be a because.
Yahweh can't be a title for Yahuwah when Yahweh and Yahuwah are the same damn thing. What are you doing?
No, Yahweh and Yahuwah. To me, Yahweh is a title as well. Yahuwah is the name.
So what is Yahuwah?
I've always said Yahuwah is the name.
So what is Yahuwah?
The name.
What the hell?
Talking about? The name. It's an actual name.
No,
I've always said
this is fallacious. Throw him out.
It's not
Throw him off the ring. Throw him out of the ring. Throw him out of the ring, man. He should be disqualified from conversation.
One mic. Hold on, Capone. And then maybe you could clear it up for Piitbull. Hey, Piitbull.
Hey, humble. You gotta check them too. Now you can't let him be here trying to red shot over talk. But then when somebody
right.
like that,
but that was wild, bro.
Hold on, Ashay. Hold on. One mic. This is why I want to give you the floor to speak now, because you are making statements that you couldn't clarify because y'all was going back and forth. Now I want you to be able to clarify some of the things that y'all was talking about. Can you clarify the multiple Yahwehs?
Right, I was just doing that. Again, hold on. When you talk about Yahweh, Yahweh is a title. Yahuwah is his name. It's always been the name. Go watch the debate. I've always said that. We have always stood on that. Always. How is that confusing to you when Yahweh is an appointed name in modern scholarship? They're saying that this is what it is. Well, we break it down in the Pictos. The Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh is Yahuwah, not Yahweh. So again, we got to understand what's done in the Hebrew through what's being shown in the translations through transliteration, i.e. like the Greek Septuagint. We see that the Greek could not enunciate or pronunciate all of the Hebrew characters. That was one of the issues. This is why they had to borrow from the Aramaic.
Okay. What? Now, Capone, do you agree with what Piitbull just said? Man, as you being a Hebrew?
Man, listen, that ain't what I'm.
He better not.
What he said.
Bro, if he's not gonna speak to the topic, bro, please give it back to me.
If it's according to scripture, is true. Now, since I got the floor, let me answer Ben Eden's question.
No. Okay, can we come back to him, bro?
No.
Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
You can't come in here.
You're gonna change the conversation to something else.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to address everything that was said. I'm not changing anything.
Go ahead, phone.
Let me change it first.
Go ahead, brother.
Y'all be so scared, but you talking about you got scholarship, but you be scared when somebody bringing up scholarship or
come on, I ain't scared. Come on, let's go.
Come on, bust down.
So like I said, Ben Eden asked, how would you know that they were doing? How would you know that they would worship Yahweh or the deity properly? And I told him it will be from the Torah. The Torah specifically says not to worship any other god and not to bow down yourself or make any graven image. That tells the Israelites that the God that they're worshiping is not anything made by great. It's not anything graven. Is not an image of anything that they can create with their hands, right? So that's how you know, right? So anything that you find in the archaeological record and you find an idol there, that was them going into what the Hebrew Torah calls idolatry, right?
Exactly.
Which is a sin according to Torah. Now to answer Humble's question about the Bronze Age collapse, the Bronze Age.
Hold on. Capone, wait, bro.
Man. Can I answer the question, bro?
Wait, bro. Let me say this. I'm gonna let you finish. I accept your answer, even though I strongly disagree. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. It's heavily attested. It's heavily attested, right? I can go to the Dead Sea Scrolls to prove it. It's heavily attested. Yes, it is. The Exodus is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. We have fragments of Exodus in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I'll show you that.
Go ahead, finish, bro.
To answer Humble's question about the Bronze Age collapse, so the Bronze Age collapse that's a convoluted question because the Bronze Age collapse is a span, it's a period. It's not just at one point in time. It's a span. I think it lasted probably 200 to 400 years going into the Iron Age. So So yeah, you gotta come with a more precise question and time period. Now, if you want to know, but I will give my answer is the way we know is from the internal evidence in the Hebrew text, right? In the Hebrew text, which is called the Hebrew Bible, the Pentateuch, or the Greek Septuagint, or the Dead Sea Scrolls. We can see, and this is heavily attested throughout history by multiple historians and some early church fathers as well.
Hey man, y'all know why Tahuti is a real person? Because it say so in the Emerald Tablets, right? It say that he came down here on spaceships, man, and the first people that saw him and Kim, he struck his staff down and they was frozen. That's what it say in the Emerald Tablets. And so that must be a true story because the Emerald Tablets is a testament to that.
But you don't want to know what though? I don't like how, and you see Piitbull got his ass out of here because this, bro. This type of nigga. I gotta say it. I don't even want that's because that's niggaism. When you just say ignorant stuff for nothing, it don't make no sense. You know you can't provide no evidence for it. It's garbage, bro. And Capone is worse than him. I'm gonna tell you why. Because he's supposed to be a Hebrew Israelite with him. How y'all supposed to be teachers of the truth and the examples of the people, and you sit there and let your man be bogus like that? That dude just sat up here and said Yahweh is a title, Yahuwah is the name. When Yahweh and Yahuwah is the same thing. Yahuwah is just an attempt, and you see how he hurt. You see how he hurt because I'm bringing out the facts and how he hurt life. No, you had an opportunity to correct your man. No, you don't cut me off
because he's not. No,
you know, get out of here, garbage man.
He's not
all right. You bogus. You're bogus, man. Fall back, fam. You had the opportunity.
All right, go ahead. Now I'll address it when I get the mic again.
Yeah. So Yahuwah is just some Afrocentric Hebrew Israelite BS attempt to pronounce Yod Hey Wahed. Literally. Literally. And the academic consensus on the pronunciation of Yod Hey Wahed is Yahweh. So if Yahuwah and Yahweh are literally the same thing, they're just attempts on pronouncing Yod Hey Wahed. How do you then make a separation from them? This shows that these men are not educated. They do not need to be out here professing and claiming to be Hebrew Israelites because you don't even know the linguistics of the culture. You don't even know the God. You don't even know God at that point. If you gonna say that Yahweh and Yahuwah are different, you don't even know your own God, bro. And that's another. And then ain't that what I said in the debate? I'm about to show that these dudes don't even know their own God. Ain't that what I said? Now look at them and watch them try to clean it up. Watch them try to clean it up. Go ahead.
So, according to linguistics, we don't know the vowels that was used to vocalize the tetragrammaton, but the scholarship behind what the vowels could have been is Yahweh, right? But in the Metrics Lesionis brings another phonetic for the Y, and it's a oo sound, and that's why people say Yahuwah. It's semantical, bro. It's not an argument. If you understand what he's saying, you know he's talking about the same thing.
Wait,
but he said they were different.
Hold on, let me finish.
Real fast. It is an argument because when you have people saying number one, Yahoo is the way to say it and Yahweh is not, that's number one. Number two, when you have people Hebrews saying Yahuwah and Yahweh are different deities, that's an issue. That's an argument.
So let me ask you this: how do you say Judah name?
In what language?
Yahoo.
In Hebrew.
Yahuda.
How would you pronounce Judah in Hebrew? Do you know?
Yahuda, bro.
Yahuda, right?
Yeah, sure.
So if Judah name is pronounced Yehuda and it has the tetragrammaton, at least the trilateral root in their name, then how is his pronunciation of Yahuwah wrong or incorrect?
What is hold on, wait. You say that hold on, wait. What does tetra mean? What does tetra mean?
The tetragrammaton is 4.
That's what I said. That was wild. What does tetra mean? Hold on, wait. Tetra mean what?
Greek word tetra is the Greek word for 4.
So why would you say it has the tetragrammaton in it if it's only 3 letters?
I said no. I said it has
at least
at least the trilateral root.
So you can't say trilateral and then say tetragrammaton in the same breath. That was wild.
Hey, Capone, how many times do?
What about
see...
okay? I give him that. How would you say Joshua? So how would you say Joshua name? Now that has the tetragrammaton in it.
Joshua.
No.
So you wouldn't say it wouldn't be Yeshua or Yahshua?
Yeshua? It would most definitely be Yeshua.
Joshua name is it has the I'm saying his name has the tetragrammaton in it.
See, that don't matter. So
what do that have to do? The tetragrammaton in it. No, it don't.
Bro, one of their names is Judah. Judah name got the tetragrammaton in it. Like I said, it has the trilateral root of the tetragram of what they call the tetragrammaton. But
you see how he moving the goalposts and creating this red herring when he's trying to avoid. No, hold on, wait, bro, because I'm not allowing you to do this because you do this all the time. It's part of your tactics.
Is right here because
the conversation is that your man said it's many Yahwehs, man. Your man said it's many Yahwehs, and he's according to the Bible. Show me the many Yahwehs in the Bible, bro, because now you done pissed me off.
He's referring to
show me Yahweh being the title for many gods. Show me Yahweh being the title for another God. Show me, since he said it's many of them. Show me another Yahweh. Shoot.
No, he didn't mean it.
What do you mean, no?
He's talking about the word Lord.
Hell no, you playing in my face. That's a donai. We ain't gonna do that. That'll be a donai.
Oh my God, bro.
You think somebody's stupid? You think you got a goofy? Huh? That's what you be thinking? You think you finna scam us? You think you finna scam?
So let me ask you, who is Yah Yahuwah?
Yeah, we need Ashay over here more.
Who is Yah Yahuwah? I mean Yahweh. Who is Yahweh?
Where that's at?
It's in the scriptures.
Chapter and verse.
Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up for you. I'll give you the verse.
Get your King James.
Dude, just trying to throw stuff at you out of nowhere.
Ain't nobody throwing nothing at you.
Dude just threw that out of nowhere with his left hand.
Now you can see El Elyon in the scripture all day, but we don't see
El Elyon. He tried to make Yahweh.
He just keep doing anything, bro.
Bro, what is these new arguments, bro? These fringe.
Can't even keep up, man. Can't keep up.
I can't keep up with all of the pseudoism. Yahweh. Let me look that up. Because I ain't never heard that one. That's new. He might be teaching us something, family. Let's not count him all the way out. Yahweh in the Bible. Let's see. I bet it ain't nothing for this shit. This like some Hebrew is like group stuff.
Come on. How you gonna leave?
Hey, shout out Jada Snake. He says Capone always getting beat up. He's the Brooklyn baller of TDL. That's funny. I don't think he recovered after I put
so we see that Yah. Okay, what is this? Yah is a short and poetic form of Yahweh. Yah is to Yahweh is what Mike is to Michael. When you see it, Yah is my strength. It says that in Exodus 15:2, it says Yah is my strength, but that's still talking about Yahweh. Isaiah says Yah So it wouldn't say Yahweh. You made that up. You agree.
Hey, Ashe, watch this, Ashe. So you know Karan Yala is on fire panel right now. I went over there real quick. I say Karan Yala.
Being a complete pseudo.
Yo, you ever heard of, I say, yo, you ever heard of Yahweh? He said, oh, no, I don't know who that is.
And these the Hebrew Israelites we got to deal with, the ones that make it up.
That's the remnants.
Left. Oh, no. Capone left. That's 2 in a row.
It's 2 in a row, bro.
2 Hebrews that just lied to our face when we asked them to substantiate it. They got up out of here.
They fell right out the ring into the crowd.
and this is why I said that my question and answer around shouldn't have been a 3. I was kicking his ass then like I did him just now.
That's crazy. Yeah, they just definitely disappeared.
I think bro was giving him a little mercy, man. I think he was like, man, this dude was really pathetic, and I'm gonna give him a little grace. Give him a little grace.
They smashed. Come on, you next, man.
Let me go ahead and get. Oh yeah, I got the sound effects over here. Yeah, I do. But you got
you know what? Karan Yala said, hey, "Yo, I'm PK. The rest of what they do ain't got nothing to do with me,
bro."
You know that's what he said.
Karan Yala is a pseudo. I'm calling out any Hebrew Israelite, black Hebrew Israelite. Every black Hebrew Israelite is a pseudo. If they claim in a bloodline, they're a pseudo. Now, if you claim it on a spiritual tip, and that's just the culture that you chose to cling to, that's on you, man. You know what I mean? I ain't not.
There you go.
But these guys out here,
bro, you're not finna straw man me into his argument.
What you mean straw man you? I ain't asked you to say Yahweh. Ain't nobody asked for that.
You not finna. It's in the Sefer, so it's a translation.
He came back mad.
It's a translation that's in the Sefer. Now I don't know the text, but it's a.
Wait, so you don't know the text, but you go ask me, but you asking me about it, but you don't even know about it. But you asking me, but you can't even show the text.
In the text. Listen, bro, stop trying to spin a narrative.
Don't get angry at me and begin to raise your voice.
No, deal with the argument that I. No, hold on. Deal with the argument that I have. Don't try to make me.
I'm dealing with the argument. You said who is Yahweh? I said chapter and verse. You can't find it.
Yeah, you can't. You can't deal with me.
What's your argument? Hold on. What's your argument?
Deal with yourself.
That's why you can't deal with me.
What's your argument? Go ahead.
My argument is against whatever y'all talking about, bro. Everything is heavily attested already. So the thing that you finding in the archaeological record, because of the Israelites, has been in captivity to other nations. You're finding things from the other nations mentioning Israel. So and this is when Israel was in idolatry. So you're basing that off of trying to make that a specific worship that they were doing. When the Torah specifically,
he lying on me. He lying on me, y'all. He misrepresenting me.
Not to worship idols.
So he misrepresented me.
Capone.
I ain't even say nothing about you. I didn't say nothing about you, bro. If you want smoke, bro, just say it. Stop doing all this, bro. I can't fight for Piitbull.
Why you crashing out, though? Why you losing it, though?
Wait, Capone.
I'm not losing it because when I bring the scholarship, y'all run from it.
I see you just was crashing out 30 seconds ago. That's why I came up here.
Oh, you came up here to troll.
Hey, Capone.
I ain't gonna troll you.
Go ahead. I can hear you, Dunedin. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Hey,
bro.
we got Gideon and Capone on. I'm gonna kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Come on, let's do it.
Go ahead. Benny, I can hear. Hold on. Okay. Benny, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I got you.
All right, hold on. Before you go, Benny.
Yes, sir. Go ahead,
bro.
Always jumping in, man.
I just want to ask you a question.
This nigga humble, man. He always jumping in, bro.
Good thing Benny's not headline because he didn't showed up. But yeah.
This classic, Capone. You know this classic too.
Hey, Gideon.
I'm gonna get that scripture for you, Ashe. My phone is just dead right now.
Go ahead. Ask your question, Benny. Hey, can somebody get this up on the screen?
Hey, Gideon, don't do it, bro. I got a free weekend, bro. I embarrassed you this weekend. Don't I got
Hey,
a free
all I'm
weekend? But
saying, bro,
no,
every time you had a flyer up, you was a no call, no show. But when it be open panels, you just hop up and be like a vulture and get the scraps. But go ahead, bro.
yeah, I can easily explain that. I mean, I got a life, but and shit and stuff happens. But anyway,
Yeah, real deal. If something
no,
bad,
no, hey,
if you had
Gideon,
emergency,
hold on.
yeah, it's all good. But three
Okay,
times in a row, goddamn.
I got you. Hold on. Before let me get Gideon out the way now because he done got me hyped. Listen, Gideon, you run every single time, so you should not be talking, brother. Hey,
Bro,
Gideon,
I was
Gideon,
waiting for the link. I
we
never
can do
got the link.
something. We can do something right now. I'm always ready, Gideon. We can do something
Like
right
I
now.
said,
You
bro,
want to do something right now?
you popped up and you
Damn,
go, yeah,
man,
you
I wanted
did.
that smoke.
Well, I'm saying we can do something right now. I want smoke all weekend, bro. It's my
Yeah,
I'm free this weekend.
Y'all,
let's
y'all
do it.
got a debate scheduled, man. Just
Yeah, but we
What's wrong with
I
the
know
tournament,
Eric,
bro?
All right,
but he
okay.
hold
should
on,
Man, you
never
hold
got
on,
it.
did.
hold
What's
on.
that date, man?
Let me see
Real
what the
fast. This
date
ain't gonna
is.
be
Thank you,
long. This ain't
A1.
gonna be long.
Appreciate
I
it, bro.
promise
Y'all
Hey,
keep
y'all.
y'all
slow
keep
clap.
Real fast,
hold on,
real
hold on,
fast. Let me
hold
get
on,
this in here. One mic.
I'm a
bro.
This ain't gonna
Y'all
be
keep
long. I promise y'all, right?
giving them time
So,
to
so
to go
boxing,
and
you know what
research
that's
some
called when you fight before the fight in
Hold on one
boxing.
second. Hold on, Capone. Hold on, Capone. So Capone
y'all giving
said
too
there
much
was
time.
a deity in this in the Sefer called Yahweh,
I'm pulling
right?
up the script. I'm charging up my
And it
phone right
says
now.
there is no separate deity called Yahweh. Instead, Yah and Yahweh are both names used for the same God in the Hebrew Bible.
Yep.
So you
Yeah.
won't find
So
Yahweh.
but I wasn't
So
differentiating them.
once again,
Hold
go
on.
back to the
So
many
that's the
Yahwehs.
so let's point that out. I wasn't showing no I wasn't showing that they was distinct. I was saying
Let me
I
ask my
asked you
question.
who was it. All you had to say was it's Yahweh.
Let me
That's
ask my
it.
question, Capone.
We don't have to go through all these
But
loops.
that
But
phrase don't
that
appear,
name is
Yahweh.
Hey, Capone, can I
Right.
ask my
You
question
see
real
how he
quick?
tried to dance around like he
Yeah, he
wasn't trying to
weird.
say we was gonna
He
find
weird.
that
He a
phrase.
scammer.
And then he trying to say the phrase was in the
no,
Sefer.
but somebody could see that and they could say, "Oh, this is a different version of Yahweh." And I'm saying that's probably what because I
And
know
that
he
would be
reads the
pseudo.
Sefer. I know he reads the Sefer, so that's why I brought that up.
You don't know what
Hey,
that
Capone.
man read.
Hey, Capone, I got you. I'm gonna ask this question. I'm just asking a question.
Go
You
ahead.
said that the Bible says that they go into idolatry. The Bible says that. So what? So what?
So what?
It's a sin against the God
How
of
how does
Israel
that prove anything? How does that prove anything?
because
Like
that's a sin.
in the actual academic conversation, right? Because
Mm.
y'all get this shit real
Go ahead.
twisted.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry,
Go
pardon my
ahead.
language, A1.
No, it's all
I'm,
good.
y'all get this real twisted. The Bible says that they went into idolatry. That's fine.
hmm
So what? What does that actually prove?
Nothing.
So that proves that that you're gonna find worship of other things of material things
No,
like
it
these
proves that
idols that we are unearthing.
it proves that
That,
you're dogmatic. That's what it proves, bro. It proves that you and Gideon are dogmatic in your approach to the text. You already operate under the assumption that these people understood this in the first place. And that is where y'all gonna fail. So that's why I said, Gideon, we can do this right now. Not a
so
debate. Now I got it for man. I can do any type of debate with Gideon, but
hold
Now,
on,
we can
now,
do something right
listen.
now.
hold on. So you saying that they didn't understand it? Why wouldn't they
Capone,
not understand it?
Yeah, that doesn't
Capone,
make sense.
I'm about
Capone,
to pull off. I think I
bro.
heard enough pseudoisms for the night.
No, I'm
Um,
asking him a question.
no, no,
So
no, I'm no, no, no. I'm
why
just letting
you
the brothers know. I'm just letting the
why are
brothers know.
you
I'm just letting
why
the brothers know,
hold
man.
on,
I'm just making my departation, man. I
why
can't
are you
depart. I can't
assuming
depart in peace.
Hold
Man,
on, Capone. Hold on,
He about to
Capone.
depart.
Hold on,
he's
Capone.
always
let,
Go
let
holding
ahead,
me
on?
I
depart,
say.
nigga.
Go
Uh,
ahead.
yeah, man.
How you gonna call out every Hebrew and then run? I mean, leave.
Go
But
ahead.
go ahead, have a good
You
business.
here for me? You here for me?
Hey, bro, that's all. I pull up on the chat. I hear you calling
There
out
you go.
every Hebrew.
Oh, you here for me?
You crashing out and all that. So yeah, I hopped
What you
on
got
the
for me?
list.
What
Yeah,
you got for me before I go? I'll
Yo,
give you some time. What you got for me?
slow down,
Gideon,
Tito. They got like three other
Gideon think he's
conversations
slick.
going on.
No,
Gideon think he's
but
slick,
hold on,
bro.
wait. But this was respectfully, this was my result show.
Right, right.
So
And
so so
respectfully, I came on
That's
after
so
you
what
off
you
of the
got? So
channel.
what you
So
got? So you
what is
say
what
you in
is your
opposition
channel?
with me? What's up?
What is your challenge? You made the challenge.
What you mean challenge?
He's saying you're a fake Hebrew. That's what he's saying.
You are not a real Israelite. You are not from the Levantine area. You are not from Mesopotamia. You are most likely you are from Africa. You are an African man. You are a black man, African American man. You are not a Hebrew Israelite. You are not. Your genetics will not show that. There is not no mass of people that look like me and you coming out of that region. Abraham is from Mesopotamia. I'm guarantee you cannot show that you're Mesopotamian, brother. That's a made up bloodline that you guys are attaching yourselves to. That so if you want to go on that African Americans, let's have that debate. That African Americans are not the people that were in the Exodus story.
I actually got a debate on a second about that, bro. So once I beat the sleeves off him, bro, I'm gonna be looking for another topic. But what's funny to me is whenever y'all say all that, the first thing y'all go with is DNA. And that shows to me y'all have no idea what you're talking about because
we can do archaeology and stuff.
DNA cannot qualify nor disqualify the argument because there is no specific Israelite DNA. So Ben Eden, like I said, bro, you jumped up, you hopped up, you was hoping nobody else will pop up. But yeah, I'm here, bro.
Oh yeah, I'm going. Man, thank you, A1 man, for presenting this, man. Thank you, A1 man.
Hey, I'm talking to you too, I say. I'm talking to you too, I say.
I'm gonna get in, man. Catch me at Rhetoric, bro. Thank you, Titans Debate League, man. Once again, man. All the black Hebrew Israelites in pseudo, if they claiming a bloodline, man. Shout out Ben Eaton. Shout out my brother Al. Shout out Humble Mystic, man. Shout out Capone pseudo. And shout out Gideon pseudo. And the king of the pseudos, Piitbull 144. It's been great.
I suggest you read some history. I say.
Hey, man.
I guess you better.
That's so weak, bro. Go ahead, Ben.
Hey, Capone, stop saying scholarship, bro, because you upsetting me, bro. You really upsetting me.
But no, that's a weak argument you made, Benny.
You don't actually.
That the text tell on itself.
Hold on. Let me.
Hold on. Gideon and Capone. Stop, bro. Stop.
We tell you that we went into idolatry. So how you? Go ahead.
A1, we got the clock. We got 3 minutes. We got 3 minute timing. A1. Let's get everybody 3 minutes apiece when you're talking, so we won't even have. We're gonna do it right.
Yeah.
I want to hear this because Gideon said he'll. Not Gideon. Shout out Gideon though. I didn't say what's up to you. Ben Eaton said he'll take both of y'all on. I heard you say it. Don't act like you didn't either.
I'm gonna beat him up quick. It's not even an issue. Beat him up quick. They know better. Listen. Here's the point. The point is that they are dogmatic, just from the jump. Right? They're dogmatic about their approach to the text because they believe it already, and it's just that simple. They believe the text already, and they don't do any qualifying work other than just using archaeology and scholarship, particular points of scholarship, to gloss their points. That's what Finkelstein says in one of his recent interviews. Conservative scholarship or conservative or biblical archaeology is pretty much used, or was pretty much used as a gloss for the Bible to be more substantiated. I have no issue against the Bible. I have an issue with you guys' interpretation of what the text is saying and what the authors of the text are trying to portray and what the historical analysis actually shows, bro. I already demonstrated this. I can demonstrate it right now. That's why I say
give an example.
All right, I'm about to share my screen.
Here go your first 3 minutes then.
One of y'all go. No, let them go off the rail real quick so I can pull this up.
I guess these was the slides you had locked and loaded when you dreamed you was coming on and debate me with the thumbnail saying me and you, huh? But go ahead, bro. Hope you got it fine tuned, bro. I hope you got it fine tuned, bro.
This is 7 years old. Okay. Guys. Oh wow. Watch this. Don't worry. Go ahead, get.
No, I know. Somebody better talk about that clock ready.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Ben Eaton to pull out whatever he about to show, cause
he said y'all go ahead and go first since he got to find something.
Go ahead, I'm about to pull it up. Yeah, so y'all go ahead. I'm about to actually pull it up right now.
Yeah, Ben. He
So Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead, GDN. You good?
No, pardon me. So, being needing to say that it's dogmatic and everything, it, whatever, right? What the evidence show, right? Now he say he don't have a problem with the text, but the text talks about the idolatry, right? The text talk it specifically talks about that, and it says that they sin. Sin meaning that they turned away from their God. So when you find these things in history and in the archaeological record, yeah, we hold on. Why are they coming on the other phone?
There we go. They're gonna let me rock. Cause I'm about to shut Gideon up like really good. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, you good? Go ahead.
All right, let's rock. Listen, here's the point I'm trying to make. So I'm gonna just jump all the way down. I don't even need to do all this. I'm gonna jump all the way down. Here is where we are in scholarship, right? This is really what scholars are concluding at this point, bro. It's 2026, right? So let me demonstrate this for a second. Let me see where I'm gonna start. Where I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start right here, and I keep doing this. I keep doing this. This is from T.L. Thompson, man. One of my favorite, bro. One of my favorite. And I'm gonna just read this bottom because I did this to Capone, and he obviously didn't understand, bro. Listen, in order to try to read and understand the Bible or any other text as its authors intended it to be understood or as it was understood during its formative periods, we're going to get into that. We need historical context. These will not tell us what the Bible is saying, and we will never know. We will never have a right context that will prove finally that the Bible means one thing and not the other, because this is ancient literature. Rather, we have need for context that will help us understand the Bible in the same way that we understand any literature, whether ancient or modern. That is so important to the development of the field, bro, of the field of biblical studies and archaeology, which is kind of separate and are concerned with two different things at this point. Because archaeology, as Phil Davies said, is almost entirely an anthropological discipline. It is an anthropological discipline, and this is how they teach it in schools, bro. This is how they teach it in schools. And let me go down here because this is important. Tyranny of a Construct, right? This is an article by Elizabeth A.R. Brown. Now, pay attention. Pay attention. It is widely considered one of the most influential critiques in medieval historiography. Brown argues that the term feudalism is an artificial modern construct that does not accurately describe the complex and varied realities of medieval life. What is that saying? That is saying that is telling us that as at a certain point, these fields of studies, even from their origins, was bound to always evolve, bro. The data is there whether we find it or not. That's the point. The data is there. The archaeology is there whether we find it or not. Once we understood how to scientifically apply methodology towards history, this this is inevitably the outcome. This is inevitably the outcome, right? Now let me now, what by the way, what this is saying is that you have to evaluate, or what scholars are doing are they are evaluating the history at a different from a different angle, because previously in early archaeology and early excavations and early strives to like find lost uh cultures and all of those things, it was more focused towards what the data showed were like recoverable, meaning like kings, empires, all of that, big stuff, and were not concerned with the everyday lives of the people. What are the people doing compared to what you see in like like higher elite societies? That is what changed the way that we even see ancient Israel, because what's the conversation now? Archaeology has shown that there is a distinction between what we see in the biblical text, which is obviously a polemic, which is obviously a polemic. What's his name? What's his name? Dr. Ian Young, bro. I'm doing a PowerPoint right now, just practically using his work. I can show you right now that he understands this point. Um, uh, who else? Who else? Who else? Finkelstein, um, William G. Dever. All this is the consensus of scholarship that understands this point, that when you look at archaeology and you look at the practices that is recoverable from archaeology of the people that are in these societies, like the everyday folks, right? It is quite it's naturally quite different. It's going to always be quite different from what you see in the elite societies. Now, here's the difference. Here is the difference. The difference is that we are having two different conversations. The conversation is the conversations in biblical studies, like I said, is quite different and have naturally been separating from the need or the want to kind of like have like archaeology as a like gloss for the biblical text, but to understand archaeology, understand cultures on its own through archaeology, on its own. Not and then could we kind of mix that or work that in with what we understand with textual criticism, new biblical text criticism. That is the difference. But when you look at the data of ancient Israel and Judah, it is obviously what does what's her name? What's her name? She's right here. Francesca Staracapullo. What does she say? As a rule, ancient Near Eastern religion were polytheistic, and the religions of Judah and Israel were no exception to this rule. Right? What does Christopher Ralston say? Right? Ralston epigraphy, probably the number one epigrapher of Semitic languages in the world. What does he say? During antiquity, polytheism was the norm in ancient Mesopotamia, Syria, Lebanon, and Egypt. That is the nature of these societies in the past, but you cannot allow these people to have their culture, bro. What you see in the Bible is a different conversation. We are having a different conversation. And I'm trying to not to go into that too deep because that is a different conversation. But if we are to approach this conversation through the archaeological data, what is the consensus? The overwhelming consensus, and this is from Abraham Falls. Abraham Falls wrote the book Israel Ethnogenesis, and he actually kind of agrees with like the idea that maybe a small population of something like it's a deep dive, but he collects a list of articles. What does he say? The various expressions of Israelite religion or the religious expressions in the kingdom of Israel and Judah cannot be divorced from their background. You have to understand the culture within the cultural context. The cultural context is the context of the ancient Near East, bro. This is the historical context. A number of papers examined the regions of Israel's neighbors, providing a context within which Israelite practices can be examined and with which they can be compared and contrast. This is the methodology that is used today, bro. It's an anthropological interdisciplinary methodology. And from that, right, applying social sciences, applying all of these other methodologies, and from that, we can glean a better understanding of not only ancient Israel and Judah, but what is going on in the Bible, which is later. It's later and y'all don't understand this. That's my point.
It could be later.
Now hold on. Hold on. Now I'm about to go
Yeah,
in.
which one of us gonna tear this apart first? You go ahead, GDN. Go
No,
ahead.
y'all, wow. It is like a cognitive dissonance type thing, bro. That this is the consensus of scholarship, bro. It's not even an argument of whether if it's not, bro. This is just how the methodology has evolved. Let me give you an example. I'm gonna give you another example, bro. Paula Fredrickson, bro. Paula Fredrickson has a book called Lost Christianity. The first 400 years. It's the black book. I call it my black book. Let me find it real quick. Hold on. It's right here. I'm going to put it on the screen. It's my black book. Right now, in this book,
Man, bro, this is crazy.
can you hear me? My bad. I toned down. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Listen. Paula Fredrickson discusses Judaism, and this is the evolving discussion, not even Judaism, Christianity. You remember Dr. Bart Ehrman wrote a book, what? Lost Christianities, plural, because the misconception is that what? Christianity was understood traditionally by its orthodoxy. But when you start to understand the historical development of Christianity, you understand that it's not one like Christianity. It's different types of Christianities. It's the same thing with early Judaism, bro. And this is what Jonathan Adler is talking about, right? I wish I can share this, bro. But y'all going to keep talking.
But
Y'all
bro,
going to keep running
nobody
y'all
is
mouth, bro.
running away from that. Nobody is
Yes,
running
you
away from that.
are. Stop,
The
bro.
text,
Stop.
hold
Yes,
on,
you
bro.
Well,
are.
we pretty much.
You
I
already
know. I agree with pretty much everything except for a few
right.
things. But go ahead, GDN, bro, because that's
Nobody is
what he's
running away
trying to
from
do,
that.
bro. He's trying to.
The
It's
text
like a
actually.
bougie. He's
Hold
trying
on.
to.
The text
Look how they
in
spazzing out. That's how I know I did good.
no. Listen, nobody is running away from that. The text identifies that, right? It not only do it identify that, it talks about how they went astray, right? Even in the historian Josephus, who was a Jew, right, who was an Israelite, right? He even writes it in his Antiquity of the Jews, in his other works, War of the Jews, in the against Atheon, which is a polemic against Atheon, right? He was combating him, but this is all addressed, right?
All right, you
So
don't know what
now,
you're talking about. Come on, let me play this. Let me play this real quick, bro.
see,
Y'all,
now
y'all
you
just gotta listen, bro.
always trying to cut me.
Cause
I always
you're
get
not saying
cut.
nothing. You're not saying nothing.
Every time I'm making a point, I always get caught. Look, all I'm
You don't
saying
even
is
know that you're not
that
making a point, bro. You're not making a point.
all
You
I'm
just
saying
But
is
you still
the
gotta let
only
him finish, though, man.
all I'm
Until he
saying
finish, like
is
we
all right,
let you
bro.
finish.
I'm kind of sick of y'all, bro.
Well, I
All
didn't
that,
even
no,
say
all that.
nothing, bro.
debate
But
it then,
Look,
bro. Listen,
I'm
all
kind
I'm
of sick of
saying
y'all at this point.
is that all I'm saying is that the polytheistic, that's a part of their idolatry. This is what
No,
the
it's
text
not,
says. This is
Capone.
what the
That's your problem.
historians.
That's why I
This is
said, bro. Y'all
this
just
is what the
wow.
historians call idolatry, and it's very
Who?
specific about what the
Who?
idolatry that they was doing, the customs, the practice that they was doing, the practices of
You're
the
a
other
liar.
people, the other nations.
Scam.
It's very specific, right?
Y'all
So
scamming,
now
bro.
once again, when the archaeologists see these things, you can't base a conclusion just off of an archaeological find, right? They have to also rely on the
What?
text.
Capone, when did I say that they don't rely on the text? It's how you rely, it's how they are using the textual material, bro. Listen, let me just play this because you
But
just
listen, so my
y'all
point,
frustrate me so
hold on,
much.
let me make
Nah,
this
bro, let me
point.
play
So
this, bro.
when y'all
Let
brought
me
up
play Dr. Ian
Jeroboam
Young.
and
Nobody
setting
want to
up the
listen to me.
bulls, when y'all brought up Jeroboam setting up the
I
bulls,
didn't
one
bring
in
up nothing.
Dan and one in Bethel, right? So the text explains, in Josephus explains how that went down, it very detailed, very descriptively,
Why are
right?
you using Joe? Why do you keep using Josephus, bro? When did Josephus write? When did
In
Josephus
the
write?
first
Let me ask you
century,
that. When he
in the first
no, I don't
century.
care what you're talking about then. So let me play Dr. Ian Young, who is a
But you
professor.
can't.
I don't want to listen to you, bro.
But you going to these scholars who are in the 20th century.
Well, what scholars are you talking about? Because this is the consensus, bro. What are you? This is what I'm saying. Y'all are so detached, bro. Y'all are so detached
No.
from what's
But
actually
hold
going
on.
on in
But hold on.
scholarship that
But
y'all
Ben
get to
E,
make up anything y'all
you
want,
act
bro.
like
Let me just play it, bro. Let me
these
just play it.
scholars. But look, you act like these scholars, like some, they probably they have agendas.
Oh my
They have their
gosh, bro.
own
You got to do
beliefs
this shit
as
again, bro.
well. So they have their own
I
church
don't
hurt
care for
as
your
well.
conspiracy, bro. I don't care for your
Is
conspiracy,
it?
bro. Let me just
Bro,
play this. I don't care for
you
your
can call it
conspiracy,
a
bro.
conspiracy or whatever. Listen, in the text, it talks about a conspiracy. So
Bro, I don't
when
care
you
about
have
your
these people
conspiracy
doing these
about
things,
people being
it's no.
anti-Bible.
Hold on. Is no wonder why they're saying these things. They're trying to erase Israel. That's what you don't understand. We understand that, so we know how to read what they're saying critically and understand. Read in between the lines, right? So now they want to take Josephus out of this. Why I'm going to Josephus? Josephus is the earliest that we have to that Bronze Age Israel community. Well, not the early, he's one of the earliest, right?
Bro, you
So,
done?
man, see, here we go.
Yeah, bro. See, this is why I miss
Here we
Dagger
go.
Squad, bro.
Every time. See, being in the
Hold
debate, you
on,
can't
Benny.
do this.
Hold on, hold on.
You
none of this
can't do
wouldn't
this
have
in
happened.
no
Let
debate.
me
You
respond
can't
after
do this in no
GPN is
debate,
finished.
Danny. I'm letting you know that right
Bro,
now.
you can let me play
You
this
will
and then you
not be able
respond.
to do this. I'm gonna have my time to speak, and you're gonna have your time to speak. And I'm
Bro, listen,
gonna flesh my points out clearly and show that
you didn't say nothing.
the criticism of these scholars that you bringing up.
Right.
Because I can
You
go
don't
to
Exactly.
even know who I'm.
theological, I can go to theological scholars that prove my point,
Right.
right?
Gosh, bro.
That's
But
why
Listen,
it's
that'll be
on
Capone.
us.
biased for me.
It's
But that'll
grown
be biased for
researchers
me, right?
to pull it out
That,
and
Y'all,
show it ourselves.
that'll be
Capone.
biased for
The
me.
fact,
Why we can't go to a person who is actually
bro.
related to the
Ian,
people?
bro, Ian Young is a Christian, bro. Let me do this, bro. You are so
But
stuck,
Christians
bro.
have
You
something
are
against
so stuck,
Jews.
bro.
You act
Bro,
like you don't
oh
understand it.
my
You act
gosh,
like you
bro.
don't
Oh my
understand
gosh, bro.
supersessionism. Do you understand? Do you
Capone,
understand what
Capone, Capone,
supersessionism is?
Capone. I hate
Where
saying
the
this, bro,
church
but please, bro,
supersedes Israel?
shut
Do you
up,
understand that?
bro.
Do you
Shut
understand what
up, bro.
supersession is?
Because
Answer the question. Do
Capone,
you understand what
you are you
supersession
are
is?
you are just
But if you
espoused,
listening, bro, whenever I can
bro.
get in, just let me know.
Let me just. I've been trying to play this
Yeah,
out.
Nah,
that's
Ben,
fine.
you
He,
said your piece,
he
bro.
don't
I'm
want to
kind of
have
waiting
no
for
back
T
and
to end.
forth.
Yo,
He don't want to
this the
have. He
I
point,
don't want
see
to
bro.
you
go
can't take
The
debate.
point is,
critique. I see
the
why
point
you
is,
didn't show up. But
what?
yeah, once GDN finished, I want to say something. Sound like he was finished. But
Yes.
All right,
everything you said, Ben Eaton,
for sure.
you made only 2 points. The first point you made was that
Yes, I did,
Israel,
bro.
the people are saying that Israel was always they started polytheistic, and the Bible comes from polytheistic origins. That was
Bro,
one point you made, and you only
no,
just
I
said it.
didn't make that
Hold on,
point.
bro. I'm still
That's
talking, bro. I'm
Ashay
still
stuff, bro.
talking, bro.
Don't
That's
don't
mighty high
misinterpret.
of you to talk to while I'm still talking, bro.
Don't
When you
misrepresent
had your
me.
chance to talk, we let you talk and just say all type of stuff that I didn't agree with. For one, you start in your position from scholars who are subjective towards the Bible. The Bible, not only the Bible, he mentioned Josephus, and you have another biblical source, which would be the book of Maccabees, that tells you and shows you continuously that we've been involved in worshiping other gods. So
Well,
instead of you taking the Bible for what it's saying at face value, you listen to other people with motives and with agendas, such as Israel Finkelstein and some others that you mentioned that I'm not familiar with, that says things. But like Gideon said, we can get scholars that say the total opposite.
no, you can. No, you can.
We have scholars that can
Who?
tell you that the nation
Who?
of Israel was
Who?
more than just a chiefdom. It was actually a kingdom. And when we be grown and look at the primary evidence, we can look at that too. For instance, when we look at the Merneptah Stela,
Oh
when
my
he
God.
mentioned the places that he destroys, I don't know if it's the Mobile Stone. I can't remember, but
Of course.
he named nations, and he named large cities. So when he mentions Israel, these is not just like a group of people because they're listed with other nations. So Ben Eaton, what you're doing, bro, is good. If you like to just like to quote bomb and all that stuff, but confront the evidence is right there in front of us.
What's
So
the evidence, bro?
the evidence is the biblical text. You
See,
say
this is what I'm.
that
All right, now
you
stop
say,
talking, bro. Stop
and
talking.
this is
Let me get it.
another thing that you said that didn't make no sense, and we agree with. You said the whole world was polytheistic. We agree with you. The Bible agrees with you. When the Most High called Israel, he didn't
Oh my.
call 1,000 people. He called one man. So if you want to be
And the
literal,
whole
it
world
was
wasn't.
one.
And they ain't even lying. Because you got Zoroastrianism. That's not polytheism. You got Akhenaten and the Aten. That's not polytheistic. See, this is what I'm saying. You act like people can't separate from someone and worship one thing as a
Right.
monotheistic
Right.
tradition.
I'm
So when
convinced y'all don't even know
The
what y'all
Qumran
saying.
cave
I'm so
community.
convinced that y'all don't even know what y'all saying. Y'all just want to argue, bro. Y'all want to fight because it's emotion. Look, listen to what you're doing. Did y'all actually say anything other than it's a conspiracy by scholars, bro? Listen,
you
it's
making points against the
listen. Hold on,
Bible,
stop, bro. Stop,
but the
stop,
Bible
stop.
No,
It's
say
not
I'm
against
showing
the
that you're
Bible.
using
Stop,
biasness
bro.
if
Oh
you're
my
not
gosh,
understanding where these scholars are coming from. You bring up
bro.
a
You
Christian
are the
because
last person to
that
tell
is
me that I
rejecting
don't know
Israel
where scholars
without
coming from.
hold
You
on
don't
without
even read
so
this.
how does
Oh my.
Christianity established if it's no Israel? Christ was an Israelite.
Oh my. Bro. This is why I miss Dagger Squad, bro. This is Garfield told me, yo, it's gonna come to a point where you just gotta say, bro, y'all,
yeah,
wow,
that's because the bed
just
got
leave him
ran
alone,
off.
bro. So let me read this, bro. Let me read shout out
People
to
like that don't last
Garfield
long, bro.
all day, Dagger
Brothers
Squad all
like
day.
that don't last long,
Listen,
bro.
let me play this. So listen,
Yeshua was
let
a
me
Jew.
let
He was
listen,
an
bro.
Israelite.
Let me let
Paul,
the audience listen to a scholar, bro. Not to y'all ranting about y'all personal emotions about
ain't nobody
someone
got
being
no
anti-Bible.
emotions, bro.
Stop, bro. Stop. Stop.
There's no
It is
emotion.
it is emotion. I'm about to tell you why it's emotion. Because you said nothing but conspiracy, bro. Talking about scholars who obviously love the text, bro. It's not an issue about someone being anti or pro Bible, bro. It's to understand the literature as any other literature, like Homer. Y'all don't do this when we talk. When listen, if I discuss with you, bro, about how scholars view the literary material of Homer, this which is obviously the same way. Eric Klein does this in his interview on the ancients. It's the same method, bro. It's the same method. But y'all don't do that if I'm going to talk about Homer. Y'all only do that when I talk about the Bible. Why? Because you
No,
already
because
have a
you're trying
bias.
to embrace
Stop, stop,
history.
stop, bro.
That's the
Okay,
only
okay,
problem that
okay.
I have.
Stop talking. Stop talking, bro. Let me
You're
play it, bro. Let me
minimalizing the
play this.
evidence. You're
Oh my
minimalizing the
god.
text to
What?
prove
Y'all not saying
your
nothing.
bias
Y'all not
and
actually
your
saying anything,
to
bro.
confront.
What are you
Listen,
actually saying? What are you
you're a
actually saying? Like, what
minimalist and
evidence
you're
are you actually talking about?
minimalizing the
Oh
text
my gosh, bro.
in the archaeological record.
Y'all keep using these terms and y'all don't understand them. Let me play this real
So
quick.
something
Stop
we've
talking.
looked at, and probably what I would lead off with first of all now would be that text critical argument. We know that our ancient texts are really, really fluid, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit later, more in general picture. But we know that the texts are not being copied exactly; they're being developed over time. So any text could be early, middle, and late at the same time because things are being added to it. But the argument is that these really minor features, like linguistic features, are being copied so exactly that what we have in our current texts are exactly and are enough of an indication to tell us what the language of the original author a few hundred years earlier. If we go to the Job example, for example, Hurwitz's argument picks on, I think, 7 linguistic features in the 749 words of the prose tale of Job or something like that. That's not very much. And so that's just a few little features of language which he says are late. Why couldn't later scribes have added them if you really think they're late? I'm not convinced that they necessarily are. That sort of whole basis of looking at the text is really difficult because you have to make the presumption that our texts in front of us have not changed, even in minor details like these linguistic forms, over many hundreds of years. But everything we know about the Hebrew Bible is that it has developed, that it was highly fluid in the BCE period. One of the things I think that surprises people when they first come to academic study of the Bible is there's not just one Bible. I mean, even if you read like the introduction to even something relatively scholarly, like the New Revised Standard Version of the Bible, they give you the impression that there's a very safe world out there. You've got for the Old Testament, you've got the Hebrew Masoretic text, and it's basically the original text of the Bible. Every so often there's a problem with it, and we'll bring the Greek translation, the Septuagint, into it, maybe a bit of Syriac here, just occasionally to fix up little blemishes in it. That's the impression given to you by the even by the introductions to our Bible translations. That's what they're doing. But in fact, we have quite different versions of most books of the Hebrew Bible, and that's below the surface for most people. But it's only when you go back and look at the ancient versions of the text that you can really see that this is not just, say, with Daniel, for example. This is with most books of the Hebrew Bible, and our evidence isn't really vast. So we would imagine that generally the more evidence we discover, the more fluidity. It's not like we discover some new evidence and that settles something. It just makes it worse. So don't discover any more evidence because it's just going to get worse. I think that if we're talking about dating of text, I think that's already an anachronistic question because, I mean, whatever was written down about Josiah's time, whatever sources they had, let's say that they had some. I don't even know if they had any sources, honestly. I'm just open to that. But even whatever was written down at that time has been copied and recopied and repurposed by scribes in later periods. And so what we have in our text from those last centuries BCE is it's a mixture of early and late. I think that's the case with the language as well. If we had any language if we had any significant language outside of the Bible for Hebrew, we might be able to know what's early and what's late in the biblical text. But it's a mixture of stuff. When I was a young scholar, I was asked to mark a thesis, which was a review, fascinating thesis, a review of scholarship on the ancient Near East around 1900. And so, viewing that, I saw that there was all these theories that everyone knew were right at that time, and these days nobody even mentions them because they're so hilariously wrong. But nevertheless, at that time, and so that led me to think, okay, how can I be a scholar and actually make an impact and not just create my sandcastle and then the next wave comes and knocks it over? So that made me think I've got to deal with real texts. And the real texts that we have are the actual physical texts like the Dead Sea Scrolls from the last centuries BCE. So when I write about text criticism, I'm willing to make guesses about what earlier versions of the text might look like, but I'm also just interested in observing the differences between the texts that we have. You know, what difference does it make to have a text that says this rather than this? And here's me talking around your question. To be honest, I know that within the Book of Kings, there's definitely some reliable evidence. For example, we can when we come across a king in Assyrian sources, it tends to match up with where we expect them to be from what we get in Kings. So there's some core of older material there. I don't think it's just all made up later. So it's earlier material. But to what extent what we have now reflects earlier material, for me is quite an open question. I've been reading a lot of stuff by Jonathan Adler and Gad Barnea and people and all sorts of people like that, and considering those questions. And I do accept that they have a point, that we come across a wall where we really can't trace our biblical traditions earlier than that. So I'm not someone, I think my inclination is not someone who just accepts that if it's in the book of Jeremiah actually said that back in I know that Jeremiah, the prophetic books in general, are literary works that are constructed to get a message across. They use, I think, genuine words of the prophet, but they add other traditions, and I can't tell the difference. Some scholars are smarter than me. They can look at a chapter and go, that half of a verse comes from Wednesday afternoon. That was Thursday morning. Years ago, I did already ask the question. One of my publications, I did ask that question that you posed earlier. What would it look like if we had something like the Dead Sea Scrolls discovery from the 5th century BCE? What would the biblical text look like at that?
Listen to what he says, bro. Pay attention.
Time. Would they be even recognizable? Which ones would exist at that time? And so here's me not answering your question, but with a lot. I always don't answer questions, but I'm entertaining on the way. So when I really don't know what we can possibly say about the historicity of something like Josiah's reform without using other, without being able to cross-reference it with other things. So there's a tendency amongst certain conservative people to think that all that matters is the historicity of the Bible. Everything has to be historical. You can't have anything that's not historical. But that's not how I read. That's not how I read the intention of the biblical authors. They will shape events and tell events in what we'd consider a non-historical way in order to make a point.
So what I'm saying is, bro, y'all don't even know what the conversations are in academia right now.
Bro, you
Y'all don't
choose to
even know,
believe that.
you don't even know, bro. Y'all so far behind on what you're reading, bro. You so stuck, bro.
Do
Y'all
you
so stuck,
understand
bro.
the
I
source
could
of
do this for
they
hours, bro. I
come
could do
from?
this for hours. Hold on.
What they
Now I'm
know,
gonna bring up
they
Young
know
Tab.
that the people that wrote that book are what we call sub-Saharan Negroes, and
Oh
they
my
refuse to concede and give the benefit to them for that. That's why they say the Egyptians are white. That's why they say the Israelites are white. So when they go inside and what they know for themselves to be true is that those people were black. So they can't accept the fact that that's a true historical narrative. And he mentioned Josiah again. Before Josiah, there were at least one king that lived without the law, and I'm quite sure it was more than one. So again, when you looking at anthropology and not going by what the Bible says specifically verbatim, then you'll look at the anthropology and say, oh, well, they were polytheistic, so that makes the biblical narrative not true. But when you read the biblical narrative, it explains it precisely. But like I say, you choose to take their position. I call that the Mary Lefkowitz position. But go ahead.
And I think Dr. Ben took her off. But
Yeah, he destroyed her. That's when I'm listening to him talk. I wish I remember the guy name, but it was Mary Lefkowitz and some other European guy, and Dr. Clark and Martin Burnell tore them apart, man.
listen. They already lost, bro. This is for the audience, bro. I'm doing this for the audience, so so the audience can understand what the conversations has been in academic circles for the past 40 to 50 years, bro. This is listen, man. Let me do this, bro. Shout out to Garfield, man. This is my big brother. Let me start from here. Let me start from here. This is Dr. Collins, bro. Just
Before
listen.
the Babylonians came to town, Judah was a small kingdom, a small, very small local kingdom. It would probably be more accurate to describe it as a chiefdom. And, it had its king, it had its temple, it had its customs. They had some affinity with the neighbors up the road in Samaria, in the Israelites. But then the Israelites had gotten wiped away by the Assyrians.
Hold on. I'm gonna jump a little bit.
Oops, the people actually had a scroll with the law on it. And said we should be allowed to live by our own law, because this was Persian policy. I mean, even if it wasn't a formal law, people were allowed to live by their own traditions and their own customs. But the point that concerns me is that when he shows up and reads this law to the people, it sounds like none of them ever heard it before. Like there's a festival, tabernacle, Sukkot. Oops, they didn't know about that. Well, let's go cut down some branches and make tents and have a celebration. And in fact, in the other literature that we have that's datable to the Persian or the early Hellenistic period, you can get books that are quite recognizably Jewish that don't mention the law of Moses at all. For example, the book of Proverbs. Even Koheleth probably alludes to a bit of Genesis, but he's not citing the Torah. We have documents, I don't know if we could count those among the recent finds, but they're more than 100 years old now, from Elephantina in the south of Egypt. These were people who identified as Judeans, no sign of the law of Moses, except that somebody sends them instructions on when they should be keeping the dates for the festival of unleavened bread. Somebody was trying to bring them into line. But instead, they had their own thing, and they were even making offerings to a goddess named Anat-Yahu. The Ptolemies are mainly concerned to collect taxes, maybe pick up people to sell as slaves, but it's commercial. But then the Seleucids come in. And this is now just after 200 BC. the Syrians. So these are the Greek kings of Syria. And the problem that the Seleucids ran into was Rome. They clashed with Rome, and they ended up paying big tribute to Rome. That meant they were under pressure to raise funds. One of the places where you could find funds that weren't being used were temples. And we have some papyri or inscriptions now that relate to this, the attempt of the Syrians to collect funds from temples. Antiochus goes off to fight in Egypt, to invade Egypt, and a rumor spreads that he was killed. And now, I should say, he had ousted the legitimate high priest, the traditional high priest, replaced him with a man named Jason, and then he replaced Jason with a man named Menelaus who offered him more money. And so Jason and Menelaus start to fight. And the king thinks that Judea is in revolt. And he says, well, you want to rebel, you don't exist anymore. You may no longer live by your ancestral laws. And this, I think, is what sparks the Maccabean revolt. It wasn't the case that Antiochus Epiphanes wanted to unify all his kingdom as First Maccabees claims. Mm-hmm. And we know that is not true. Because, in fact, at one point he celebrated the diversity of his empire. And it wasn't the case that there was a violent clash between Greek values and Judean values. The Jews managed to live just fine with Greek. And later on, when the Maccabees come to power and their descendants, the Hasmoneans, become quite Hellenized. Swimming pools, banquets, bring it on. So evidently, it wasn't quite a finished product even then. So, but, before Ezra, you just don't have a book of the Torah. Now, presumably what he had corresponded more or less to what has come down to us. That question will be complicated considerably by the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is the point at which we actually get evidence as to what texts were in circulation. And then it's after this, when the Maccabees and their successors, the Hasmoneans, come to power, then you suddenly get these ritual pools with steps for purification appearing all over the country. You begin to get texts like the Book of Jubilees that are very concerned about the fine points of the law. And you begin to get, sectarianism, the division of parties who disagree over the fine points of the law.
Listen. Hold on. Listen to what he says. I'm about to hold on, bro. I'm about to body y'all so bad y'all don't even realize it. Listen to what he says.
mentioned Jubilees, bro. That's pseudo picture.
Bro, stop talking. Stop talking.
The 8 or 9 the law, and you begin to get sectarianism, the division of parties who disagree over the fine points of the law. I mentioned, I wrote a book on this stuff maybe 8 or 9 years ago. And then after that, a young Israeli scholar, Jonathan Adler, came along, just working from the archaeology with the same thesis, basically.
Well, do you know what that means? Listen, Jonathan Adler is an archaeologist, right? He has the same theses, strictly from the archaeological perspective, bro. That is the scientific method, bro. Listen now. Let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all this. So hold on. Let me preface it with this wonderful interview that Garfield did with Hindi.
I'm not sure if I'm being clear enough in the corrective, but I'm also showing you another pathway with respect to the history of scholarship. And I too was trained in that tradition at Harvard with.
God damn it. Sorry.
But I'm also showing you another pathway with respect to the history of scholarship. And I too was trained in that tradition at Harvard with, the ancient Israelite history. And I've come to think and rethink theories of settlement and really ask questions about what are the questions we're asking the text and why are we asking these questions? And what did the text actually give us as answers? And are we being faithful to the text that we read? And I don't only mean it in a religious way, I mean it in an honest way. Can we use the measure of facts? Are we trying to get at facts or the earliest texts? And is this actually the way the texts were disseminated and given to us to read and to think?
It's amazing. Now listen to Jonathan Adler, who approaches this point through the archaeology, right? This is the scientific method applied to the historical rigors, bro. Listen.
Let's unpack what the term Yahwism means. It's not a term that would have been used by anyone in ancient times. Judaism does appear in ancient sources. Yahwism certainly doesn't. So, what do we mean when we use that term? When we talk about ancient Jews, and it's important for me to make this clear, there were Jews before there was Judaism. Okay, again, if Judaism means the observance of Torah on a wide scale basis and the way of life governed by Torah law, we can have Jews, and
that's the definition he used in his book, by the way. That's the definition he used in his book. But I'm gonna love you.
Let's observance of Torah on a wide scale basis and the way of life governed by Torah law.
It's a good definition.
We can have Jews, and we do have Jews that don't have that their lives are not governed by the laws of the Torah. Jews, or the name Jews appears, Judeans appears already in the 8th century before the Common Era, and presumably the term was being used, even though we don't have evidence for it, for some time before that. The earliest written sources we have are from the Assyrian sources that refer to Hezekiah, the Judean. So there certainly were a people who called themselves and were called by others Judeans. That's there's no question about that. That says nothing about what their beliefs were and what their practices were. You have Judeans that presumably had some kind of Judean culture, just like Syrians had Syrian culture, and Egyptians had Egyptian culture, and Greeks had Greek culture, and so on and so forth. So that says nothing about any kind of Judaism. Okay, so it's very important to make it clear that there's this distinction between having Judeans and having Judaism. Every group has its culture. Now, one part of that culture that we can talk about is what today we would call religion. So let's say a belief system and practices that surround that. We know from even the 9th century, before the Common Era, that Judeans and Israelites as well in the Northern Kingdom, but we're going to be focusing on the Judeans, have a belief in their own God, the God that's spelled YHWH, right? So pronounced by scholars today as Yahweh. We don't really know exactly how it was pronounced in the past. We find this Judean God mentioned in the Meshastil already in the 9th century before the Common Era. And around this time, we begin to see, when we have the first names of Judeans that appear in the written record, we see this name appearing as a theophoric element in Judean names. And so we begin to see names like this which appear in the written record. And it's clear that this is the national God of the Judeans. And as a result, scholars begin to speak of something called Yahwism, which refers to some kind of belief and practice system which centers on the Judean God. And the idea is to distinguish this from Judaism, which we only see later on. So the question that interests me is, how can we characterize this Yahwism in the period before we have Judaism? Scholars have spoken about the Yahwism in the Iron Age and in the Persian period. And especially recently, scholars have been talking about Yahwism in the Persian period as well, which is something which perhaps in the past hasn't been what the way scholars have been thinking about the Persian period. In the past, scholars have thought of Judaism already in the Persian period. More recently, scholars have recognized that actually the Persian period is in many ways a continuation of what we have in the Iron Age, and that we should still be talking about Yahwism in the Persian period.
Come on.
What I
Last
do in
one.
the book,
I'm gonna run it.
very briefly,
Let's
is
go.
as follows. The methodology that I use is this. I take a period of time from which we have ample evidence that there was what I'm calling here Judaism, the Judean way of life governed by Torah law. That's the working definition I'm using here for Judaism. Throughout the book, I show that the first century of the Common Era is a period of time when we have ample evidence, both textual and archaeological, which indicate that ordinary Judeans, the masses, the farmers, the homemakers, the craftsmen, were keeping the rules of the Torah. They regarded the rules, they knew about the Torah, they regarded these rules as authoritative, and they were putting them into practice. So I take the first century of the Common Era as the baseline. I then go backwards in time, looking for evidence for this, for something like this, for ordinary Judeans knowing that the Torah exists and putting it into practice. So I go backwards to the first century before the Common Era, the second century before the Common Era, the third century before the Common Era, the fourth century, looking for where the trail of evidence ends. Where the trail of evidence ends serves as a terminus ante quem for the emergence of Judaism. When I speak of evidence, I mean both textual sources and archaeological evidence. But I'm looking for any kind of evidence that we have for mass observance of the Torah. To cut to the chase, the earliest evidence we have for any of these practices, and the synagogue as well, is the middle of the second century before the Common Era, right? The Hasmonean period. There's no evidence that ordinary Judeans, the masses, there's zero evidence that has survived that this was in existence prior to this middle of the second century before the Common Era. In the last chapter, I then ask the question, okay, so that is our terminus ante quem, meaning we have no evidence before this. Is it possible that we just don't have evidence? Evidence simply hasn't survived from all of those centuries before the Hasmonean period, but people actually were keeping the rules, let's say, since the Persian period. And what I do there is I then look at contextual evidence. One point which probably nobody here has come into contact with, fish remains, right? So we have in the Pentateuch a prohibition against eating any kind of aquatic species which lack fins and scales. And last year, 2021, I published an article together with Professor Omri Lernow from Haifa University, who is the fish expert here in Israel. So he does fish. He is the person that does fish here. He looks at ancient fish bones, identifies them, and he has identified 100 or 200,000 fish bones over the course of the last 30 years or so, 40 years. I worked together with him on his database to identify when we have evidence that Judeans are refraining from eating prohibited fish. To cut to the chase and to make a long story short, we have evidence throughout the Iron Age and the Persian period that Judeans in Judea, Judean sites, are eating catfish, shark, and rays. So we have this negative evidence of Judeans eating prohibited species in the Persian period. I'll just take one more example, figural art. So when we get to the Hasmonean period, we have an abundance of evidence that Judeans were refraining from depicting humans and animals. This is particularly clear in all kinds of artwork. This is particularly clear on the coins. Because coins, as we all know, what do you put on the coin? The portrait of the ruler. And from the times of the Hasmoneans and onward, instead of an actual portrait, a graphic portrait, we have what I would call a textual portrait. So we have the title and the name of the Hasmonean ruler. When we go backwards in time, so when we go to the 3rd century before the Common Era and the 4th century before the Common Era, every single coin minted by Judeans depicted humans, animals, gods, divine attributes like the owl of Athena. And we have this on Judean coins that have names of Judean rulers, the Chizkiah Pecha. This one I think is most telling, Yochanan HaKohen. So this is a Judean coin with the name of the Judean high priest, Yochanan, minted on it. And in the center, we have the owl of Athena. So all of this would go against the notion of a commonly practiced Judaism, of a commonly known and practiced Torah. The question is then, okay, so if Judaism doesn't seem to have likely emerged in the Persian period, when then did the Torah first become well known and regarded as authoritative by the masses?
I'm done. I listen for the audience. I will never listen to them. I'm going to continue to listen to what the scholars are saying and what the conversations are in 2026 in a ever evolving fields of discipline, bro. It's a change in perspective, a natural change in perspective, and the domino effect that this has all throughout any other field. It's just applying a scientific method to history. And what do you get out of that, bro? It's just what do you get out of that? What do we see? What are we looking at? And what becomes as Philip Davis say, history is just a sense of what is probable. What are we based on the data? What can we conclude based on the data, bro? And we have to be realistic about it. Not spooky, but realistic about what people are doing in the past, bro. These are people. These are people
No,
whose social lives are just as complex as ours, bro. And we'd like to detach ourselves from understanding how ancient people probably think and perform, bro. Like it's simple to
no,
me. It's very
no,
simple to me.
no.
So
Nobody is being
I'm going to
spooky.
continue to I'm
You
going to
are
continue
arguing that
to
it wasn't a
source the
unified.
scholarship. Hold on, Capone. I'm about to land, bro. I'm gonna continue to do this, and I'm gonna let y'all spaz because look at the chat and look at what they doing.
Yeah. So yeah, nobody is arguing. Nobody is saying anything spooky. What you're
No,
doing, you're minimalizing the textual evidence in the archaeological record. These are minimalists who you went to. Everybody that you went to, these are minimalists. Even the
no, you're not.
Christian dude. This is it's a whole argument against them. What are you talking about?
Okay, well. What's the argument? Let's do it, Capone. See, this is what pisses me off about y'all, bro. This is what
This
pisses me off about y'all. Y'all get to say stuff like that, but never demonstrate it. Am I bugging? Is it just me, or am I the only one who's actually demonstrating my points, my views based on what I'm
yeah,
reading, bro? That's
that's
it.
fine. That's
So
fine.
listen. So you demonstrate it. Stop just saying scholars. Stop just saying the archaeological record. Stop just saying data, and actually demonstrate what what we're
I,
talking
I,
about, bro.
I
What are you talking
demonstrated
about?
plenty of
Demonstrate it.
times.
Let's do it.
I
Do it right
demonstrated
now.
plenty of times before, right?
Do it right
I'm not
now.
on the laptop like you are right now,
Yeah,
so
I'm sick of
I'm
y'all,
not going
bro.
to be
I'm
able
sick
to
of y'all
do
when y'all
that.
do this.
So,
Just stay out my
but
lane. Stay out my lane.
in
That's
the actual presentation, which I will be doing, I will be putting. I do have some presentations that I'm going to be putting out, right? Stuff that I did before, stuff that I researched, right? That goes along with the textual evidence in the archaeological record that you can't deny, right?
yeah,
So
whatever. Hey, shout out to
I
Garfield,
will
man.
be I will be
20
bringing
for
those
20
things
for
out.
20.
And bro, you just
20
went
for
for
20, bro.
over. We just let you go for 30.
You're
My
not
lights
saying
went
nothing,
out,
Capone.
bro. My
You
lights
ain't
went
saying
out
nothing,
and it came back on, bro. What did you, come on.
Capone. You ain't saying nothing, bro. So I'm gonna just keep talking. Listen, shout out to
No, no,
Garfield,
I'm not
20 for
saying
20.
that. But we just
Interviewing
listened
the
to your
scholars,
whole
bro.
video.
Bringing them to the
You
community,
see, you
actually giving
scared.
good
You
scholarship.
scared.
That's it.
Just say
Shut
I'm
up.
scared of Capone. I'm
And y'all ain't
scared.
appreciate him when he was doing
I'm
it.
scared of
So
Capone.
I'm gonna
Just
keep
say that.
beating y'all
Just
head
say
in.
that. Just say that, bro. When these minimalists, they get
Dagger
pushback
Squad, baby.
all the time from their peers.
Demonstrate it. I'm not listening to nothing you saying until you demonstrate. I'm done listening to y'all, bro. Because I'll be sitting back and
I
chilling.
can demonstrate it.
No, just tell me who, what scholar, what archaeological data, what. Like you
Oh,
should
so
know
you
this by
want to
now,
know
bro. You
who?
should know this
Okay,
by
well,
now.
let's start with
So
Kenneth
come
A.
on.
Kitchen, right? Let's start with
Yeah,
Kenneth A. Kitchen because
I'm
you
done.
said 40
I'm
to
done.
50 years. You said 40, 50 years. Let's start with Kenneth A. Kitchen, right?
What's the latest thing that Kenneth Kitchen broke?
No, you said from the 40. You said 40 to 50 years.
Y'all really don't be reading these scouts.
He
Y'all
said 40.
pretend. Y'all pretend.
Bro, A1. Didn't he say modern scholarship from the past
Okay.
40 to 50 years?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, so I said Kenneth A. Kitchen.
All right, what he said?
I'm just from the list them. William G. Dabbers.
All right, what did William G. Davis say? I got him right here.
So Joseph Garfinkel, right? He say his excavation at Quebec Cathedral directly challenged the minimalist claim that a 10th century BCE Judea was a primitive tribal society with no centralized state of king. So
straw man, bro. That's not even a point that I even made, but you just saying things.
Yes, you did make that. You said that it was that it was small and it wasn't a kingdom. His excavation says it was.
A small kingdom.
Now I'm gonna go to somebody else, right? How you say his name? Mihai Melzar, right? He's an archaeologist, and he excavated. He said he occupies a firm middle ground, arguing why the biblical accounts are stylized. They contain historical memories of the 10th century and the United Monarchy. This is one of your points being defeated.
Bro? That's not my point. What are you talking about?
You taking a minimalist position. What don't you understand about that?
What's a minimalist, Capone? Tell me. What's a minimalist?
A minimalist, you minimalize the text from the original narrative that the text is saying, or the dogma, right? You minimalize that to archaeological findings with no textual backing, right? With no disregarding the textual evidence that we have. That's what you're doing. The textual evidence, and if you're not, the textual evidence says that it was a divinic dynasty, right? And it was a kingdom in Israel, in Jerusalem.
Bro, that is a straw man argument. Who is arguing that, bro?
Hold on. But listen, all of the scholars that you brought up are saying otherwise. They're saying no, it was just a.
And what? What are they saying?
It was a small chieftain. It was Israel and it was Judah. See, what was one of his other quotes? That the idea of it being unified is completely in error. Or some he said that it's foolish, that it's false.
I'm gonna share my screen. I'm about to beat you up real bad.
See, here you go. Go and share your screen every time. This is what Garfield do, right? When you bring a point out, and this is how I know you exactly is a protege of Garfield. Because when you bring a point out, then you want to ask questions. Now you want to ask questions. After we sat through this whole seminar that you had, this amalgamation of these minimalist scholars. Right? When the centralists in the apologetics, the theological scholars, they argue against this whole notion of what these minimalists is their position, that Israel was never a unified dynasty. It was almost that it wasn't even it never existed. Almost that's basically what they're saying. They're minimalizing it. When the text don't say that, the historians don't say that, and it's debated what you're talking about. So yes, you can pull up people that agree, and you can go and get somebody like, oh, this is a Christian, but you got to understand from a Christian standpoint,
I don't care if you're Christian
agree with Israel. The Christians.
What are you talking about, bro?
Bro,
what are you actually talking about? What do you think about what you're saying right now, bro? And tell me if. Am I bugging, bro? What are you saying? What are you actually saying, bro?
You're taking a minimalist position. How many times I'm going to say that?
Bro, who is a minimalist, bro? Who is a minimalist?
You.
Who?
The scholars all those scholars that you
they are not minimalists.
Their argument is minimalizing what. Go ahead.
It's not a case. It's not a case of minimalizing the text, bro. It's trying to understand the nature of the text as you would any other literature, bro.
So why are they? Stop talking. I'm about to.
So
if that's the case, then why are they leaving out key points? One dude brought up pseudepigrapher, which he said the Book of Jubilees. When the book, we only have small fragments of the Jubilees in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It don't talk about nothing about the law.
Bro, you are a nut, bro.
Now I'm a nut. You think I don't know what's in the Dead Sea? So how much of Jubilees is in the Dead Sea Scroll? How much fragments we have?
Oh, look at what you're doing, bro. Look at how much you're detracted from the actual point.
No, I'm not. The guy brought up Jubilees.
You're talking about conspiracies, bro. Out of everything that he said, bro, you want to jump to that, bro. Stay on topic, bro.
What I'm saying is, see, I can see what I can see the flaw what he's saying,
okay.
right?
You can see the flaw
in the disingenuousness of it. He's talking about Jubilees, how Jubilees is talking heavy about the law. Yes, in the Ethiopian Bible, where the Jubilees is preserved, yes, in the volumes, it do talks about a heavy concentration on the law. But Josephus even explained that, right? I don't even mean to go to Josephus, right? So for one, when we get to the Dead Sea Scrolls, we only have a small portion of Jubilees, and it's talking about the stars and stuff, how the stars align and things of that nature. It ain't even talking about the law. It ain't even talking about the Torah.
Can I play this?
Man, go ahead, man. I thought your show was on Thursday. I thought your show was on Thursday. I thought your show was on Thursday. This is how
you got me hot, bro.
This is what they do, man. This is what y'all do.
Hey, GD is funny.
He do the same thing that Humble do, bro. And I'm tired of this, bro. Y'all take
you are so bro. You so emotional because you don't know
I'm
what
not
you're
being
talking
emotional,
about,
bro.
You don't even know what you're talking about, bro. So let me play this, bro.
Emotion to this. Listen, bro. I don't have no emotion to this. I'm telling you right now.
All right, be quiet. All right, bro. Be quiet.
Is it
be quiet,
such
bro.
an amazing game?
No, bro. We listened to your videos already, bro.
About
how many videos you gonna play?
Capone, bro. You are so ignorant, bro. You are so ignorant, bro. Like, do you understand the what you do, bro? Like, what are you actually
Just
doing?
Look it up. Just look it up.
What are you actually doing, bro?
Just look up. Is there a push? Is it a debate? Is it pushback against the minimalist position and scholarship? And you're gonna find it. That's all. That's it. That's all I'm saying, bro. And you taking that position when these things are debated. Meaning
like
they
what?
don't actually know.
You just talking, bro. Be detailed, bro. Tell me. Let's talk. Stop giving me these anecdotal points, bro, about conspiracy and how people hate the Bible.
Bro,
yo,
I didn't
actually,
say that, bro.
make a point.
Or shut up. Or shut up and let me. That ain't what I'm saying. I was specific. I told you how Christians don't agree with Israel. I mentioned the superpressionism where they try to I mentioned that about the church being over the tribes of Israel, right? I mentioned the minimalist position, which is what all those scholars, they was all minimalists, including Israel Finkelstein.
Israel Finkelstein is not a minimalist. Stop talking.
Yes,
William
he
G.
is.
Diva, hold on, stop.
Yes,
is Diva a minimalist? Is Diva a minimalist, bro? Is he
I don't know him.
Minimalist?
I don't know him. I understand from what he say. I'm understand from what he write and what he say. I can understand if he's taking a minimalist position or not.
Listen, Diva says that the conquest is historical fiction, bro. It's not the reality like of history, bro. Is he a minimalist? But then he also
let me read it. Let me look him up. What's his name?
But you just you don't even bro. Just stop talking, bro. And let me
I don't understand though. The throwing labels out doesn't prove your position. I think it's
no. It's not
calling people a minimalist.
No,
this is a That's what they do. It's an attack. Don't trust them because they don't love the Bible. Like, stop, bro. Nobody. It's not an issue about it. I don't love the Bible.
I didn't say they didn't
understand how to read the Bible.
But the
Bro,
point
I'm not
is
even
that
talking about
the whole point
listen,
of being a minimalist, because he's not calling y'all a maximalist.
Right.
So he's not saying that every time you speak, he's not saying those are maximalists.
no, I
But
didn't say that.
they
I
have to
said
do
he's
that
I
too.
know
taking
you.
that. I said he's taking a minimalist position. That's what
What's
I
the
said.
Do
position,
you
bro?
wait? Hold on.
What's the,
Now I'm thinking that you don't understand.
you don't. You just keep talking.
Do you know that the debate is between maximalist and minimalist?
Yes, yes. Maximum
Okay,
It's
minimalist and
I need you to
centralist.
stop
A1.
getting
It's no
emotional
such
and
thing,
slow
bro.
down. I'm not haven't been arguing with you for the last hour, so let's act like we got a new conversation.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
A1. If we
No,
being for
no, no,
real,
no,
it's
don't jump in. Don't jump
Let me
in,
talk to
man.
all right.
A1, man. Let me
All right.
talk
Don't
to
All
jump
right.
A1,
in.
man.
I'm
All right.
trying
Go
to
ahead. Go
You
ahead.
can
My
explain
play
to
bad.
your
him
video after you're
while
done.
him saying this maximalist and while him saying minimalist is irrelevant. And it's at this point he's using it as an ad hominem attack.
No, I'm not.
Exactly. And
No,
and
I'm
it
not.
doesn't even
Okay.
exist.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
You
not.
sound like a little.
I'm
Why are you
not using
talking
it
like
as
that?
a. I'm
I'm
not.
not.
No, it's
I'm
a.
not.
These are what they are. This is what they are classified in scholarship.
Okay, and
No,
do
they
you
not. That's not
understand?
a scholastic.
But
Oh
look,
my God,
they've
bro.
they've divided they've divided it into people who believe that the Bible is historically accurate until proven otherwise as maximalists, and they're going against people who they call minimalists, who just happen to believe that it's mostly fiction. So pointing that out in the middle of an argument is a slur, and
It's
it's
not
a
a slur.
distraction. Yes, it
No.
is a slur. You don't need
What?
to call him a minimalist.
I'm
What you
not.
need
I
to
didn't.
do
I
is
never
prove
called.
his
I didn't.
claim wrong.
No, I said he's taking a minimalist position,
And what
right?
is the
Where
position,
he's
bro?
disregarding.
Why do you feel the need to categorize him instead of
I'm
just
not.
addressing the argument?
No, I'm saying no. I'm
Man,
being accurate in my statement, in my
No,
assertion.
you're not.
I'm being
Just talk.
accurate.
I don't know.
That's what I'm
One,
saying.
bro, it don't
If you
exist,
trying to
bro.
knock him out,
I'm
it's
not.
wasted steps,
I'm not
bro.
doing that. I'm
You
not doing
added
that.
an
A1.
extra move in there that you don't need.
It
Bro,
don't
listen,
exist,
I'm
bro.
not. I
The
didn't
Yeah.
call.
maximalist.
I didn't call him a minimalist. What I said is he taking a
Oh,
minimalist position, and the point of
you
me
don't even know
saying
what
it
that
that
means.
it's a whole that is it's debated among scholarship. You just mentioned the
It's not
maximalist.
debated
I
amongst
introduced.
scholars, though. It's
Hold on. Yes, it is.
Bro,
I
if it's a
introduced.
okay,
Hold on. Can I talk? I introduced that
just talk.
it's centralist, traditionalist, apologetics, and you said and it's maximalist. So me
What?
identifying that he's taking a minimalist position, that's just the knowledge that I have. I understand minimalist talk.
No, you don't, because
Talking
it don't
points.
exist. It don't exist. Those are old talking points. This is my issue, bro. A1, this is why I gotta say it. Because it don't exist, brother. Because if you actually listen to what the scholars are saying in depth, it don't exist. It don't exist. Because he can call a scholar a minimalist based on how they see a particular a particular
Yeah,
point,
but
based on that
and
particular
he
point.
says it
But
like
on
it's
the
supposed
other
to be a
side,
bad thing. Like I don't
No,
understand why what's
hold on.
understood don't need to be explained. So there's no reason for him to say that. He needs to be addressing the argument. That's what I was
no.
trying to tell him.
Right?
I
Yeah.
already
But
addressed. I
hold
already
on, hold
addressed
on.
the argument, and what I'm
Hold,
saying is
oh my,
he's bringing up these. He's bringing up these points,
you said
right?
that already, bro. You
To
said that already. Let me get this out.
to disannul the fact that to disregard the fact that there's a whole debate on these topics. It's a
Like
whole
what?
different classification.
But why
Maximalist,
aren't you
minimalist,
having that debate?
centralist.
Why are you
Right.
hold on. Instead of identifying the debate among scholars, why aren't you having the debate? He's showing sources and trying to get you to engage with him. That's why I said, why are you saying, oh, you're taking the minimalist position? And he could be like, yeah, and you're taking the maximalist
Because
position.
he's a
Okay, so what are we
fundamentalist,
saying
bro.
here? Are we going to continue with the discussion or not? Like you keep
Right.
saying that. You're
So
taking a
when
minimalist
I
position. You're taking a minimalist position as if
all
you're
I was
supposed to be
doing,
quiet when you say it
the point
and
that I was
stop.
making is that it's a whole argument against that position. That's the
Now,
point.
And
go
he's
ahead. All right.
asking you for it. He's
And I
asking you
addressed that
for it.
when I said
What's
I
the
can pull up
argument?
scholars that agree with my
Well, do
talking
it.
point.
Let's do it.
That's
We
what
can
he's
do it
trying
right
to get you
now.
to do. Instead of continuing to
Yeah, I said
identify the
I'm not on
argument,
the
he's trying to
laptop.
get you to
Listen,
make the
bro.
argument.
Listen. I already. Okay,
Do
listen.
you
No,
not
I
know
come
it, or do you just know
on,
how to
come on. Every
identify
time
it?
we do this,
I
bro, you never
already
on the
established that
computer.
I'm
That's the
not
problem.
on a laptop, so I can't pull up things so
Every time we
easily
talk,
like
you're
that.
not on the
I told
laptop.
him in a debate, it won't be that way, right?
Well,
I will
Okay,
have
all
I
right.
my sources
understand.
ready. And I will have my chance to speak, and he'll have his chance to speak.
And what
I
was the
already listened.
specific?
So me
What was
pulling
the
up the
specific?
source right now. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
What was the specific topic? So I can look up a source for
He
you.
don't know. He just panicking because
I'm
it
not panicking.
disagrees
I'm
with
addressing every.
his
I address.
fundamental. Hold on, bro. I'll let you talk. He disagree because they disagree with his fundamentalism, bro. That's what it is. At the end of the day, bro, and this is why I love that. So I'm gonna keep saying it. This is because y'all ain't cherish it when they was doing it back in the day. He's a fundamentalist, bro. So him, Gideon, they are always gonna spaz like this, bro. And I'm not even saying nothing crazy. It is a rational way of thinking about the data. That's it. But
A
if you
rational.
think, bro, but if you spooky,
Yeah,
it
everybody
ain't gonna
isn't
work.
supposed to. Everybody isn't supposed to go into the study assuming it's true.
No, I'm not. I didn't.
Well,
I'm not
that's the
doing that.
maximalist position. Well, no, do you understand what the maximalist position is?
Yes.
Okay,
Go
so the
ahead, brother. Go
maximalist
ahead.
position is that you agree that
That
the
it
history
agrees
in the
with history.
Bible is true until proven otherwise. You don't even need it to have it disproven. You automatically accept it. That's a problem. That's
The thing
problematic
is,
for
That's
several
the
poor
different
maximal, but
reasons.
the
methodology. Poor
maximalists they
methodology.
agree that the text is identifying Bronze Age in
You're lying. That's not what it is. Look it up.
historical tradition or a culture.
I
Right.
just want you to gauge an argument instead of calling a maximalist like it's supposed
Bro,
to.
he called me dogmatic. He
You are a
called me
dogmatic person.
he called me all
But that's
type of
you. I didn't.
things.
Well, no, I didn't mean call. I mean just identifying that he's taking. You're identifying the position he's taking instead of countering it. I'd rather you counter it.
That's
I just
what
want
you
you to
do in
counter
the,
it.
that's what you do in a debate. You have to understand the argument. In the
Listen.
argument,
That's not. I'm
Can't
not telling you not to understand it. I'm telling
you
you to
can't get
counter him.
past the
Do
scholarship,
you
bro.
have?
You
Oh,
can't
okay,
get
never
past the
mind. I'll be
scholarship.
quiet,
It's
man.
over.
it's good,
If you
man.
don't
It's
got a
good,
rebuttal
man.
for his, I was just trying to get you to rebut him instead of actually
I
just.
already did.
You
I
can't
rebutted
get past the
everything that the
scholarship,
man
bro.
said. I already did.
I'm about to play this real quick. Hold on. I'm about to play Carl Fagan again because y'all ain't understand it the first time I did it. So I'm about to do it again. Disrespectful,
Yeah,
bro.
I'm not trying to debate you or take a side though. I was just trying to get you to rebuttal because we
Listen,
can
bro.
identify what position people are taking all day, but that doesn't help you do
Listen.
anything if you don't know
I,
how to counter his position. What good is identifying this position? Counter it, bro.
I already did when I
We know he's
mentioned the
southpaw.
text
Do
and
you
the
know how to
historian.
block a 3-2-1 with the southpaw? Like to counter his position instead of just
Yeah, I
identifying
already
his
did when I
position.
mentioned
All right,
the text,
just
and I
talking.
mentioned the archaeological record, and
All
I
right, what
mentioned the
though?
historians,
Like
right?
what?
It's
Let's be
Josephus, and I was
specific.
very specific on what
No,
I
you
was
wasn't,
talking about.
Josephus, young
bro. You use
Josephus.
it. How? What does Josephus has to do with this particular? Well, my point
Josephus
particularly.
is part of
Hold on.
that.
Let me ask. Hold on. What was my point? Let's do that. What
The
was my
complete
point? Hold on.
writings of Josephus, right
Your point
here.
was
Just
the argument has changed in
thick
scholarship.
ass
That was
book.
your main point. And then you
I'm
start
done.
playing
I'm
videos
done.
of different
I'm done.
scholars. You read a
I'm done.
couple quotes,
Because
and
y'all
you
don't
start
listen to
playing
me when I read.
videos of
Y'all
different
don't listen to
scholars
me, so I'm gonna
talking
say
about
I'm gonna
different
just
points, different points of their argument. One was talking about the Divinic dynasty, another one was talking about the Josiah reform, another one was talking about Israelites before the Bronze Age. So, and I addressed all those, and
No, you
go ahead.
didn't. I would never trust anything you do say because
See,
y'all do this,
good.
bro. I will
That's
never
what
trust a word y'all say because you said absolutely nothing and screamed the whole way, bro. I'm done, bro. You don't listen to Carl Fagan. That's your problem. Let me put Carl. Let me put
go
Brian. I'm
ahead.
sorry, Brian Fagan.
Go ahead,
Let me
bro.
put Brian Fagan up here, bro. Because you
I,
don't understand.
but
You don't
why you
understand,
doing
bro.
that? Why you doing that? The only thing that the point that I was making is that these things are debated, and it's just like it's an argument for his
Like
position.
what?
There's an
Like what?
argument for my position
But
All
you
right.
among
don't
Well,
know
scholars.
it though. But the
you don't
That's
thing
what.
even.
is, he has his argument, and he
Bro,
said it. He said you got more accusations than demonstrations. You're
no.
accusing him of a lot, but you're not actually demonstrating and
His
bringing forth.
initial point was that the argument in scholarship has changed. From the
No,
past 40 to 50 years, the
no,
argument
the
has changed.
method.
That's what he
You
said.
don't even listen. I didn't even say the art. I said the methods. The
No,
methods
you
to
said
come
the
to particular
argument, man. You said y'all
conclusions,
don't even know
bro.
the argument. See, this is what I'm saying, bro. Why
He really
play
don't
the
look.
I
playback?
said that. I
Hold on,
said,
hold on, hold
well,
on,
he
hold
might
on,
have said
hold
it
on,
too, but I
hold on,
said
real quick, real quick. A1,
He
play the
didn't listen
playback.
to when I was
Play the
actually
playback right
talking,
before he
bro.
starts showing his videos and see what he said.
I said the methods has changed. The methods, the approach. Listen, I'm about to listen. All right, I don't
Bro,
got
you did
time.
not use
You about to
none.
frustrate me,
Don't
bro.
worry,
You
I'm
about to
finna watch the
frustrate me.
playback, bro, because I
You
know
about to
you lying.
frustrate me, bro. You about to frustrate me. So I'm about to play Fagan so he can do it. You see what happened when I say it and they start spazzing? That's why I do the videos, bro. Because it's easier for them to
You
spaz
don't
on
want to
them.
prove that.
Don't argue with me. Argue with the scholars at this point because I'm done with y'all, bro. I'm done with y'all. But listen to Fagan, bro.
I think of myself as a historian of the past who happens to use archaeology. I'm on the humanist side because I deal with people. I would say you should describe it as a multidisciplinary social science instead of just jargon. But we deal with people, even if we're
People.
scientists. And the moment you forget people is the moment you become a stamp collector.
The moment you forget that these are people that we are trying to understand, the moment you become a stamp collector, bro. The moment that the field becomes just a technical field. A technical field. We don't understand nothing about these people, their experiences, their social lives, bro. That is the method. That is the concern of scholars today, bro. That's the concern. Listen, what he say? Come on, come on, come on, Brian.
It is amazing. Just hear what I'm saying about dispassionate scientists.
Can you turn it up? I can't hear him.
I want you to go to Maiden Castle, the
It's all the
Armoury
way up,
Fort
bro.
in Dorset.
yeah, it is kind of low.
There are these wonderful
Oh, I thought that was
This
me.
one kind of
Okay.
low. The other one's
All right.
louder, but I can hear him. It's just low.
on the wheel
Yeah.
bugbear
All right.
before War II,
Hold
looking
on.
over Angkor Wat out at the tropical in the morning.
I just want the end of this part.
You'll imagine the cries of the drunken audience,
Oh yeah, you played this before.
Yeah.
axe, the lowing of sacrificial oxen, the smell of sweat and people, and the raucous fights. And in your mind, it
Comes
alive. That,
alive.
to
Right.
me, is what archaeology is.
Right. Listen, this is my point, bro. This is why I'm so passionate with this, right? Because understanding history helps us understand ourselves today. That is my brother used to say, bro, what's the point of reading all this shit if you ain't gonna learn nothing from it? If it doesn't do anything for you, if you don't really get anything from it. And the point of me trying to understand history and the people that exist, it puts us into perspective today, bro. And it puts shit out, and we are able to do this when we pass along the message to children, bro. That is so important to understand where scholarship is going, right? Because archaeology, biblical studies, whatever you want to do, bro, the methods are changing to understand more and more about the people, bro. And when do you do that? When we do that, regardless of what you believe, regardless of what you believe, that is it. It is what it is, bro. And sometimes it ain't that deep. It ain't that deep. That's it. I'm done, bro. 'Cause y'all, wow.
Hey, make sure you smash that like button, get a video a thumbs up, and smash that bell and subscribe if you haven't already.
Since you got your degree, and you know every fucking thing.
Hey, well, I'm gonna give one more example. It ain't gonna be a video though.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna hone this in, bro. I'm gonna hone
You
this in.
got
Watch
it.
this.
You got it.
All right. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Hold on. Let me find it. I think this it. I think this it. Is this it? No, that ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it. God damn it. What am I looking for?
Silky said Hebrews on trial tonight. Hit that link, Silky.
Uh,
Did I pin the link? I think the link pinned, man.
Yeah, I think you got it down there.
And I'll
All
post it
right.
again if anybody want to come up. It is an open panel.
All
We
right, here we
already
go.
went over the results for Ashe and Pitbull. Ashe won.
Got my screen up there. All right, cool. Now I'm about to give a real simple example to me, right? This is a simple example to me, and I actually learned this from a buddy of mine's, right? Um, Not this particularly, but the kind of the way of thinking about it. I kind of got this from him. Now, listen to what this says. Just listen.
14 years ago came the announcement that several 12th century pieces of the Babylonian poem of Gilgamesh had been excavated at Ugarit, now Ras Shamra, on the Mediterranean coast. This article is written in response to their editio princeps, as text numbers 42 to 50 in Monsieur Daniel Arnaud's brand new collection of Babylonian library tablets from Ugarit. It takes a second look at the Ugarit fragments and considers especially their relationship to the other Gilgamesh material. With the exception of a few Assyrian tablets that are relics of an older version, all first millennium tablets can be fitted into this standard Babylonian poem, known in antiquity as Sa Nakba Imuru, he who saw the deep. The second millennium presents a very different picture. For one thing, pieces come from Syria, Palestine, and Anatolia, as well as Babylonia and Assyria. Ever since Gilgamesh turned up in archives found at Boazkoi, it has always been likely that he would eventually surface at Ugarit. This probability was reinforced by finds of Gilgamesh tablets, first in a disturbed context at Megiddo, and then in a 12th century scriptorium at Emma on the Great Bend of the Euphrates. These finds demonstrate that copying the poem of Gilgamesh was a part of the curriculum of scribal learning in the West throughout the Late Bronze Age. It was thus no great surprise when the excavation of private dwelling houses at Ras Shamra in 1994.
All right, now I'm gonna read this myself, right? Listen to this. In the second half of the second millennium BCE, the epic was at its peak of its popularity. It was exported to scribal centers in Anatolia, Syria, and Palestine, and translated into Hittite and Hurrian. However, in Mesopotamia proper, only a few fragments of the epic are known. Many of them school tablets. That means that the okay. So during the Assyrian well imperialism, right? The influence of Mesopotamian stories, iconography, all of this stuff. It's a natural effect of colonialism, bro. Assyrian imperialism with and it just becomes so popular. The Assyrianness, all of the it's a long story. But the point I'm making here is that the story of Gilgamesh, even just the hero, was so popular in the region throughout history that it isn't quite a surprise to me that we end up that we see it even in the Dead Sea Scrolls of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It for me it just tells me how popular the story likely was, and obviously, and how it probably got adapted into the biblical text. Now, is that plagiarism? No. Is it? It's a natural process. It just seems like a natural process of a story that is popular, that is really popular, just evolving into and being borrowed and mirrored in the biblical text. It's quite that simple to me. Now this isn't like a definitive point, but to applying the data that we see, what can we like glean from what we're looking at? Is it likely that the damn story is real, or it's just it was a story that's probably popular and probably got evolved into what we see in the biblical text? And even when you look in the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's different types of the same story, like Ian Young said. So you have to think about this rationally, bro. You got to just think about it rationally. Think about like how people are, like, ancient people are pretty much the same as us. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said that. Just think about how material is developed. Think about how these type of stories are proliferated and the historical context in which they, which all of this stuff happens. It's just being reasonable. It's being reasonable. What is the probability of what's going on? That's it. That's all I want to say. I'm done after that.
Oh man, yeah, you gotta do critical thinking when it comes to this. You gotta be scientifically literate. You gotta know how to break down what they're saying. To touch on the Dead Sea Scrolls, yeah, that was in the Bedouin cave. Yeah, that was a library. That was a library of many texts. A lot of the stuff they didn't even release because it was so much stuff in that cave. So it was a library of, I'm guessing, fiction and science fiction. You know what I'm saying? And we don't know what's what. It was just tons of scrolls in there. But I wanted to touch on the Hebrew. What they say they had, it was a one language before the Tower of Babylon, right? Is what they say. But at that time, though, you still had buku amount of languages that are way older than the language that they're speaking of. So that would be just a blatant contradiction right there, right? Going against literature and archaeology and linguistics. If they're going to say that was the first language and then you got all these other languages, that's just a first straight up lie. Because we know it's languages.
My bad. My bad.
Well,
bro.
the Hebrew language ain't nothing but like 1300 BC. Phoenician's like 15. But you got other languages that's going back 20,000 years, 15,000 years. Even the Khoisan click languages, that ain't got no ties to y'all stuff, but they're way older.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you gotta logically look at it and think of it as like. Go ahead.
So what they mean by it was one language. The word that is used is a akkad, meaning that it was uniform, right? It was a uniform language that those people spoke. Is it talking about one language in the earth? It's a bit ambiguous. It's talking about. It says the word is used as akkad, which means uniform or uniform as one, like that, not a value of one. That's one point that I will make about that. See, that's why you have to understand the Hebrew language, and from the standpoint that they're talking from the context and the grammar that they're speaking in. They use a lot of idioms as well. But from my understanding, it's talking about the language. Let me ask you this. Do you know where language come from?
Well, the Hebrew language comes from Phoenician.
No, do you know what language period come from? Like
the oldest language, I would say North Africa.
So
that's why you got the Afro-Asiatic languages. It's Afro first for the African North, and then the Asiatic is the rest. But your sub-Saharan languages, now that's different because they don't really have an origin for those, but they're not really that old either. But the Hebrew language is like the youngest language. And then they didn't have no major architecture work. They didn't have no major engineering, no major military.
It's about Hebrew language though. The Hebrew is talking about these when you mention the Tower of Babel, that's not even said with the Hebrews. That's before Eber, which is if you go through the genealogy, that's before that's talking about the not pre-flood, it's post-flood, but that's before Eber. So it can't be talking about Hebrews. Now, if this the language that the Hebrews got their language from, that's the thing. It's one language how can I say this? The language, right? I would say the written language, it comes from viewing celestial alignments, what these people call gods. This is why you have Medu Neter, right? Which was the language of the gods. This is what the this is where language come from. Mean, well, I won't say language per se, but written language. Written
Go ahead, brother.
Written language, right? And it's coming from the reading celestial alignments and then writing it and mimicking them.
How do you know that?
That's the point.
I would kind of
From
lead like
studying.
exactly.
From studying,
That was a mean statement. I know, right? Like, yeah. How exactly are you proving that? Yeah, that
Because
part.
if you go to, so if I can just start from one of the early what he called early language. If you're talking about Proto-Sinaitic, Canaanite, Aramaic, all that, right? Canaanite, Phoenician. Those are
aren't that old, but go ahead.
Greek. These are what happens is it evolves and they adopt certain things. They adopt phonetic sounds, they adopt symbols. But what it is it was one unified language that they read the star. They was astronomers, early astronomers, right? They was looking at certain celestial alignments, and then they make certain not pictures, but like symbols or characters, right? Characters, and they wrote it down. They mimicked it. They mimicked them.
How do you know this?
In writing? How do I know this? Because the language,
right now,
the
brother.
Semitic languages. If I'm gonna speak of the Semitic languages, because the Semitic languages are constellation alignments. It's just turned different degrees.
How do you know?
I just told you how I know.
How you know?
You're connecting a language to celestial astrology?
He's making it up.
No, I'm not making it up.
Listen.
Linguistics to connect to tie with astronomy. That's I mean, if you can bring it home, brother, go ahead.
I have to show you the Aleph, the Beth. These are I think that's the constellation of they paired, like the characters are paired together. But what it is it makes one constellation, one constellation. Each pairing makes one constellation.
You're making it up. You made that up, bro. You made it up, bro. Like you made it up.
I'll show you
I don't got no cut cards this weekend.
I'll show you. But what it is, it's the zodiac. It's the zodiacal circle, right? And what I can tell you from the Greek letters are just the Phoenician Canaanite, or the Canaanite letters, characters turned, I would say 90 degrees, right?
And what's Hebrew?
It turned 90 degrees, and that's where you get the Greek alphabet from. But it comes from the Canaanite tradition, which comes from some say either Egyptian or Sumerian.
No, it ain't some say. No, stop, bro. It ain't some say.
Bro, the advancement of writing.
In middle school.
In language.
Let them land a plane. Let them talk. Just let them talk. Just let them go. Don't interrupt them. Let them go. Let them land a plane. Go ahead, brother.
Y'all got it. Trying to explain it, y'all don't want to hear it. It's cool.
Oh, I'm tired of you making stuff up, bro.
I'm not making anything
I'm on tennis weekend, and I'm tired of you making stuff up. They teach it in middle school.
Who wrote this book, bro?
They teach it in middle school, bro. The evolution of our language. Our written language of English, as a written language, bro. They teach this in middle school, bro. What do they tell you? Anybody know? Come on.
The Fertile Crescent.
What? Like where does Hebrew? Where does Phoenician come from? Where does all that come from, bro?
So the advancement of writing don't come from the Fertile Crescent.
But actually, it'd be even deeper than that, though, because you would actually have to go into Punic and Carthaginian, which would be.
Hold on real quick. What is cuneiform? Can you explain what cuneiform is? And this is a rhetorical question.
Cuneiform is a written language, bro. What you want?
Or a form
Cuneiform
of
is
hieroglyphs
A
almost.
written script, bro. It's a
Slashing.
written script. It's a written script, bro.
cuneiform is a style of writing where they
Style of
made
writing.
wedges with a stylus to depict pictures, to depict the pictograph of the constellations. So that's all the cuneiform is.
All right, I'm about to
It's
look
a,
this up right now, and if you lying, I'm about to put this on.
it's
I'm gonna just
not
look it
it's
up.
not
Watch.
going to say the constellation, but I can. But what I said about the style of writing to early style of writing, and the wedges was used by a stylist, and it was made on clay tablets, and the wedges are used to depict pictures. That's facts.
Well, that all is going back to hieroglyphics, basically, right? Yeah, cuneiform just another form of a glyph, but those cuneiform
But
come
the,
later, right?
But you gotta
Hieroglyphics come first.
no. Cuneiform is before. So, but you gotta understand that um,
What
this
you
is
say,
a
Capone?
cultural continuity,
What you just
right?
say?
These things
People-
they're influencing other cultures as people spread out more and more and more.
Hold on,
Okay,
In
wait.
the
before.
Who is
ancient Near East.
influencing? Who exactly is influencing?
All of the other civilizations that's used, we have in the Levant region and even
Do
into
y'all not
Kemet.
see what he's doing, bro?
I know. Just
Y'all
let him
not
go,
see
though.
what he's
Yeah,
doing.
yeah. Just
Bro,
let him
I
go.
have my See, this is what
Just
I'm
let him.
saying, bro. Whenever
I don't
I'm
trust
bringing the information out, it's always a stopper here, a stopper there.
because
Hold on,
you
and then
think
you
you
spin
slick,
the
bro.
then you
I
You
know
spin the
you
sound
do.
like
narrative
left
around what I
field, but
just
I'm willing to
said and
listen.
go to something that I ain't even talking about. That's what you've been doing. But go ahead, y'all got the flow, bro.
I already know what you're trying to do, bro. I'm hearing you. You think I'm stupid? Yo, you think the audience is stupid, bro? That's the problem. Y'all think people are dumb. You
Ah,
think I can't hear what you're trying to do, bro? What you just say? What came before? Uniform came before what?
What you say we learned in school? What did you say
No,
we
bro.
learned in
hieroglyphics, what
school?
he said.
Uniform came before
Cuneiform
what,
came
bro?
before
What you just say?
hieroglyphics.
Yes, cuneiform
That's what
did
he
come
Exactly. He just
before
said.
said that, right?
hieroglyph.
He just said that, right? And
Yes.
I bodied you on this already, bro. I bodied you this already, and you still doing it, and that's my problem with y'all. So prove it. We here right now. Prove it. Prove your
Yeah, you
statement
made a
because
few
you just made a
statements and you
So
do
definitive
gotta
statement.
you gotta
we
substantiate.
have
You gotta
Metal
prove
Netter in
you made some
2000
big
BC.
statements.
We have Metal Netter in 2000 BC on clay cuneiform tablets.
Way before that, bro.
What? Show me
See,
Metal Netter before
I already did this, bro.
24
You know I
50.
did this.
Show me Metal Netter before the earliest pyramid text, which is dated somewhere in the second millennium BC. I think it's 2450 BC.
No, we not doing that. You just said that cuneiform is older, bro.
Didn't that
Demonstrate it.
mean the king?
You demonstrate it, bro.
The Sumerians, hold on. The Sumerians used cuneiform tablets.
So what? Demonstrate that the language or that the written script is older than
They
what you
had
see
a
in music, bro.
already advancement. When we see the metal netter, right? When we
Oh,
first see
God,
it,
again. And I'm gonna use Garfield
it's,
again.
it's during the Akkadian period. And my point is that the Sumerians was already using cuneiform clay tablets before then. The Akkadian period is in the second millennium BC. We know, like you say in school, what they tell you, the Fertile Crescent. This is the what they call it, early civilization, right? I think that's what they say, right? It's the early civilization. But I know this is where we get advancement of writing, law, in mathematics, and even astronomy, right? They're like the four liberal arts, basically. Uh, uh, yeah, This is where you get that at. It starts in Sumeria, and we know from the tale Makur, which they say is the Sumerian city they found Edovas, which is schools, right there where they will be learning uh, this science, not science, but this technique, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all so comfortably make stuff up. and it just rolls off the tongue. It's just so good with it, bro. Y'all just easily make stuff up.
Yeah, he's got a good point because, like all those statements you made, if we was to force you to have to prove and source up all those statements you made, that would be
I'm
quite a
trying to
bit of work.
find it. I'm trying to find this thing that Garfield did some years ago, bro. He showed some of the earliest like what is it? It was like stamps in Egypt, and it went back to like 30, and they dated it. It's like isotopic dating, something like that. I'm gonna find it, but they dated it to like 3200, bro. And I did this with Capone in a different conversation, and he had nothing to say. But now he's gonna bring it back up after he know we had this conversation already. That's the
But
disingenuous.
language
That's
goes
the
back to five
disingenuousness of that,
thousand beats.
bro.
Like it
Oh,
goes further
I'm
back
just
than
talking
just
about the
three.
written. I'm just talking about like the earliest. I gotta find it. I gotta find it. But
I
we
mean,
already
because
did
if
this.
you want to
I
talk
was just
about
saying,
written, if you want to, are you in, like does if you want to include rock art, that's a form of written. You know what I'm saying? Like they was writing down stuff, drawing stuff. They was doing all that supposedly way back, even way before that Paleo Hebrew or any of that comes about. And then if you want to go into mathematics, you're going to go into the pastoralism because they're moving cattle. So they know when to move the cattle. They know what seasons to move them. They know when to plant. So they already had all this astrology and astronomy down pat already. And then if you want to get into the mathematics of things, I would have to say Egypt's mathematics was on a whole nother level compared to the Hebrews. What is the Hebrew mathematical contribution to the world? And then they're always like fleeing and whatnot, and they never really got no land. They're always getting misplaced or displaced or losing or dying of famine and all this other stuff.
That's big facts. Am I muted?
I think
Oh
I
shit.
found it. I think I found it. I'm gonna share my screen. Hold on.
They were a nomadic people. That's what they say.
All right, let me zoom in real quick.
Yeah, you gotta zoom in on that.
Yep, Gunther Dry. I should have just looked. I should have looked the damn name up. But listen, these are the what are they called? What are they called? The earliest Egyptian glyphs. I think these are like seal impressions, like stamps or something like that. But they dated this. It's like isotopic dating, something like it's down here. But the date is like 34 to 3200 BCE, bro. This is
You
one of
gonna
the
show a picture
oldest.
of the glyph?
It's right here.
My
It's
bad.
right here. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We
Can you
already
zoom
did
in
this.
on it? Can you zoom in on it?
We
What's
not.
that, Narma?
No, that's not normal. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Benny. My bad.
No, I'm done because we did this already, Capone, and you ain't had nothing to say when I
You
put
didn't. You
when
did
I
not
did
do.
this first.
You did not present
Yes,
this
we
to
did,
me.
bro. It was yes, we did. It's
No.
come on, bro. Come
No,
on,
you
bro. Tighten
didn't.
the chat, bro. Everything recorded, bro. Come on, don't do that.
Yeah, but you
Everything
didn't
recorded.
present
We
this to
already
me. I remember everything
yes, we
that you
did
brought up.
when you lied the first time, trying to do the Mesopotamian thing, bro. And I told you, bro, to demonstrate. You said you can't, and then I pulled this up because Garfield did this like 5 years ago, talking to Zion Lex,
Let's go to
trying
it,
to do the
right?
same thing, bro.
So if I just ask AI, what is the earliest form of writing? What are you gonna say? What is gonna say?
I don't care what you put in your AI, bro. I'm done because you are so disingenuous, bro.
How? But I'm saying if we just do an AI overview of the first writing, what's going?
Well, it's not
You know
gonna
what it's
say
gonna say?
Hebrew.
It's not gonna say
It ain't
nothing.
gonna
It's
say
not gonna say
Hebrew.
nothing. Hold on.
Like
I'm gonna tell you what it's gonna say. It's gonna say what Wikipedia say. It's gonna say that there is no single cradle of civilization, right? There's no single place that civilization arose. Civilization arose independently in every area. It's the same with writing. It's the same with writing.
So I would say
Yeah,
this. So
that's what it's
in
gonna
my
say.
studies, I would say this, that now scholars are arguing that they saying that Sumerian is it's around the same time, but they saying that Mesopotamia or Sumer is 200 years prior.
Who's what?
That's the best that I can give you right now.
Capone? What are you
Some
talking about?
some will even say simultaneously, but independently.
But
I give
we
you that.
don't know. We don't know. It's not enough data to even make those points. What are you
Yeah,
talking about,
but
bro?
man,
Civilization in Egypt and in Sumer arrived independently, bro, around the same time. But if we can try to put a date on it, like stamp a particular date, we don't really know. It's
so,
approximately they arrived around the same time, bro.
so
But they arrived
but hold
independently.
on,
But what
but
you're
hold
trying
on,
to do is
but
trying to
hold
do the
on.
Bible thing. That's why
No, I'm
I
not.
told
No, I'm
people,
not.
don't
Hold
trust
on,
what people
hold
say.
on. So
You don't know what you're doing.
hold on. So if it's they independently, right? So, but it's
Exactly, immortal.
we have
Exactly, immortal.
trade, right? You have trade, right? You say the people always been the same people, and we know that they've been using that passage, that middle passage, for trade, for merchants, for travel, and all that, right? Those trade routes. So it's possible that this is a shared culture that goes from one place to the next.
Well, you're
What
just
is the share?
proving that all of that before it was before the borders and everything. That was all part of North Africa, somewhat. That was a good chunk. That's why it's Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah,
What's the
exactly.
share culture, bro? What's the share culture between who?
I'm talking about the writing. We found the schools. The schools.
The
Hold on, let me
You
get
just
Bedouin,
said
the
share culture.
Shansu
the
tribe, all of
Idabas.
them
I'm talking about the
people.
Idabas in the Tel El Makir where they found they said that's a school. They call them Idabas.
Where?
That school they was being taught um what did I say earlier? Ooh.
Can't even keep
It's
up
a
with
school,
yourself, bro.
bro. It's a school.
Can't even keep up with
Don't
yourself,
even
bro. When you
don't
lie so
even
much,
go too
you
deep
gotta
into it.
gotta try to figure out what keep the lie going. Just making stuff up.
No, no, because
All y'all do,
I want
bro.
to be accurate and correct in my stance. We
Mhm.
Samuel Kramer admits that
Love
Tel El
Samuel.
Makir or the ancient I don't think they had excavated. Did they excavate during his time? Yeah, I think he did. I think the other guy did. So he was saying that ancient city they had Idalba schools. These not priestly schools, but schools where they would learn these celestial lines. That's why they was called Chaldeans. When the Assyrians found their text, when the
That,
Assyrians later
is
when
that what Samuel Kramer said?
The Neo-Assyrian Empire uh basically adopted those Chaldean texts and they started calling themselves Chaldean.
Is that what Kramer said?
Yeah, I'll get his quote, bro.
Yeah, get the quote.
I'm gonna read it.
That's what you said.
And how old are the Chaldeans?
So Chaldean is a bit ambiguous, but what we know is that West Semitic people start calling themselves Chaldeans um in Mesopotamia in 1000 BC. But we have texts that Chaldean. So one thing you know, Chaldean is a Greek word, and it means astronomer, right? But before that, it goes from Chaldean. It's the word Kasdim, right? Kasdim is Canaanite. Then you have the Chaldew, which is Akkadian. And then after the Chaldew, you even got in Sumerian, it's called Galdu, right? But between those periods, this is Old Babylonian, Middle Babylonian, and Neo Babylonian. Between those periods, the the reason why they're pronounced differently is because you have a phonetic shift in the grammar. From it goes from the S to the D. So, and you see this where it goes from the Gaudu, which is means master builder, and then it goes from that to Kaldu, and from Kaldu to to Kazdu, Kazdu, then Kaldu, then you get Chaldean in Greek because the Greek, well, I don't know if they had a K, but they had the
Yeah, you scamming, bro.
it's just phonetics and grammar, bro. It's phonetics
Mm-hmm.
and grammar. It's just phonetic shit. But
Scamming,
I'm
bro.
gonna get this quote real quick. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, go get that quote, bro. Or not, I really don't care.
I gotta pull up his book. You gotta download it. But this, I ain't gotta go into that. Oh damn, man. But yeah, that's all I was saying, and you can see the. That's why I was bringing up the cuneiform. Cuneiform was to depict pictures, but they made wedges instead. With wedge marks to depict pictures. Okay, some Ukrainian is right here. But that early form of Egyptian writing, right? Is that the one that's on the pottery? That's a question.
Okay.
It is.
What, the one I put? The one I just posted?
Yeah.
No, I think they like seals or like stamps or something like that.
And I think they was on like vases or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, got you what happened though, but
So I would say that's so they like to say that that's metal netta, but I would say that those are depictions of the
who is
zodiac.
they? Who is they, Capone? Scholars,
Scholars when they talk
experts,
about early
Egyptologists.
when they talk about early um writing, right? Well, not
That's
scholars. I
what they
wouldn't
say.
say
So what do you say?
scholars, but I'm saying people that ascribe to Kemet, like people on
Professional
that level.
Egyptologists, like
Not
scholars? Because
not
that's
that.
what they say. So what are you
So what
saying
they
then?
say? So what do scholars say about the early Egyptian writing?
Bro, did I just poke? Come on, bro. We're not doing that, bro. You're not doing that. You ain't gonna but to ask the same
So
question and have me
what I'm
post
saying,
it.
so
And I bring it back down, and then you're gonna ask the same question again. We
well, you
already
didn't
seen it.
read anything. You just read a title, and then you showed.
All
I
right.
asked you, was that the ones? Are those the symbols, being the characters that are on the pottery? And you said, I think you said, yeah, but what's color silk here? He said that is that he asked you, was that from the Narmar palette?
No. These are seals. These were just sealed. These are what is it called? Seal impressions. These are seal impressions from various tombs. Date even further back to 34 BC, 3400 BC. These dates challenge the commonly held belief that early logograph, pictograph symbols representing a specific place, object, or quantity first evolved into a more complex phonetic symbols in Mesopotamia. It goes against old
But
hypotheses, bro.
do we have those same symbols in Göbekli Tepe?
Yeah, I don't got time for you, bro. I don't got
Well,
time for
I'm
you, bro.
asking you.
Why?
You have
What does
those
that have
same.
to do?
We
What
know
does
that Göbekli Tepe is a observatory or is showing a celestial alignment, correct?
is it? Are you correct? Is that what they saying? Is that it's an
Yes.
observatory?
Well, observatory is probably a stretch, but uh, you have certain things that are, but nevertheless, it's those are they what scholars say that is they showing some type of celestial alignment, and it's got symbols of different like animal. Hold on, let me get this door.
Let's just see what let's just do it like this. Shimmer spread. Every tap. All right. That's what it say. Globekle Tepe is a 11,000 to 12,000 year old Neolithic archaeological site in southeastern Turkey, recognized as the world's oldest known monumental megalithic structure. Let's see what's the key historical and archaeological and architectural features. Massive T-shaped pillars. Site contains large circular and oval enclosures. But what we talking about? What we want to know? Initially discovered living the past. Conventionally, history states that people settled into agricultural societies before constructing temples. I think that's what scholars are saying that it is. It's like a big temple site. But like we don't really know. It's a real old site. I think they had like I think they was doing like sacrifices in there. I think they found like bones of animals and stuff.
And the Chaldeans are only going back to 1000 BC. That's pretty long.
Yeah, yeah. It's a oh, I ain't even sharing that.
Yeah, I guess. What I was doing?
Oh man! So when you pull up, is the cuneiform older than the hieroglyphics? Do you know all your sources are coming from Quora? You got one source coming from History Extra, but everything else is just Wiki, History Extra, and then Quora, and that ain't nothing but just people just talking.
What?
So when you say it's older, that's coming from Quora as your source reference, and that's just light conversation.
I'm back. My bad. Sorry about that. Let's see. Sammy Kramer, right? That's what I was looking at.
Uh,
I got his thing right here somewhere. But yeah, so but you gotta show me that was in 1999.
hey
That's
Capone,
what
can you just be honest, bro? What do you really believe, bro? Like, be honest. You believe that Sumer is the origins of civilization, and
that's what I
everything
learned in
came
school.
from Sumer, bro. That's what you believe, bro. Just be
That's
honest.
what I learned in school. So I'm gonna read this quote by Samuel Noah, right?
All right, so we can get somewhere. There you go. Just be
So
honest.
okay, so he talks about Abraham, but I'm just gonna read the quote, man. It say most scholars agree that while wait, no, do I want to read that? So right here, this part, it say right here. Now, Ur was
We,
one of the most important cities of ancient Sumer. In fact, it was the capital of Sumer at three different periods of its history. It had an impressive Edoba, that means school, in the joint British American excavation conducted between the years of 1922 and 1934, quite a number of Sumerian literary documents has been found. So this is where they'll be learning this stuff at in these schools. That was the point that I was making.
Learning what?
What
So they didn't learn in Egypt?
what they eventually started to call Chaldean. This astronomy. Hold on, let me pull up something else about this real quick.
Wait, that's not what he said, bro.
What you mean that's not what I said?
That's not what said. No, this why
So
I
look,
told y'all.
we talking about Chaldean. So look,
Bro.
it say
Oh, man, you gotta check
Chaldean
yourself
story
out.
began. Listen. The Chaldean story began in the crescent of ancient Mesopotamia, where they established themselves as a notable civilization, renowned for their advancements in astronomy, mathematics, and governments. The Chaldeans played a crucial role in the development of early human culture and technology. Centered around the city of Babylon, the society was marked by significant contributions to art, science, and literature, laying the foundation that influenced generations to come.
So just for context, so you're at 1000 BC, yes?
Not necessarily.
Hey, Capone, what's a Chaldean?
A Chaldean is an astronomer. It's
All
a
right,
Greek
yeah,
word
okay.
for
That's a weird answer.
that's what it
Okay,
means
so
in Greek.
what? So is the Neo Babylonian Empire otherwise known as a Chaldean Empire?
Yes.
All right, so what's a Chaldean?
The Chaldeans was this class of people of scholars, right?
They speak Aramaic though, right?
Just making stuff.
No, I'm telling you, I'm trying to. So they're known as a mother class, right? They was a class of these priests. I forgot who mentioned. Shiganta Diab mentioned this in his book. Not only him. Let me give you a European scholar as well. That
Oh my God, this guy's. Oh wait, I'm not muted. My bad.
I mean, he's trying though, so let him keep. At
Man,
least he's
I don't care.
trying.
I'll finish
So
it for you.
we'll give him
It's all
that.
love. Trash.
They're a mother class.
Trash.
It's a
I'll finish it for
class.
you.
It's a class. They're known. It's known as a priestly
You need to
class.
do better.
When you get the Chaldean Empire, this is when the Assyrians. This is in the Assyrian.
You got your timeline mixed up, bro.
All right, man. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
chronological
I
is
gotta roll for this
chronologically is
shit, man.
everything.
So you don't got your chronology wrong, bro?
You
He
gotta
just
have
threw
your
me when he
chronology
said, "Let me
right.
get you a
It's
European scholar too."
Neo-Assyrian, and
Like
what
that
happens
was.
is the scholars misinterpret the early scholars misinterpret the king seals, these names of these kings, and they said that they was Chaldean, but really what will happen? This is a Neo Babylonian civilization, and what they doing, they are reinventing the old Babylon. So they would take on they found, and they had these books, the books of the Chaldeans, or what the Greeks called the Chaldeans. And I'm trying to explain this the best way I can. Y'all have to study these things, bro. Yes, it says that's when the Chaldean Empire was in 1000 BC, but it's a pre-existing culture that was in the city of Ur.
Yeah, bro. They're a distinct, like, semi-nomadic group, bro. That end up taking power. That's it. They just end up building power. That's it.
Yeah,
Neo-Babylonian
those
Empire.
be Arabic or Assyrians. I mean, they just basically from the Levant, which
Y'all
is
mixing up Persian. Y'all mixing up
You saying
different.
you came from a special group of astronomers and priests, and like you just
That's
make
what the
don't
word. That's what the
a
word
muddy the
school.
water.
So listen, this is how you got to look at it. They
Yeah,
find the Assyrians go into Babylon. They rule for a time. A certain class of them how these books. The books are still there because this is what we found them at. These books is dated before. So they started to reinvent themselves as with these Chaldean names. This is what hold on, let me get the scholar who said this, right? Pull it up.
I'm going to share my screen real quick.
Go ahead.
Show you this article, man. It's an awesome article, bro.
You just got to remember, man, when it comes to this debate, you don't want to bite off more than you can chew. And when you make like extreme statements, that's a whole lot of work that you got to do just to prove all that stuff.
Oh, I'm finna show it to you. Right here. So right here, right? Hang on, that's the text.
But make us a believer, though. Shoot, you know what I'm saying? Make us a believer. I ain't tripping. Go ahead. Let's see what you got.
Third century. He is a Chaldean priest.
Third century what? CE or BC?
Let me start with Herodotus. Herodotus say the
Now you're going to, okay.
priests. The Chaldeans are priests of this god, say Baal, right? And they perform sacrifices. And they say Herodotus describes a priestly class, right? Temple based, and he treats them as Herodotus treats them as institutionally ancient, right?
Okay, now what year is Herodotus referring to?
Well, Herodotus is he's writing in the 4th century BC. But he's referring to this ancient class, right? So hold on, I'm gonna show you some more, right?
So now you're at 4th century BC.
This is Diodorus Siculus. He says, among the Babylonians, there are a class of men called Chaldean who held honor because of their philosophy and astrology.
Cannot find this shit.
Hold on, let me get some more, right? Get some more. Right here. Aristotle say the observation of the Chaldeans extended over a long period of time. So now we got them saying that, right? But even in Egyptian, right? I think the Egyptians refer them as the
not the Hicks. Can we get the year for that last one you said?
Yeah, these are Greek. Well, what's Herodotus is 450 BC.
Okay.
And
the other one?
Have Diodorus is second. Aristotle is 350 BC. And then you have Diodorus is 50 BC. Let me see.
So they're coming 500 years after the text, or after the first piece of evidence, is what you're saying?
Yeah, 500 years after the Chaldean Empire. So Strabo writes. He says in this is 20 BC. He said the Chaldeans are philosophers. Some call them Orchini, some Borsepi, right? It's a decisive evidence you can't divide from tribe or empire into academic schools. Say Strabo describes an institutional continuity across cities, named specific philosophical traditions, right? And, Strabo never links them to Assyrian political domination. So he's saying that even though you have a Chaldean empire, right? The basis of the Chaldean empire is the
Arabs.
No, the basis of it is like this, like a people come and conquest a portion of Babylon, and they find these texts of these ancient sages, and they started to call themselves those sages. That's why they're these king titles. I want to get to the king titles. This is why the king titles. This is why they mistaken the king titles for Chaldeans in the first millennium BC.
You reading Strabo?
Strabo,
That's
yeah.
what you said.
Strabo.
You say
What I
you
say?
reading Strabo?
Strabo. Yeah.
No, no,
He
yeah,
in
no,
the
I
Greek
got you.
files
So
right
Yeah,
here
yeah,
you
now.
go
yeah.
right here. So this
He,
says
he in the Greek
why.
Hey,
files.
So hold on.
when
Here
is
you go right
Strabo
here. So,
writing? Can I ask
so
you,
this
Capone, when is Strabo writing?
that's I said it was 20. When he was 20 BC.
So they get
What's
younger and younger.
hold on? What sources is Strabo like relying on for his Mesopotamian histories?
I'll go and help you out on that one. So apparently, what they're doing is they're studying in their libraries, and then they're supposedly studying the ancients. Is what they're doing. It's not like they're doing real time. They're looking through the libraries and this old scrolls apparently, and traveling to and supposed to be going through their libraries, picking up information, and then they're saying collectively this is what it is.
So that's why I went to. Then I got Besurus, right? He's in 290 BC, but he's quoted by Josephus, and it says from the records preserved by the Chaldeans, right? Uh, that was a part of his quote, and he says that he used the word Chaldeans as a custodians of records, not rulers, right? So when you see here, right, when you see the Chaldean Empire, it could not. Man, it's my part, man.
Okay, the thing with me is if they're gonna have an empire, if they got an empire, you got to show them feeding a major empire. They got to be able to feed a major empire. They got to be able to protect, have military for a major empire. They got to be able to house and home a major empire. They need kingdoms and all that if they're going to have an empire. So, do you have that archaeologically? You're showing major trade, something like you would have to go all into that. But then again, those sound like a bunch of sand niggas to me.
Uh-oh, been eating made somebody else run.
Every time, man. You see how I get? Listen, A1. Now when you see him again, I don't want to hear nothing, bro. Cause you just see me do my rant and where he at, and he keeps saying I'm running, and I ain't like every time, bro. Every time. So I'm gonna say this publicly. Get in. You are scared, bro. You know why you jumped off, bro. Keep saying I'm running. You running from me. Gotta stop that, man.
What
Go ahead.
happened? I'm back, right? No,
Now I
what
was
you
talking
just
about
said.
your brother Gideon running.
Uh, so do I have a source for this one right here?
I'm about to say, hit us with a sauce, brother. Hit us with some of that Chaldean smoke.
Hold on. Okay, right here. So that's Josephus. Hold on, not Josephus. So right here, Spicer, his quote right in he wrote ancient Near East text. He say the Chaldean account the Chaldean text from the British excavation at Nineveh. The majority of scholars would assign the epic to the Old Babylonian period, the early part of the second millennium BC. So he's saying that the scholars are saying that the Chaldeans account, right? These are these tablets that they had, cuneiform tablets, is goes back to the old Babylonian period. The old Babylonian period is not 1000 BC. That was the point that I was making.
Okay,
That's
Paul,
more
what's the
in
oldest Babylonian
that's the
then?
old
Give us the
Babylonian
Babylonian time
is
frame.
old Babylonian is anywhere from the early part of from third millennium BC to the second millennium BC. Mean to yeah.
So, in the gist of things, and just that history alone, would you call that young or would you call that old?
They're old. So look, let me. So this Diodorus Sectorius, right? He say according to the Egyptians, the Chaldeans were a colony of their priests that had been transported. They say the deity name there, right? That was transported on the Euphrates and organized on the model of a mother class. This is why I use the word mother class. And this colony continued to cultivate knowledge of the stars and knowledge that is brought from their homeland. Theodorus preserved
But they're
Egyptian
worshiping
traditions.
Baal, though, right? Hold on,
Let me just read the significance real quick.
go ahead.
Theodorus preserved Egyptian traditions, viewing Chaldeans as an ancient priestly astronomical class, not a late political entity with roots predating the empire. So this is why I make the statements that I made, right? From classical and historical writers, what they were saying, who these people was, who was closer in the evidence that they probably had was probably more vivid or what's the word for it? Was more available, right, than what we have today when they're mentioning certain
Depending on.
But
Did the
nevertheless,
Chaldeans have a military?
well, that so when you get to the Chaldean
Or they
Empire,
were just
this is
priests?
the this is the Neo. I forget if it's Neo Babylonian or Neo Assyrian because they because you go through three stages of about Neo Babylonian I think that is like Assyrian, but then you got Neo Assyrian too in the sixth century. So
That's all Aramaic or Jad, right? Basically.
yeah, but you gotta but then you have the Persians after that. So um I would say that it's Neo Babylonian. It's like a renaissance. It's not a renaissance. It's a reinvention. It's reestablishing the Babylonian societal nation culture. That's what I would say, right? So look, this. So I read this ancient academic tradition, long recognized Chaldean as describing ancient Babylonian literary scholarly heritage, not just ninth to century politics, because that's what the ninth. You got to understand when it's saying ninth to 10th to sixth century, it's talking about that Chaldean empire. But these was rulers. The Chaldean Empire was rulers. But the classical writers, when they write about the Chaldeans, they talk about their knowledge of uh, astronomy and stuff like that.
because it's
Similar
the
to what
tradition,
we
bro.
did, huh?
Because that's the tradition that's popular at the time.
But I'm saying they don't speak to them as a um, military, like a military force. They speak of them as more like ancient scribes, sages, mystics, not mystics, but sages. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Priest
that would be
is the word
yeah,
that
but
they use
that's
about.
subjective though. That's subjective. You still got
In
to understand the sources based on when they're writing and stuff.
Yeah, you're
You know,
conflating
to understand the traditions. Like, listen, hold on. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
I'm just giving a
When
consensus
you
of it. So
listen,
you
when we
can,
okay, I got you. But when we're reading classical sources, bro, you still have
mm-hmm.
to keep in mind that these authors are writing with the knowledge of the time period of the time of traditions of the time of the cultures that exist in their time, right?
Right.
So to project, right, to project without critical assessment of what they're saying to just project it onto the past is kind of is difficult because
Yeah,
there's
because you don't
still
know how
there's
far back
still
they
art,
can
there's still
go.
archaeology, there's still
That
history
part.
that will often always contradict what classical authors say. Like that's why like back a couple of weeks ago somebody I ain't gonna say names like was espousing Senka Luethon Phoenician history, and I made it
Mhm.
clear. I said, listen, you still have to understand that classical authors are still writing with and understanding the traditions in their time period. So, and sometimes they often do project the world that they live in onto the past. So you have to kind of be careful about what they are saying still. And that goes again to say that this is how you treat all literature, even the Bible,
Right.
even
Yeah.
classical literature, even Herodotus, because
Right.
What they do, what Greek authors do, what Greek historiographers do, they often conflate a lot of things. They
Myth.
often conflate
Yeah.
myth, history,
Hmm.
legend. Like it's an early form of history writing. So you got to be careful when we're reading classical sources, what they are saying in comparison to what the scholarship is like as far as archaeology and the textual, literary data. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So here's a scout. Here's a modern. Well, kind of modern. It's probably a bit outdated, but he from the past 40 years, right? Cyrus H. Gordon, which I don't agree with
I like
all of
Gordon.
what he
Yeah.
said, right?
Yeah,
But
he cool.
he argues that the Chaldeans likely existed as a semi-nomadic group in the region earlier than the first millennium BC. So he's saying that the name, their tribal name, predates the political dominance. So basically saying that they pre-exist before
What's the
this.
tribal name?
I think on the seals it has cast. I think the seals has the Assyrian. So these is from the Assyrian. Oh man, how can I say? Because
Chaldeans on trial
because you
tonight.
have the Syrians is in the 6th century, right? So you have these seals from these kings, and I don't know if they probably not Babylon, Assyrian, but these uh these kings during the Assyrian period they had names referring to Kaldu or the Kaldu or something like that. So what happens is people overread these and say, "Oh, this is the Chaldean. They was Chaldean." But I would say
Okay,
that
so hold
this
on
is
real
the
quick. So you're saying that the academics is saying that they got came across some names and they're thinking that they're referring to the Chaldeans? Is that
so
what it
right here.
says? Or what you're
It
reading?
says right here, modern scholars overread Assyrian royal inscriptions as definitive. So one thing you have to understand what's going on in ancient Babylon is just like in Egypt and
Yeah, I
everywhere.
agree.
The
Yeah, I
people
agree.
want to
Yeah.
be close to the gods, but the priests was the ones that was the closest. You get what I'm saying? So people will adopt certain titles and names. But these people that adopted these titles and names, they became a ruling empire, right? That's where you get the Chaldean Empire. But what I'm saying is that the knowledge of the Chaldeans, these was sages or priests, you know what I'm saying? A class of people who was from the classical writers, they describe them as keepers of the records, you know what I'm saying? Astrologers. And this stuff get passed all the way down to the Persians as well. But we got tablets, we got Babylonian tablets that has, astronomical alignments, certain star alignments and stuff like that.
Yeah, but
So
that's not like particular to like Babylon though. It's just like a Mesopotamian thing, bro. No matter
yeah,
what like
Mesopotamian is
civilization
Babylon.
arrives at the time. Like
Yeah,
that's how we have that's how Assyriologists like that feels like that's why that field is so like definite in like their chronological dating, all of that stuff. It's because like of Mesopotamian sources being so like accurate, documenting like solar eclipses and stuff and everything like that. But that's just like that's the thing. Like you see that whether you're talking about what Akkadian, Middle Assyrian Empire, late Assyrian, Neos, Babylon, like that's just their thing. Yeah, I got you though, bro.
Yeah, it's basically like what y'all saying,
Yeah,
what
they
we
love the
doing, right?
stars,
What
boy.
y'all say, what Hebrew Israelites is doing, right? It's basically that, right? So,
Looking up
like
at
you
the
say,
sky.
it's dogmatic, right? But this is what the classical writers are saying. You know what I'm saying? And maybe they can have a dogmatic approach, but myself, I can't reject that because these people are more closer to that period of time than we are today. And a
Right,
lot of this stuff is fragmented. A lot of these things is non-existent anymore. But we
right. Let
have
me ask you a question,
writers.
Capone.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me ask you a question because you said that, right? Okay, so we have classical authors that are absolute. You're right. They are closer in time than we are, right? But they operate under honestly, they don't have our modern, methods of like historiography, like research archaeology and stuff like that, right? So when they write and we see how they write, we see kind of like how historiography is done in antiquity. It's not a stretch. Would you agree that it's not a stretch that if we are to read like certain classical authors like Herodotus or anyone else, the whatever, whoever, that you have to take what they say when they start talking about the further past, right? When they start talking about past, or even when they start talking about cultures and communities that they probably never even seen for themselves. Do you think it's
Hmm.
fair to take it with a grain of salt and to evaluate that critically, right? Evaluate what they say critically when they start discussing the past, or like Herodotus, who never been to Ethiopia. I think he only made it to like Elephantine and was documenting what people were saying about Ethiopians, and all that, like stuff like that. That you have to take it with a grain of salt. You have to be particular about how we are evaluating these sources. You think that's fair, right?
Right, he's
Yeah,
saying
you
like
can be.
Yeah.
the abstract from an abstract, and then like
Yeah.
direct contact. Like, did he
Okay.
say, yeah? Did he go visit them? Did he
Okay.
hang out with them? And you don't have
Yeah.
much of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but I'm
yeah,
not gonna
and
throw the
hold
baby
on,
out with
Capone.
the
Here's
bathwater. Go
my
ahead.
question. Yeah, right. I got you. I got you. Here's my question. Why is it an issue when we deal with the Bible?
Cause you, why is it? Why is what that statement that you made?
Yeah, come on, bro. You heard what I said.
It's cause you okay. Because it's I get what you're saying. You're saying that it's an issue with the Bible because you're saying we should take the Bible as a grain of salt because these people didn't know what they was talking about. They basically going off traditions. But what
No,
I'm
I ain't
saying
saying
is,
that. I ain't saying it like that. Hold on. I ain't saying it like that. But go ahead. Go ahead.
well, make it clear then, because that's what
No, I made it clear though, bro. I said, listen, the Bible. The Bible is as the Bible is ancient literature, bro. It's an amazing piece of ancient literature, right? But
Mhm.
should we not attempt to understand this wonderful piece of literature that we have today the same way that we are to understand any other piece of ancient literature, like Herodotus, like Homer, like anybody else, any
Yeah,
other ancient literature,
but see
and be
the
critical about what they're saying
oh, for
in
sure.
context.
There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong
So why
about
you
being
fighting me, bro?
critical, but but being honest, right? So, like for instance, when we
Yeah,
talk about the polytheistic, the early Israelites being polytheistic, right?
they are.
The
They were.
text says certain things that alludes to that, right? But it also showed them, separating from that and forming their own nation of Israel. You know what I'm saying? That was before they even had a king. When they
Capone.
was go
I
ahead.
gotta
You,
charge
you,
my phone,
you,
y'all. Hit the likes, man. One love to the panel, man. My work is done.
peace,
Let me
man,
charge
peace.
my phone.
Yes,
I
sir. It was
appreciate
good,
you,
good to
Sylvia.
have you on, player.
Go
Hey,
ahead,
hey,
Benny.
hey, Capone. All right, listen. This is what I'm saying, bro. Listen, I get it, but in retros, like
In
in light
hindsight, I feel
of
that.
in light of what scholars understand the Bible to be, right? And the reason why I brought up Eric Klein's conversation on the ancients about Troy is because he makes a wonderful point that I don't think people really understand what he's saying. It's similar to what T.L. Thompson is saying. It's similar to what pretty much every scholar is saying. This is how you know that this is the method that we use today. It's a productive method. Now, what he's saying is that just like Homer, the Bible isn't a history book. It's not, and just like Homer, the Bible is a later compilation of material, right? So why should I, let me ask you a question, why should I evaluate Homer with those critical methods, right? But not the Bible, when it's pretty much the same thing. And Klein say in that same interview that you actually have scholars that do both. You have scholars that study Homer and the Bible at the same time because it's so much similar. The conversation is so much similar. So why should we have accommodations for the biblical text and not for any other text, right? What makes that authoritative over us reviewing any other text? You know what I'm saying? The same way. Why? Why, bro? Be honest. Come on, bro. Be honest.
Man, listen, I get what you talking the periodization of the per yeah imperialization of Christianity, the
Come on,
dominance.
I'm gonna convert you tonight, bro. Be
I
honest,
get I
bro.
get what you're saying. That's the only reason you saying where we
It's
don't.
because you believe, bro. Like, let's be honest. It's because you hold the biblical text to a different type of authority. Now, think
Oh
about
no,
it,
I
though.
thought you
Think
said
about it.
why we. I thought you were talking about like
But you,
American
but you
people.
do. That's why you don't.
But
That's why
that's
you don't
but
trip about it, though. You don't
but
trip about if we are to evaluate Homer with those same type of scientific methods, right? Same critical methods, textual criticism, historical criticism, bro. We don't bat an eye because it's Homer. Who cares, right? Who cares? But when it comes to the Bible, literally material that is quite dissimilar if we are to like study it, right? It's pretty much the same thing, right? But we have so many accommodations towards the text. That is bias, bro. And if you're doing a science, if you're conducting a scientific method, what is the rule? It's to eliminate is to eliminate that natural human bias, bro. So if you are saying what you're saying because you have faith that the text is preserving actual, like, whatever you think is preserving, then that is bias, bro, and that is not scholarship. That's not scholarship. That is your belief. That is how you feel about the text. That's your traditional views. That's
well,
it. You
that's
are
that's a bit
fundamentalists, bro, and it's
that's a
not bad.
bit that's a bit subjective. I would say
All right,
everybody
tell me where
holds
I'm
some
bugging.
type of belief, whether it's
Tell me,
even if you don't believe in anything, you
yeah,
still
but what?
believe.
But
You
like I
still
said, though, what?
you still
Go ahead.
it's still a belief that you don't believe in anything. You get what I'm saying? We
I got
human, so
Nah,
yeah,
right.
man, that shit sounds real poetic, but it's not accurate.
Yeah, but listen, A1, listen,
Oh,
A1.
I forgot what's
Naturally,
going on. I'm
you
not
right.
supposed to be talking. Sorry.
Every
Let me mute
every
up.
everybody has their own bias to a degree, bro. Everybody has their bias to a degree, no matter what, right? But the scientific method, bro, and how you approach history with the scientific method is to eliminate all possible bias. That's what it's there for because human beings naturally have bias, bro. We want things to be the way that we want it to be. We want to see things the way that we want to see it. But to eliminate those biases is to apply the method, a rigorous method, to where it's no matter what you believe, no matter what it is, bro, it is what it is. When you see the data, when you evaluate the data, bro, it is what it is, whether you like it or not. And what I'm saying is we stop at the point of the text. And I love the text, bro. I'm love the text. I'm just like you, bro. I was born and raised an Israelite, bro. I was born. My father is a historian, right? So, but it all comes down to a point where it's gonna be a point where you're saying certain things because you support the traditional views, and the traditional views are, I'm gonna be honest, are outdated, bro. We all have moved away. It's 2026, bro. This is a field that have existed for over damn near 100 years, bro. Damn near 100 years, right? Since Napoleon, since the earliest explorations, right? So honestly, like I said before, bro, the data is there. Since the advent of archaeology, in itself, it is it was bound for us to kind of to progress in our knowledge because we progress in technology, so we evaluate sources differently. I'm all about reevaluating archaeological material with new scientific technological methods, bro. I got a whole list of stuff that I want to talk about, right? But it's going to come to a point, bro, where it's like it's 2026, Capone, and it's like, bro, what are we doing, bro? What are we doing? And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to the audience, and that's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah. What you saying? I get it, but it's hard to make void of the things that is mentioned in ancient time. Is still like reinvention of those things today, right? In different forms and stuff. So it's a thin line. I'll say it's a thin line between that. Like, but far as looking at ancient sources critically, I do, right? Um, and I look at how people thought around the time we get to like the biblical narrative. What I always say is that it's capturing the the ancient Near East, what was going on during those periods. It's giving you a look of the type of cultures that people had, the distinctness of their cultures, the nuances that they had, right? Not only that, it gets very specific, even the rulership and everything. When you get to Josephus, he says that it's chronological, right? He says that they don't miss a beat on the chronological activity that was going on during that time. Then when I look at what Cyclo Britannica say, what does history say in general? You see the same thing, even in the archaeological record. You see the same thing that they're talking about. So I can't just disannul that this stuff was already being mentioned in the text before we even had archaeology. Before we even went to go dig for these places. Don't you know that the guy that found Ur, the excavated Tel El Makir, which they say is it was the Sumerian Ur. He was looking for what he was looking for. He was looking for something. It was something that was described in the biblical text, and he didn't find it. But he ran into that site. I think he was looking
I
for
got you.
some records or something like that.
All right, I got you. I ain't gonna play no videos. I'm gonna actually read some of this stuff real quick. I'm gonna kind of get
But what
to
I
the
would say,
point. Go
is
ahead. Yeah, I got
that it is with the belief in that thing. That's anyone's. That's your right to have a belief. If you believe, if you want to think
you. Yeah,
that
you're right.
you just came here spontaneously when don't nothing come spontaneously. You know what I'm saying? But then that's what you think. That's your opinion. I don't got nothing against that. But when I'm talking about text and I'm trying to be intellectually honest about things, then I have to give the narrative correctly and the archaeological side, because archaeology don't tell us everything.
You're right. I
Would you
understand, bro.
agree?
Yeah, I agree. Archaeology don't tell us everything, but it's not. It don't need to though. That's the thing. Let me read this real quick from It's not on my screen. It's this book right here. It's from it's History of Ancient Israel by Philip Davies. Bro, Philip Davies is probably man. He kind of molded the way I think about all of this stuff. So matter of fact, I ain't gonna read that right now. I'm gonna read this. Garfield did the 20 for 20 back in the day, bro. He interviewed scholars, bro. I feel like we ain't even really appreciate this at the time. But let me kind of like break down
I
what I'm
wasn't even
saying.
hip to this at the time.
Yeah, bro. Like I got every single video, bro. It's still on his page, but I literally have every single video, bro. That's like
And I
I
heard you
was
sneak this in Evolution a second ago, GDN. Come on,
you
I'm
heard
not gonna
that?
let that slide.
Man, come on, man.
I feel
He
like you
said,
just sending
he
shots
said,
at
if you
me
want to
because he ain't
believe
said nothing
everything
about
from
No,
Cain,
I
DNA or
believe it.
creation the whole
I believe
time.
I believe in evolution, but I just it's so
So
like let me just before you get there, right? No, matter of
go
fact,
ahead,
you
play the
bro.
out
believe in some evolution because you obviously
Yeah.
making fun of don't understand. Okay, I won't talk like
Yeah,
that.
no, it
Let's figure out how to
matter of
say it.
fact,
No,
we
let me
gonna get
not
into
detract
that.
from your point. Go ahead, Ben. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I actually want to get into that A1, but let
I'm
me
about
let
to
me do
double
this real
back on
quick.
you. I'm spinning the
Yeah, we're
block.
gonna double back on that,
These
bro.
niggas think I ain't gonna
But
slide.
I
but
think
yeah,
it's
bro, this
easier to believe in for the totality of evolution.
yeah.
That's the
But
easy
listen,
thing.
listen,
Go
this
ahead.
was this an interview Garfield did with Hindi, right? Miss Najman, right? Now listen to what she says in her article, right? So this is her point of the article. So she contends that biblical studies must shift away from reconstructing an imagined original text, and they have, by the way, and instead recognize the Hellenistic and Second Temple periods as eras of profound vitality, in which Jewish
Mm.
textual traditions grew through creative rewriting, plur, 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 uh, pluriform transmission, and transformative reading practices that actively generated a new meaning. Najman argues that the Hellenistic period was one of the most dynamic, informative areas in Jewish history, and it absolutely was. But here's the point that I was making, correlating all this stuff, right? I actually want to skip. I'm gonna skip Jonathan Atlee, and I want to get to what Paula Frederickson said. Paula Frederickson is probably my favorite New Testament scholar, bro. Even over Bart.
Because
But
it's
listen to
a
what she's saying.
ride. And it's actually even worse than 500 years because the story begins with Alexander the Great in minus 333
What's
when
she referencing?
Alexander conquers the Eastern Mediterranean.
In fact, that's too low. I'm gonna just read this point. I'm gonna get this
No,
over
no,
it.
no, no.
Over
You can
with.
play. I just want to know what she was referencing because she said the
Oh, okay.
story
I got you.
began
No,
with
just
Alexander the Great.
I got you. I got you. Listen. So she's starting from uh
Second,
post Hellenistic
Maccabees.
period, bro. Yeah. All right,
Oh,
but
okay.
listen to what she's
All
saying
right.
though.
All right. All right. All right. All right. I just want to know.
And all the other indigenous cultures and turns Greek into the English of antiquity. It becomes the international language to the point that after Alexander, when there are Jews living in Alexandria, they translate Hebrew and Aramaic sacred scriptures into Greek, which is changing these very specific cultural stories into something that is broadly accessible to outsiders. So, and that happens by the minus second, minus third century. If that hadn't happened, I don't know what you and I would be talking about tonight.
But so all right, so she recently did, well, not recently, but she did the book Ancient Christianity, the first 500 years, and she actually had an entire lecture series that y'all can probably go online and order, bro. But her point about this, right, is similar to the same point that Bar Ehrman was making in his discussion in his book Lost Christianities, about that when you look at antiquity, early Christianity, it wasn't it wasn't necessarily the way that we see it today, whereas like orthodoxy, right, the faith that won the popularity. But in ancient, in early Christianity, you had different sects, different types of Christianity. Christians who believed different things, like the conversation before about Gnostics, which is really not even a conversation today. It's not even a thing today, according to a few New Testament scholars. But the point that she make is, and Dr. Ehrman make, is that the study of ancient Christianity has naturally shifted. It's not like a point where it's like, all right, you know, um, it was this, and then now it's that, and then now you have skeptical scholars, and then you have conservative scholars. No, it's literally the shift in how we or should understand antiquity as far as Christianity. And we know that, right? You have ancient Christian sects who believe various different things, who conducted who conducted themselves in their faith and behaviors very different ways. And the point that Jonathan Adler, John Collins, Gab Barnea, and other scholars who deal with archaeology and biblical studies, they are coming when it comes to the conversation of Judaism, which, according to which defined by Jonathan Adler, is the practice Judaized practice under Torah law, something like that. I'm butchering it, but early Judaism, which he say, Anthony T, what he say? In my recent book, Judaism Before Jesus, I offer a popular survey of the events and ideas that shaped the Jewish landscape in the Second Temple period. The time when the Second Temple was standing in Jerusalem. That's in paragraph. Sorry, it's a variegated landscape, indeed. In fact, it is Second Temple Judaism. In fact, the fact is, Second Temple Judaism was characterized by such a plurality of beliefs and practices that some scholars have adopted the term Judaisms to describe Jewish religion. What that means is that in those early periods of what we call in Judaism, it is similar, it is literally similar, quite literally similar to what we see later on amongst Christian groups who are sectarian. They don't believe the same thing. They're not following, they're not practicing the same thing. It's that type of nuance. It's the same type of nuance, right? And what Jonathan Adler and John Collins do, right? Which I said, this is honestly the best example of the scientific method, is that John Collins is a biblical scholar. Jonathan Adler primarily deals with archaeology, but they come up with the same thesis, bro. They work under the same thesis and understand this point the same way. That's why Ian Young said when he reads Gab Barnea and and Jonathan Adler, he understands because he's a textual critic. He understands that you really don't see these type of traditions early on, at until the period around like the Hasmonean period and the Maccabean period. You don't see these type of traditions that you see, these Torah traditions, like you don't really see that. And in my opinion, and I'm saying this is my opinion, that that's practically that's obvious. What's obvious is that those traditions, even though they may in some form come from earlier traditions that we probably don't know, right? Just like the same as uh like biblical narratives that probably stem from sources that we probably don't even have anymore, like I explained, like Russell Merkin talked about with Berosus, where you see, or what's his name? God damn it! I'm gonna just stick with Russell Merkin. Russell Merkin's study of Berosus, where you see that the flood narrative, the flood narrative has been examined through the lens of what Gilgamesh, Atrahasis, all of these other things. But what is important, right? What is important is that when you evaluate the flood narrative, and what Russell Americans do is when he look at Berosus, he says for himself that there are verses in Berosus that the biblical narrative, the flood narrative, mimics more than it does if you are to compare it with like with Babylonian literature like the Atrahasis or Gilgamesh. That tells you something. That tells you that they're probably drawing from some type of source. What source we just really don't know, right? But we know that this is a it's a development. It's the biblical text, the Hebrew Bible is and the traditions that we see in Second Temple Judaism are later evolutionary developments, bro. What does that mean? That mean when the further you go back, the more different these traditions likely look like. So when you look at ancient Israel and Judah, and and you do the proper comparison, which is comparative analysis, bro. It's still the baseline in scholarship. It's comparative analysis to the ancient Near Eastern world, to the societies that they were amongst and that they integrated in and that they lived in. What the consensus is pretty much, which the overwhelming consensus is that these people are indigenous to the area, and whatever happens, right? Eric Klein's talk about the Bronze Age collapse and everything, and all the stuff that happened in it, to where these uh communities of people originated, not just Israel, but Ammon, even Eric Klein say even when you see those like Jebusites and all those other Canaanite peoples in the Bible, probably emerged out of this event as well. Like the Philistines, what's her name? Gildoa. She makes the argument that what we see in the biblical text as far as Philistines isn't is a later it's a later thing because sea peoples are sea peoples. You know, they're not Philistines yet. What Philistines are, according to her, and I forget, I can't. I'm gonna butcher his name, bro. It's a long name, Bulovich. That those people that what the Bible is probably describing as Philistines are a later group that has long already been in the land and had already intermarried and intermixed with local Canaanite populations. And we see that through the archaeology. That's her lane, right? That's what she do. And so it's not simply just saying this and that, bro. It's collecting the overwhelming amount of archaeological data, comparing it with textual data to where scholars come to a point where it's like, okay, what is going on and what can we realistically say is happening? That's the point, bro. That's the point. And when we discussing the Bible, it is a different conversation than when we're discussing anthropology, archaeology of ancient Israel, of ancient Palestine, bro. Because those two professions have long been distinct from each other. Once together, on biblical scholarship kind of like been the foundation for pretty much all this stuff. But at a certain point, scholars want in archaeo at a certain point archaeologists want to understand the history of the region beyond all of the presuppositions now. So that's the point I was making with this uh what I was presenting, is that the paradigm has really shifted and it's not
Shifted.
really new.
Hmm.
It's not really new, bro. It's been like this for a while. We just ain't really up to date, and that's why I say, well, y'all wasn't listening to when Garfield was bringing on these scholars, bro, because they was really saying something, and we was missing it. But that was my point, bro. I'm gonna finish with that.
Well, yeah, you have paradigm shifts in society in civilizations. I talk about this cultural continuity, which goes into a cultural diffusion, which would be a paradigm shift, right? Where it shifts from a central form of a culture and tradition, and then it spreads out, and people you have schisms and different as people populate and grow. You know what I'm saying? And travel, you have a diffusion And then not only that, you have schisms where you would have like these different sects. We know this from the two kingdoms. Um, we call it the kingdom splitting, right? From Israel and Judah, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. So I know scholars will. Well, I know some minimalist scholars would in secular they would talk they would have a different position against that and say, well, it always been two separate kingdoms. But that's
Let me ask you a
we already
question, bro.
had we already had that discussion, right? We already
Yeah.
talked about that.
Let me
So
ask you a question, bro. We, okay, I'm gonna talk about Finkelstein for a second. How much of Finkelstein have you read, bro? Like, have you read his excavation material, bro? Like, have you read that? Because I'm asking that for a reason. Because you have to kind of understand. Because he led the excavation for Shiloh, for goddamn, I forget a couple of them, but he works in the field. Like he's not really too much no more, but he works in the field and his surveys all the surveys that is being reviewed. Like his surveys all the surveys that are being reviewed. So I'm asking, like, if you disagree, bro, what are you disagreeing with? When
okay,
like, I know
let's
y'all don't like Finkelstein, bro,
let's start
because
let's
y'all feel
start
like he's
let's
a
start right
minimalist,
here.
but like
Let's start.
y'all gotta read him though. Like, because
Yeah,
y'all wouldn't know anything else. He hosts the archaeological
yeah,
excavations.
he's the top. So let's start right here, right? Do he posit that from his research, right? Because I know you say that the Exodus never happened, right? Well, that's one of his.
No,
That's one of his
he don't
stances.
say that, bro. He don't say that.
He said there's no evidence
There
of
is no
a
evidence, right?
major exodus
Right.
into the Levant region, right? Something along those
Yeah,
lines.
he said, yeah, he'll say that the Exodus, as as told, as we see in the narrative, there is no archaeological material to support
And then
that,
this is this
that
is
that narrative. That's what he's saying. Yeah,
this is
and but
this is
that's
my,
the consensus, though, bro. Everybody's saying that.
yeah, this is my problem with that.
Okay.
Is they are they looking at the Exodus hypothetically, right? The hypothetical Exodus, whatever. When they looking for this thing, are they looking for it in the time of Ramses? Correct.
No, it don't matter what time, bro. They listen. It's not a. That's what Kasai don't understand. By the way, and I hate to put his name. I love my brother Kasai, but that's something that I don't think he even understands. It's not a subject of debate about what time. These are like
It is. That is the
it's
debate.
it's a, it's listen, bro. No, it's listen. The the
That's the only
the
debate. The debate
I'm trying
wasn't
to
about
think,
if
bro.
the Exodus happened. It was about when. That was the debate.
Bro,
Was it in
honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you,
early or
Capone.
late?
It's not even a debate today, bro.
I
Listen,
forgot what they
they
call it.
listen.
Man,
Palestinian archaeology and Egyptology is probably one of the most popular
oh,
fields of archaeology, right?
high chronology,
Hold on,
low
hold on.
chronology.
Yeah, they right. The conventional chronological, uh, the conventional chronology, right? What is it? No, I think it's high. I don't know. But
Yeah, high
That that's
chronology,
that's
low
that's the
chronology.
that's the standard, though, bro. That's the standard.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
that's what they're working with.
That's the
That's what
window.
they're
Yeah.
working with. So what they are, listen, bro. What they are saying is pick a time. You can pick a time, bro. Pick a time, and any time that you pick, what does the data shows if you are to like incorporate this story to prove that it's not a matter of like they're not looking in the right place, bro. They are excavate they have excavated for years. They've
Hmm.
excavated, they have their surveys for years, for almost the entire, like, what, I'm trying to think about the right word to say. I guess like the for to make a chronology, right? It's like pick a time, and once you evaluate, and when we evaluate that, you can make your claim, but do your claim work with the data of whatever time you pick it, Ramses or whatever. But does the data support the claim? I think that's what I'm saying. That's probably better.
Well, the data do support the claim. So we have
That's just not true though, Capone. It's just
we
not
have
true.
hold on, let me say this real quick. We
All right,
have
go ahead.
a scars no, not scars. We have little evidence of that Bronze Age, but what we do have, right, in according with the internal evidence of the textual from the Hebrew, or even you can go to the retellings of the classical historians, right, of this event, is that the Exodus happened pre-Ramses, right? And the evidence to back that, even when they talk about this conquest, it's the same conquest that we have in the Amarna letters. So when you read when you go into the Amarna letters, these same cities are the ones that the Canaanite community or population is writing to the Egyptians for aid. So
But
and
but
they're
what
described. Go ahead.
right, right. But what are the assessments though, bro? What are the so you can claim, you can say that it's
So so
your evidence is the Armana letters, bro.
so
But that's
no,
not the assessment. You
it's
saying
not
it's
just the Amarna
describing
letters
the
though.
period. It's describing what are you saying? Like the conquering, the destruction of like
The
city states.
conquest, the conquest, yes, of the city states, yes,
Yeah,
for
but
Joshua.
that's not what you see in the
The
archaeological
same,
record. It's not what you think it is, Capone. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's not what you actually think it is, right? When those surveys have been long concluded, bro. And that's why Diva, who is an archaeologist, bro, probably one of the best Palestinian archaeologists, right? Along with Finkelstein. That's why they be beefing, right? He even says there's no evidence, bro. There's
yeah,
no
but to say
evidence.
no,
There's no there's no
but
and then
listen,
the evidence that you're using to try to support your
it's
claim, like the
indirect.
destruction of like Joshua
It's
or
indirect evidence.
or any of these other sites, there is a clear archaeological record that explains what's going on, bro, and it doesn't line up with what you're saying. That's the point. It doesn't line up with what you're saying, and it's almost obvious that it is not there. It's just not there.
Wait, hold
So
on,
what
wait,
is a reasonable, hold on, I'm gonna land real quick. So once they understand that the archaeological data does not support the narrative, what then do they do? What then do they do? What does the data actually shows?
you have to
And that's
conclude.
when they move on, bro. What the data actually shows, what the archaeological data actually shows, and that's how they built those early models by Martin North and Albright, peaceful infiltration, all of those early models of how Israel and all that stuff. But what is the overwhelming consensus, bro? The overwhelming consensus, what is comes out of Ann Killebrew's book. I mean, I'm about to post that. She set the consensus, bro. They teach this in school. This is in college.
Mhm.
This is a college curriculum. How to understand ancient Israel, how to understand Philistines, how to understand all of these populations, bro. That's the consensus. That's the consensus. That's the overwhelming consensus, is that these people are indigenous to the land, and that's realistic. Because I mean, that's realistic, bro. It's just a realistic approach to understanding
What? So when you say
these
so,
ancient
the
peoples.
people,
That's
so
what I'm
you
saying.
saying the people that um the Canaanite kings was talking was writing about the Habaru, right? They are indigenous to Canaan.
No, bro. That's see you're trying to do the anecdotal stuff, bro. There,
No,
what
that's what
scholars are
that was.
doing. That's why I
I was
say, bro, this
bringing
is
up
a
the Marna
strictly
letters though.
yeah,
And,
but this is but no scholars support that. That's what I'm saying. They don't use that. And listen, look. Remember when Yara? I'm not even gonna do that, bro. But he said something about Lemke and how Lemke described what who the Habiru are and something. But that's not the Habiru are a particular group of people, right? They're a particular group of people, but they are not a cohesive group. They like to
well,
see
we
people,
not.
right? They
Well,
like to see people, different
they not.
correlations, different groups of people who correlate together, bro. And you
I,
see that in the Armana letters where you have even the king. What's his name called? A dreamy king of Alalak, bro. He was a Habiru king, and people who would be like disbanded from war or who would be, prisoners of war, all that stuff would come
oh
and
yeah,
join those type
dream.
of
Yeah.
groups, bro. They would just join those groups. It's not a homogenous group, and this is why scholars don't really look at that. Now, here's the thing about the
Yeah.
Armana
So you
letters,
saying Dreamy was a Canaanite? He was a indigenous Canaanite.
bro. I don't know what he is.
Okay, then.
How will we know that?
Right. So how could you say that the people? Okay, maybe all right.
What am I?
Well,
Go ahead. No, hold on.
let's
What am
not
I
let's
saying,
not
Capone? But I think you. I think
it
you didn't
got a
even
little
understand what I'm
conflated. My
saying.
bad. It got a little conflated. So I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but
the
it got
indirect evidence.
conflated because you're using the Amarna letters to support your claim for the Exodus.
Yeah, as
That is
an
a
indirect
completely
evidence. Yes.
outlandish. It's just outlandish, bro. No one does that. That's what I'm saying. So I'll be confused when y'all do that. So like, what are
Okay. So
academics
what about
saying that convinces y'all that this is okay enough to bring it here to tell people this? That's what I'm saying.
the walls of Jericho falling outward and not inward from an invasion?
I don't even know what that means. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Okay,
what does that even mean, though, Capone?
so within the text, it describes that when they go into is it Shechem, Jericho and Shechem? I think when they go into Jericho, right? I think it is in Shechem. Shechem, they go into Shechem first, then they go into Jericho, or it's the other way around. But anyway, when they go into Jericho, it describes how the walls they had to do a certain ritual or formation, and the walls will fall outward and make a ramp so they could, which basically made a ramp where they can just walk straight into Jericho. And they found this in archaeological record. I forgot what the tale is called, but it's for Jericho, right? In the the bricks, they are saying that the bricks fell outward and not, it didn't fall, they didn't collapse inward. And not only that, it makes a ramp, the bricks of the thing, just like it was described in the text, right? So we know that that conquest archaeologically was by the Habiru, correct?
Hold on, my bad. Say that again.
The in the honor letters. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me see. Pull up the honor letters real quick. But I was talking about the conquest of Jericho, the bricks of the city. They understand that Jericho was once an inhabited kingdom or a city state, and it was massive. Like if you look at the reconstruction of it and then the actual tale of the site, it was a massive site it was on the I think it's on the hill of Jericho or something like that.
Yeah. All right.
And
Think about it, though, Capone. Hold on. Think about it. Listen. All right, Cat. So let me make sure I got this right. Don't quote me. But I think it was Kathleen Kenyon, right, who excavated Jericho in I think like
King, go ahead.
1950, something like that, right?
Yep.
Right. But what is the scholarly consensus, bro? What is the prevailing scholarly consensus about Jericho, bro? Right? It's that it was already uninhabited, by whatever time you decide, by the 13th, listen, by like the 13th, 15th century, it was already like fundamentally uninhabited, bro. That's it, and that's like that's kind of
Well, not
the type of thing
necessarily.
with most of the sites that the Bible is talking about. Now think about it. Hold on. Let me say this, right?
Go ahead. Go
Think
ahead.
about it. Think about it. In Homer, right? And this is what Eric Klein says, right? This is Eric Klein's conversation again, right? And Homer, he does the same when he talks about Troy and Homer and Hittites and trying to do like a historical analysis of Homer. He does the same thing, right? But in Homer, what he says is Homer, we have to kind of figure out if Homer is describing uh things that are typical of his time period, which like the Iron Age, or what he's describing in what he's describing in the Bronze Age, bro. And what we can obviously see within Homer is that when Homer is describing like things that are likely happening in the Bronze Age, the the accuracy starts to kind of like dwindle a little bit, but that tells you something. That tells you something. It tells you that the that wherever Homer is writing or correlating, that it or I mean, even if it is a Homer or them or a she, like he said, that you can tell by the what they're writing that they are writing in a particular point in time. That they're writing in particular because Homer describes like Iron Age tools in the Bronze Age, but that's an
Mm-hmm.
obvious anachronism, though. So so it's that type of like conversation that's being had, right? But it's pretty much the same thing. So when archaeologists look at these cities, I think with the exception of AI, that these cities were uninhabited during the time that they are, claimed to be uh, attacked by this invading force, and it's even to a point where we don't even know like what invading force is. There even any evidence of any invading force or like that at this
Well,
time conquering, it's those questions that creates this consensus, bro. It's an overwhelming consensus. This is why scholars don't even debate much of this no more. That's why I brought up um Exodus by what's her name? Goddamn, what's her name? Carol Myers, where she says Exodus is meant to teach. It's not meant to record, right? It looks like a history book, but it's the appearance that leads, that leads to much investigation. But now what scholars do is they are more concerned with how the story developed. What type of processes and events uh develop this story, because it's almost obvious that it's a story, bro. It's a story, just like Homer in the goddamn Trojan horse, bro. Like,
yeah, but
it's
you
a story.
keep bringing that up.
It's a
But
story, bro.
I understand that, and yes, the scriptures is for a teaching moment, but that don't mean that certain things didn't happen, right? So for one, like when I was mentioning about
I agree. I agree.
Jericho, right? When you mentioned Catherine Catherine
Kathleen
what's his name?
Kenyon.
Kenyon, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, you mentioned her. So there was one problem with her in this, but it been kind of accepted by the scholarship not to tarnish her name, right? Uh, so the thing is that she misdated the destruction of Jericho, and she dated it back
Yeah,
because she didn't find a
she
certain
did.
type of pottery. It was I forgot the scholar, I forgot the archaeologist's name
She
who came after
she
her.
misstated it, but what's the consensus today? That's what I'm saying. So what's the she did
That
misstate it,
it was
right?
destroyed. The
It's the
consensus is
1950s.
that Jericho was destroyed by fire, and it was in the actual invasion. That's the consensus.
That's not the consensus, bro.
Now what you're
I don't know
saying
where
is,
you getting that from, brother.
hold on. So so I got Joel Kramer. Is he's a archaeologist in Israel, right? So he got a book called it's kind of religious, but it says when God came down, and what he's showing is all the archaeological findings, right? So he goes into Jericho. I forgot the name of the tale, right? But he goes into Jericho, and he talks about with Catherine Kitchen and the history of the archaeologists coming from from Albright to some I forgot the German guy name, but
You might be
anyway,
talking about Brian Wood, bro. I know Brian Wood did. I know he reevaluated her ceramics and stratigraphy and
yeah.
all that stuff.
So what it
Yeah,
was is so
but that didn't really do nothing though, bro.
so
That
she
didn't really
found
do
out
nothing.
she found the destruction layer, right? The all that was fine. It's just the dating. She dated it to the 1500 BC that it would have been destroyed because she didn't see early pre aren't I think it was Cypriatic pottery. That's what she was looking for. Uh, she didn't see that pottery, so she dated it to the 1500 BC, which that time is early, right? Now, now what happens is archaeologists they go redo the site and they find the pottery that she was looking for is properly dated, right? But what happens is she had already passed away, and they didn't want to tarnish her credentials and her reputation and everything. So they just leave
I
it
get it, but they
as
definitely
is.
did. So
It's fine. That's fine. But so not only that, right? You have the Joshua Stone, which is set up in Shechem, right? In and this is after they go into Jericho. Joshua set up this massive stone. They found the stone, and that even is part of a archaeological
that's subjective though,
sabotage.
bro. That's like saying that when who discovered the Mount Ebal? Goddamn, I forget. When he ascribes that to
Yeah, it
Jericho,
was.
I mean
I
to
think it
Joshua's
was.
temple, that's subjective, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like this is why archaeology honestly has to separate from biblical studies because is it Zertal? I think yeah, Adam Zertal. He
That's the German guy.
he ascribed the Mount Ebal temple. I'm not even sure if the consensus is that a temple. It probably is, I don't know, but he is an archaeologist, right? But he
Hmm.
also ascribes that place as Joshua's temple. Why does he do that? Why does he do that? Because that is not what that's you don't get that from the archaeology. That comes from his
I wasn't
interpretation
talking about
of it
Joshua
from
Temple
biblical
though.
studies, bro. No, I'm saying that's similar to what you doing with this stone. When y'all say things like that, you gotta
So,
acknowledge
but
that
this is not just the
you
stone.
are drawing on the assumption of the text.
No,
And
but
it's not
listen,
an issue,
it's
but
not
you
just
have
the
to contextualize that, bro.
yeah. It's
So
not
people
just
won't
the
be
stone.
confused.
It's not just the stone. So if you find it, so this is what I'm this is my assertion right here. This is what I'm positing, right? So it's not just the stone. It's the evidence. So you have the you have Jericho being destroyed, destruction of Jericho being moved to an earlier time than what it was, right? So
You know the consensus is still 1500, bro.
no,
Or
well,
1550, sorry, like or 1550, something like that.
so so
That's
that,
that's
so
still the
that
consensus view.
no, it's not.
Yes, it is. What are you
Well, all
talking
right,
about, bro?
all right, all
What are you
right.
talking about?
That's based off of
Have you
Catherine
have you
King, and I
read
just
John
explained.
G, bro? 19
But
have you read
hold
John
on.
Gersan, bro?
William Albright writes about
So
this
what?
whole thing in his book.
When was he
Um,
writing, bro? Was he writing before Kathleen
1920
King's
something,
excavations?
somewhere in the 1900s. But
Bro, he
hold
was
on,
writing
but
before Kathleen King's excavations, bro. Answer the question.
was he?
I love Albright, bro. He committed a lot to this field, bro. I'll post stuff that he says, but I'm gonna be fair. Albright was heavily conservative, and that's not a shot. That's not a shot. But that's early biblical archaeology.
Early
What
biblical.
is he
I
saying?
understand that. I understand that. But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm positing. So if Jericho destruction was much sooner than later, rather, right? So you have that destruction that we could say that. So if it's in the 14th century, right? Would that be like 13 something? And then you have what? This Joshua stone, which they say that the stone was erected. They could tell that the stone was erected. Oh, they had a date. Uh, it's a date for the stone. But anyway, they knew they could tell from certain things when the stone was set up and everything. It's the exact details. Not only that, then you have the walls, the bricks from the Jericho being situated the same way as is described in the text, and it's all around the same period. The only thing that throws it off is Captain Kenyon saying that the destruction was much earlier. That's the only thing that throws everything else is there. Then when you
Listen,
equip that with the minor letters, before that, monolith is 1350. When you incorporate that with the monolith showing that it's a conquest in Jericho, then you have a destruction in Jericho, then you have the actual stone that's written in the text the same way that it's described, right? The same way where it take even the archaeology, it took multiple men to lift it up, just like it described in the text. Um, then when you have the Merim Patastele, this is what we be trying to tell y'all is that this is what the archaeological record is showing you the conquest. The biblical narrative is telling you it's telling you what happened. Now you saying that these people were indigenous to the land of Canaan. There's no way to prove that they was indigenous because we don't have their bones we don't have their
That's
remains.
wild. That's why, bro. We was having a good conversation, bro, and you messed it up
All
with
right,
saying that
whatever, man.
craziness,
All
bro.
right, all right.
You
Well,
said that.
scratch the last
You
part, then.
you said
Scratch
that,
the
bro.
last part, then. Deal with what I
I'm
was
about to say,
talking
bro.
about
Come on,
with
bro.
archaeology.
All right,
And
hold on.
I'll look
I'm about
up
to tell you
the
what you mean.
destruction of Jericho. I think they give a time period. I think it say from 1550 to 14. Because when I looked it up, that's how I found out about this. That it was first dated to the 1500s. Then archaeologists came and dated it much later. It was an early date, and they dated it to a much later date.
Okay.
But
All right, let me
but
see what I
even
can see
that, so
here.
the stone, they say the stone probably was the stones. It comes from like the 15th century, but they say that's not when it would have been set up. They said it would have been set up somewhere in the 14th century. So it's all in that same window of time, and it's all in the narrative gives
It's
you
not even the right goddamn
it
one.
flesh it out even more. It gives you these the same exact details. But I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm gonna look
No,
this
I got you, brother.
one last time.
I got you, brother. This what I'm gonna say to you though. The the consensus today, right? The consensus today is what, bro? The modern consensus, the archaeological consensus, is that what? It's not historical. That's it. It's just not historical, bro. The overwhelming consensus amongst archaeologists of ancient of Palestinian archaeology is that what we're calling Israel, which even in itself is a difficult term, they're indigenous people, bro. They are indigenous people. They have their own ethnogenesis. Now they might with respect to Humble, and I love Humble, but Humble oversimplifies, absolutely, super oversimplifies the point when he do the Shasu of Yah and then the inland Canaanites like it's like a Voltron type thing. That's not really how it's working. But it's an indigenous process. That's what Finkelstein says when he describes the that French methodology as far as the long term processes of evolution within these communities, bro. That's where all the data is going to. That's what all the data is saying, bro. Is that these people, what we see later on as Israel, these proto Israelites, these proto early Israelite groups, are originally indigenous to the land. And through those processes, which is like social processes, economic issues, war, famine, all of those issues, right, that erupted out of the Bronze Age, all of those issues that erupted out of the economic instability, all of that stuff plays a part in the evolution of the people that we see later on, not just Israel, but but damn near possibly everyone. Philistines, Phoenicians, who literally carry Canaanite culture into the Hellenistic Greek period, early into the later periods, all the way to the Biblos, all of that stuff. These these people emerge out of the consequences of those things. This is kind of getting to the point of 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 understanding ancient history as we will understand modern history, bro. We know how things happen, even what 200 years in our past, right? We understand how imperialism works, how colonialism affect cultures and all that. That is the method that scholars are using to understand the ancient world, bro. It's not a thing about minimalism, maximalism. They hate the Bible and it, like, if it contradicts what the Bible is saying, in my opinion, I don't care, because it's the method is used to understand the people, bro. It's used to understand the people in their lives, in their experiences. Like if you think about like all of the think about the deportations and the imperialism that I was talking about earlier about Assyrian, about Mesopotamian deportations, like Babylon and everything, bro. Those things, like think about it, those things actually happen. Those things actually have an effect on people. So you have to kind of put yourself in the shoes sometimes of your ancestor to kind of think like, okay, what can we say, or what based on the data is a realistic view of the past, right? We have deportations where I recently just learned reading the ethnicity thing in Assyria, that article I just showed, that they compare not only Mesopotamian deportation to each other, but also Mesoamerican deportation. I didn't even know that. Obviously, it would make sense, right? But I didn't even know that. And the effects that have on ethnicity, the effects that have on identity, those things are important, especially when we're talking about ancient Israel and Judah, because we have the Bible. So when you're reading the text and when scholars are examining the text, we have to take into account all of this stuff. That's why I say this is an interdisciplinary study, bro. It's deeper than what we really think. And it helps us understand the nature of the ancient world and what these people are going through and what these people, how they are, how they behave. And it helps us understand how we are and how we behave. Because, like next week, I'm gonna do I'm gonna have a conversation on how the Bible has influenced us even in Western civilization, and how much we internalize a lot of those things, a lot of those evolving mechanisms of of how like pivotal the Bible was to Western civilization. That's the important thing in scholarship today. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand, bro. And y'all gotta go back. Y'all gotta go back to Dagger Squad channel, bro, because they was into Garfield was really like doing a service to the community, and we wasn't even appreciating that, bro. But that's all I'm gonna say, man. Shout out to Dagger Squad, man, all day. Oh, man.
You still there, GDN?
Yeah, I'm still there. I'm researching something.
Yeah, but that's it, man. You know, that's why that's why I find so much passion in this, bro. I know people going to say that I'm Ryan Garfield coattails, but that brother really influenced the way that I think. He introduced me to scholars that helped me, that help guide me and keep me, afloat, bro. So that's the conversation today, man. That's what scholars want to understand today. Early on, bro. Listen, early on in like those early periods of exploring the world, European exploration, bro, searching, Egypt, Sumer, all of that stuff, bro. It was really about finding empires, finding big finds and all that stuff. That's what Brian Fagan does in his book. He explains all of this. But as the field, I keep saying the field, as these fields evolve and as our scientific methodology evolved, you know, it's like now we can understand much more about the ancient world through archaeology, and through archaeology that's pretty much understanding people, because in a couple years, like in centuries, when we're all gone, bro, we will want that for us. You know, we want that for us. And I love the biblical text, bro. I love the Bible, but I feel like a lot of us kind of like stop there and then don't want to understand more. I don't think we even really care about how important the Bible is. Like, it's a wonderful piece of literature once we understand how to, read it, interpret it, and I think the only way that we can do that is academically. It's really no other way, bro. Because you
Let
just get
me
stuck in dogma. You get stuck in dogma.
let
And it's
me
like
ask
you don't
you.
really learn anything. But go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. And I hear
Go
this
ahead.
a lot with non-believers, atheists, secular people who don't regard the text. Why y'all always have to um assert that or state that y'all love the Bible, y'all was once Christians, like that's gonna change your position, like our view of your position.
Because I do,
Like
and
you
because
try
they
to
do,
do
bro.
that, like it seemed like you try to say that for favor, like, oh, I'm not against the Bible. I'm just telling you to think critically.
I'm gonna tell you why, Capone.
I'm already thinking critically, right?
I'm gonna tell you
So,
why, Capone.
but
Go ahead.
this is the thing. It's a persuasive tactic.
Mm.
So like earlier today, I heard a sister. She was talking crazy about the scriptures, right? Because they was talking about feminism and stuff. I think that was on. I think we was on somebody else's panel the other night. And first thing she said, I was raised a Christian or or some, like, what do that don't mean anything. That has nothing to do with
I
the
got you.
argument that you're making. That's you trying to persuade people that, oh yeah, this is a fellow Christian here, so we should, hear them out. No, I'm gonna hear you out anyway because you're a human being and you speak, and I don't care about your beliefs or what you like or none of that. That has nothing to do with it. Let's just deal with the information. You saying
Listen.
that, oh, I love the text. It's great literature. It's great wisdom and all this. That takes nothing away from
Mm,
the position that you have against the narrative, right?
I got you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why I do it. Because y'all don't. Y'all so biased that y'all automatically assume that I'm anti-Bible, and that drives most people. That drives most people's minds through the entire duration of when I talk, bro. So y'all don't listen. That's what I'm saying.
I
Because
think
you
y'all do
think,
it
listen,
because
you
y'all
assume. Stop.
different.
Hold on, bro. No, you assume that because you just did it yourself. You did it earlier, bro. You called me a minimalist.
I
And
said
that's
you
why
taking
A1
a
was like, bro, you
minimalist
using that
position.
as a hold on. A1 said you using that as like as like a tactic to just like bat, because that's what y'all do. And so sometimes I have to remind people that I am not anti-Bible. I'm not looking at the text like I hate the Bible or anything. I appreciate the text for what it is. But you have to understand that that's what scholars are doing. They appreciate. That's why I say Ian Young is a Christian. Shit. What's his name? What's his name? Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins says he's traditionally Christian because we really all are traditionally Christian. Is molded the way, you know. But that's the thing, bro. It's not an issue about. I'm trying to take you away from thinking that I'm trying to bash the Bible. That's why I have to do that because y'all don't listen, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Y'all don't listen. Once as soon as I start saying something that y'all disagree with, it's an automatic shutout, and y'all don't comprehend what I'm actually trying to, get across, bro. That's why I do that because I actually do appreciate the Bible. I told you, bro, I was born and raised
Oh,
Hebrew, bro. My
Benji.
father was an Israelite teacher. He was a Hebrew teacher.
Right.
So, so
So
I
again, you
appreciate the
got
text
every
for what
so
it is.
you're doing it again. You got every right to believe it, right? So
You do.
I understand that. And no, it's not that people, bro. Listen, you can articulate yourself very well. You well spoken, and you can and you well intelligent, and you very intelligent. I will
I
agree.
appreciate
I
you
would
too,
I
brother.
would,
I
I
appreciate
would acquiesce to that. But what I'm saying is that don't have nothing to do with your stance against this being whether people believing that it's historical or not. So
Yeah, right. If you
with
believe that it's
being,
historical, that's your
hold on,
belief,
my
though.
bad, my bad, bro. I mixed that up. I went to
I
something
got
else.
you. Go ahead.
So when I was mentioning about those traits of yours, I said so when you saying people hear you very clearly. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing misdirect about what you're saying. Only thing is the problem is that these things are debated in scholarship. These things are
Yeah.
in its other
Okay.
positions. You know what I'm saying? It's other and then you got people who got presuppositions. So
But I got you,
you know what I'm
Capone. But
saying?
when you
I can
say
take
that,
your
right? You
word.
said that
Listen,
earlier.
listen. Now listen,
Go
you
ahead.
saying that
Go
we're
ahead.
not being critical. It's plenty of people that are quote unquote Christian Jews that are very critical of the text. You know, you was speaking of Finkelstein being an archaeologist. He's very critical.
Yeah.
He's a Jew, right? He's a Israeli.
I'm not sure if he is, but yeah. I mean, he's
Whatever
critical.
they say he's a Israeli, but whatever. But no, I ain't saying that he was Christian. I'm saying
Uh,
he's an Israeli.
let
Uh,
me let me let me ask you something, Capone. What is the scientific methodology to you? Like, what is the scientific method?
well, I discussed this already. Experiment. What to say? The systematic experimentation, research, and what is it? Research, experimentation, and so it's another one. Not observation, but yeah. All right,
All
I'm
right, so I
drawing a
got I
blank.
got you, bro. I
But
got you. I
but
got
no,
yeah.
that's
Go
what
ahead.
science is. The scientific method is given a thesis. I mean a hypothesis, a thesis, hypothesis, and then testing and result, analyzing the data, and coming with a conclusion.
I got you. I got you, bro.
That's the scientific method. I
Right,
probably
yeah.
said
I got
it
you. I got you. So,
I
right. So
probably said
what's
it not in the correct
no?
order.
You
So
good. You good. Yeah, you good. So what's the historical critical method? Is that not the science? Is that not a scientific method applied to history? Right,
that's not that time.
apply to historical or not, like to do a historical analysis, right, in the modern day, right. And the reason I'm saying this is because I've made the point that this is what is done in schools, bro. Your children want to learn this. That's the point that I want to like hone in on. This is the evolve. Your children's gonna learn this, bro. This is 2026, right? The
Right. So
historical critical method
the
is
final origin.
scientific. It's
Yeah.
scientific, bro. It's so you conduct the same type of method that you would do in science to develop a hypothesis, to develop a thesis. You would do the same thing in the historical critical method, bro. So when scholars apply the methodology and come to certain conclusions, it's like what do we then do? Are we going to say that the theory of germ disease or the theory of gravity is just some no, you don't do that over there. So you don't do that over here, man. You evaluate the data, bro. And if the data is overwhelming, then it's just overwhelming. I hate to say overwhelming, but the data is abundant, man. Like it's there. It's there. That there has been this has been exhausted, man. This has really been exhausted, and we're going to get to a point, and this is what I'm saying. I'm predicting this. We're going to get to a point that this just becomes the basic outline. So, and what I mean by that is a lot of how we think, as far as biblical studies, as far as archaeology, are still uh, are still traditional views. A lot of what we think, and I'm gonna give you an example. In Ashe's debate with Pitbull, Ashe espouses the Kenite Midianite hypothesis, right? But that hypothesis, and I'm saying, is pretty much outdated in the way that he's presenting it. Why? Because of what it is relying on. It's heavily relying on the text itself, and that is already a point where we just have to have a conversation just right there. So that's why, even though a lot of scholars still like yeah, that seems pretty rational. That seems it's what we're using as far as the data points, bro. It's what we're using, but that's early archaeology, that's early biblical archaeology, that's early biblical studies, where most of the hypotheses that they have came primarily with using the Bible as the immediate source. But it just changes because of archaeological data, because of the methodologies that change in these studies, introducing more nuanced methods of research, bro. It just changes. It just changes, and we're now at a point where I feel like we should be grateful that we get to experience this at this time. That's what I'm saying. I feel like this is also, it's meant to happen. It was going to happen regardless. That's the circumstances of history, bro. It was going to happen. That's it's just what are we going to just go with at this point, bro? That's what Philip Davies. That's what I learned most from Philip Davies, bro, about understanding at what point are we going to understand that history, like that studying history just comes to a point of pretty much what's probable based on the data, because we'll never really know, but we can get to the closest idea of what is actually going on, and then it just becomes a point where, like, I mean, it's just a reasonable thing to just to work with. And that's just my opinion, bro. That's just what I'm saying.
Well, what I'll say is that the historical like that's involved with the the documentary hypothesis, which I believe scholars have moved away from that. It
In a
just
way,
hasn't
yeah.
been debunked. It been changed. It been revised.
Yeah.
So just because you have like alternative meanings, or I mean alternative explanations for how things occurred, doesn't mean that it didn't occur the way that is depicted in the indigenous or
I'm
these
fine with
native
that.
people text.
But you have to demonstrate that though, Capone. Listen, how about this, bro? If you go into a classroom, bro, with kids, right? You can't just say that, bro. They're not gonna listen to that. You have to demonstrate that, bro. People naturally, us as human beings, we just we want to know. It's our natural curiosity to know. So
Yeah,
that is what I'm
but
saying
look at
about the
what's
scientific
found though.
method and the
So
historical critical method, is that that helps us get to a closer and closer to the point. It's always going to be things that we don't know, and it's always going to be things that we are still learning. But we cannot pretend that we are at a point that we completely blind,
I believe
right?
it's going to
That
be
things
things
aren't
that
up
we would
there what it
never
is.
know. I believe it's things that we would never know.
I
It's
agree, brother. Yep,
because
I agree. There's things
it's
we're gonna
certain
never know.
things that the human brain just don't comprehend.
I got
I
you.
don't
Yep.
think that we would ever be able to see past the Big Bang. that first image of light. That's why it's a plate. That's why it's non-visible.
He coming for
So
you, A1. That's all you.
you know what I'm saying? Uh, I know. I seen a theory. They were saying something about the wavelengths and the vibrations that they probably could design something to see past it, but it's oblique for a reason, right? You can't. It's not. It's solid. I mean, not solid, but you can't see past it for a reason. It's designed that way, right? Um, but that's just the intelligentness of the design of the universe. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's certain things that we will never know. And you saying this is a great time of our
It is, and we don't
humanity
appreciate it.
or our age, right?
Yeah,
Of this
yeah,
this vastness of knowledge and of excessiveness of how knowledge has expanded and everything.
yeah.
This also could be the destruction of our civilization. Look where we headed. We headed to a digital age, more. No, I'm not saying that it's all bad, but if you go through the historical record, technology, advancement of technology was some of the major downfalls of some
I
early
got you.
civilizations.
But think about it, Capone. Think about
People
it.
who win the wars is because they have the resources, the
I got you.
technology and stuff.
Yeah, no,
So
but listen to what I'm saying. Think about this though for a second, bro.
I'm just saying it ain't all a
We
good.
are. No, I
What I'm
got you.
saying is,
I
what if
feel you.
we
Yeah,
find
go
out
ahead.
that we was wrong? We was wrong. All this studying and stuff, these things it was hidden away in the, we was wrong about it, and then you find yourself uh, destroyed, for lack of better sense, right? So I'm just saying, regretting that. Oh, we should have paid attention to what those ancient people was right. You know
I
what I'm
got you.
saying?
But then it just becomes.
well,
Go ahead.
but
Go ahead. A1.
no, I'm not supposed to get you.
I'm not appealing to
Nah,
the
nah,
future. He
nigga. Ain't no.
appealed to
I ain't
the future
supposed to
first.
get you.
Cause this nigga,
Look, but he appealed to the future first. I wasn't appealing to the
Hey,
future.
hey. Let me
I'm just
say this
saying
real quick, and then I'm
consequently,
gonna cut out. But
consequently,
I
listen,
it's
should
a
have
Capone.
paid
chance that we
attention
could
to
be
what the
wrong
ancient
about it.
people was writing, but you got a confirmation
Yeah.
bias on which
But
select ancient people you want to listen to.
I got a
You're not
confirmation
listening.
bias off
Yeah, you're not listening to all ancient people.
yeah, you don't know that.
hey,
I'll
hey,
go
hey,
into
Capone. Think
everything.
about it though, bro. Let me say this real quick. Think about it, bro. We are in a time period where we are more literate. Think the further you go back, bro. People like us we are unable to read or write, and that the type of knowledge that we have accumulated would likely be reserved for what the elite. You see it in Egypt, you see it in every civilization in the early periods where the lay people are not informed. They're not knowledgeable about what's actually going on. They're not knowledgeable about science, about every that type of material was is always reserved. But we're in a period today where we're more literate as a society, and not only we're more literate, we have more access through technology, internet, social media, and that's why I love the fact that we have YouTube and everything, because you even have scholars now who got goddamn Twitter page. I follow Jonathan Atler on Twitter. I follow Eric Kleins on Instagram. I ask questions, bro. I'm
You know,
engaged.
Jonathan is a
But
biblical
we
name,
but
right?
that's something that
I'm
was
just
never
playing.
possible up until this point, right? So what I'm saying is it's like, but we really have to appreciate the time period in which we're in, because not only is it good for us, bro, it's good for the next generation. It's good for generations of children who have to take this take this after we gone, bro.
Oh
That's
yeah,
why
you
it's
know what?
really important to me, bro.
You
So
know what
so I appreciate this. I
you know what
appreciate what scholars are doing.
we teach that we're living in the time that the prophets dreamed of. The prophets, they dreamed to see this time period that was being revealed to them. I believe we living in it, but um, it's a lot there. That's what I'm saying. Like, is we really head into a utopia? I don't think so. I think we on a decline, and I think we've been on a decline for a while. Don't you know the IQ been dropping? Uh,
But why, though,
Okay.
brother? You think it's dropping? I agree. It is
Yeah,
dropping, bro. I'm
people
in Baltimore,
saying,
man,
listen,
and
don't you
most
know
of
we
most
don't
of my
even
children. And sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
don't
sorry,
you,
brother.
don't you know that we rarely have what's the word for it? We don't communicate properly. You know what I'm saying? We don't have effective communication. Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear, we can speak. You know what I'm saying? But we most of the time people are talking over each other, yelling. You know, like we don't have effective communication to the point to where it could be it could be beneficial to us. It's a lot of things being misunderstood. It's a lot of semantics. It's a lot of, figurative speech and everything. So I'm just sit that there. So I wanted to talk. You mentioned something about people being illiterate. I don't think that they was illiterate at all. What I
They
believe,
were, bro.
hold on, no, they wasn't. This is so the, even someone being illiterate is kind of ambiguous. Let me ask you, was
Ambiguous.
yeah,
It's,
yeah.
didn't
So
No,
we
no.
go
Let's
over
no.
this argument in the back chat
Literacy is a
before? And
modern
I
thing,
pulled
bro.
up all the
hold on.
sources.
Let me say
You,
it. Let me
you
let me
was
make
going
my
back and
point.
forth with me about this person.
Like
Let
mass
me,
literacy, it's a modern thing, bro. It's not
let me
really
make
an
my
ancient
point.
thing.
Let me make
Yeah,
my
you
point.
already got
When you
cooked on this.
in colonial period, right? Slaves.
Hmm.
Do you think slaves were illiterate?
Yeah, but to what degree? Like literate to what? English or like what are you saying?
Exactly.
Literate
That's
of
my
what?
point. Yeah, I'm glad you. I'm glad you. I'm glad
They
you.
could
You
they couldn't
bring
read
that.
and write.
So
Listen,
yeah.
listen.
So you
English
can
was the
be
lingua
illiterate.
franca, right? Hold
Yeah.
on. English was
Go
the
ahead.
lingua franca. They couldn't read and write. They would be illiterate. Yes,
They'll be
absolutely.
illiterate, right? But that
Yeah,
don't mean that
they are
they.
illiterate.
But the illiterate mean that you can't read or write. But
No, that's what
according
illiterate
to
is. What are you talking about, Capone? They are illiterate to the English language. They can't
yeah,
read
so
the
the English
language
right. So
and they
then,
can't write
yeah,
the
so
language.
that's what this
They're
is why I
illiterate.
say that it's ambiguous, right? Because it's not because in their natural West African language, they probably were scholars. They probably wrote. It's a vast library in
You
Timbuktu, by
see
the
you
way.
see what you're doing though, but
But hold
but
on,
listen,
hold
listen. Okay,
on,
go. I'm sorry. Yes,
but,
sir.
but
Yes,
hold
sir. Go
on.
ahead.
So what I'm saying is they probably could write and read well in their indigenous language. Now when they get taken to another place or through the transatlantic slave trade and stuff, now they're classified as being illiterate. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is by being ambiguous, you mentioned the lingua franca. Literacy, when you say someone is literate, that's according to the lingua franca, right? The definition, though, that's the common. That's common. But the definition of the word is not being able to read or write. So if you got to show me that this person can't read or write in their own language, the native
Wait.
the
Yeah,
Native
I got you.
Americans,
I
they
got you.
got writings from the indigenous people of America.
Now hold on, Capone, because you're being
But
disingenuous, bro. You know what I'm
they had to
talking
be
about.
taught Latin
You,
and English or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
bro,
So
you said African kidnap victims, right? And in America, unable to read and write the English language, which is probably the really pretty much the only language that they will be illiterate, bro. Like, don't come on, bro. But you saying in that, but at what time period? And then you have to apply that to the historical context. Like, what people were they taking? This why y'all gotta. This why y'all gotta go back to like old Dagger Squad days with Truth Story and Raw Born, bro. Bro, they weren't taking literate elite society, bro. They was what who they were taking, bro. They were taking the weak, the vulnerable. That's who they were taking.
because
Who
you
were
can't
probably illiterate
that don't mean that you can't read or
Even in
write
West
though.
Africa, bro. Hold on. That literally what that means, bro. What are you talking about? That's what that means. They were illiterate, bro. And
So if you
it's
saying
not a
so
bad thing. I'm not saying it as a negative, but that's who they were. That's why I
so
be
it's a lot of
tripping when
wicked,
niggas. Hold on,
vulnerable
hold on, hold on,
people.
hold on. Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead.
That's why I be tripping when dudes be saying that they come from kings and queens. No, you didn't. No, you didn't, bro. Don't disrespect your ancestors like that. You know who they done took. You know who they took, and they were probably illiterate, bro. They were victims. They weren't no high class, no high elites. Maybe some of them got took. I mean, we got records of some of them being took and being and petitioning to get sent back. But for the most of us, bro, we like, come on, bro. We was the everyday MFers, bro. Like how it happens all throughout history, all throughout history. Who were the ones that got took, bro? The regular folk who couldn't fight for them, who couldn't defend for them. That's us. And they were likely illiterate, bro. They were illiterate, even in their communities. If they had a written and spoken language, if they had a written language, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like that's just how it was in America, bro. Early, like do you think slaves understood, could read and write English? No, bro. We know that. Come on, we know that they were
Illiterate to the
illiterate.
English language. I agree. They was
They're
illiterate.
illiterate to the English language, the
They
language,
wasn't
the
illiterate to their
lingua
own
franca
language.
of the world that they lived in. Yeah, I'm told
They
they would
wasn't
be illiterate,
illiterate
bro.
to their own language, their indigenous language. Or was they
Capone, define illiterate, bro.
not being able to read or write?
Not being able to read and write.
Mm-hmm.
So if I say that they're illiterate, that they're illiterate. You made the point that we're talking about African kidnap victims in America. So we're obviously talking about a particular time period or particular time periods,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Where
what
obviously English was pretty much the dominant language. It is the dominant language in America. So they will be illiterate, bro. They couldn't read, they couldn't write.
they couldn't
That's
read
that's it.
English,
That's it.
write English.
Bro, that's the whole. Okay, all right. I feel like we're just losing each other, bro. Because you made the point. You made the point about slaves in America, bro. You made that point. So the
Yeah,
only
but I'm
you
saying
saying they
that's
couldn't read and write English. That's the point. Yes, they will be illiterate. That's the lingua franca. You think they could read and write
right.
French,
So that's so you making my point. You just don't see it. You making
bro?
my point.
Bro? What?
According to
Okay,
the
so what
lingua
language were they
franca,
literate
they
in,
would
bro?
be
What language were they
illiterate.
able to write
But
in,
that doesn't mean that they couldn't read or write in their own language. It's just they wasn't hip to the lingua franca. They just couldn't read and write that. So
bro?
the
I
so
agree with
that's
you,
why I
bro. But
say
you know
it's
what
an
you're doing. That wasn't even
ambiguous.
your point.
The term is a bit ambiguous because if you look at just not being able to read or write, but we know that this is specifically talking about
I
not being
agree,
able to
bro.
read and write in the lingua franca. It's not. This
I
don't
agree,
mean that
brother.
these people couldn't read and write in their own language. That's all.
I
That's the
agree,
point that
brother.
I'm making.
Okay, that's
Y'all
that's that's
both
cool.
agree. He
Right,
said
we
that.
agree,
Like
brother. I agree. Yeah,
he
I
agrees
I
with
agree
that.
with you.
Now go ahead and apply it to the situation
Yeah.
that
So
you're going
right.
to, so
So
he could
what?
challenge that.
Yeah. How does
Yeah,
that
so
apply
I
to what you
was
were
saying
saying
that
though?
that it was a bit ambiguous because he mentioned that these ancient people was illiterate and stuff like that.
They
They
were.
were.
That's why I'm saying they were, bro. The further you go back in time, listen, mass literacy is a modern thing,
Look,
bro.
nigga, hold on, man. But they
Go
knew the
ahead. Yeah,
term
go
was
ahead, A1.
ambiguous when they applied it to him. They applied it to him because it was accurate. They didn't apply an ambiguous term to them that doesn't apply to them. We already looked up the sources on this. I'm just baffled that you spun around like nothing ever happened.
Hey man, you know they say what's the call who's illiterate? Shakespeare, William
You
Shakespeare.
never gonna let it go. You spun
Yeah,
around again. You
William
didn't address the
Shakespeare.
claim that I made. You acted like you didn't hear anything I said, and you spun
No,
around with a brand new claim about literacy and Shakespeare, which is completely non sequitur to what we're talking about. That was scary.
how we talking about the same?
That was scary how
Nah,
you did that.
Capone.
You don't
You done jumped
you
like
you
5 times, bro.
You
I
said
don't
that
even know
they
where we at
bro.
no
were.
more.
You
Your
said that they
damn your
were.
premise is going to need a passport. It's all over the place.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
My
it is,
stance
Capone.
is
I don't
that
even know where we
being
at, brother.
illiterate is ambiguous. That was my stance because
We all
it's
agreed.
pertaining
We
to
all
Yeah, I
a
agree,
agreed.
bro.
language.
It's
Go ahead.
subjective, bro. It depends on what we're talking about.
Yeah, we all agreed. And when scholars
Illiterate.
applied it to the ancient people, they applied it in the context that it applies to them. They knew what they were
Absolutely.
doing.
Absolutely.
They didn't misapply it to them. Your what you're trying to do without saying it, because you're too scared to make a claim and an actual argument, is that the term is ambiguous. And that's all you're gonna say, but it gives the implication that they applied it wrong. Say that too. So that way we can say you're batshit crazy. Stop leaving half of it off and then just like you did something. You act like you dropping buckets, nigga. You're not scoring. Like,
Oh,
and I'm not, bro.
it's
Like that. This is
cool, man.
disingenuous. This is disingenuous form of argument. Like
It's
again, you
cool,
start.
man.
Is
It's cool.
Hey, I'm
I'm
about
not
to
trying to
read them
bully you. I'm
Oh,
not
thing
trying
real
to double
quick.
team you.
no, it's all
But
good. That's what I'm saying. Like,
but you first had this argument with me, and I pulled up all the sources for you. Go ahead, yeah, get them one more time again, man.
Yeah, let me say this real quick.
We went
All
over
right, so
all the percentages,
yep,
remember? And Emmanuel, and he was like, "Yeah, shit,
yep,
that shit right."
yeah. So a Capone, bro. Listen, this is particular to Bart Ehrman's point. Because he, his book Forgery, he talks about how, you know, the traditional view of the New Testament gospel authors is kind of difficult when compared to, like, if we are to like place it in the realm of historicity, because what because the population of most of people, the population of people in antiquity, the most, right, the bulk of the population were relatively, were illiterate, bro. They were illiterate. Think about classical Greece, right? Think about Greece during like the early second first second century.
I'm about to mute
They
you. You got to
the,
echo,
the
GDN.
the mass population, bro, were illiterate. Look where, who he sources. Goddamn, where her name at? I mean, Heitzer, something like that. But that's cool. William Harris, he does ancient literacy. Okay, Catherine Heitzer, bro. She writes a book, and Bar Allen, about literacy in ancient Palestine, and it shows that, obviously, right, which is a obvious, even if you was to assume it's obvious, because you see it all throughout history. Because what, mass literacy is a relatively modern thing. Like, people are not this literate the further you go back in time, right? It's not even a concern if you even, if you evaluate some of the literature. But they do, but this is pretty much like the, I mean, it's just like basic, the basic view. You feel me? It's, the further you go back, the more illiterate people are. Right? So that's just the thing. And then he like kind of, well, his point about this was all, how are these the authors, and they can't read or write, and then the New Testament Gospels are in like highly sophisticated Greek and all that stuff. So that was, that's the methodology that, he's working with. But he uses Catherine Heiser and then Barry Line to like kind of hone in that point. Beyond that point, people were relatively illiterate, bro. I mean, that's not really a concern. Like, reading and writing wasn't really uh like the on the top of people's list when they got to survive and feed their families and stuff, like, so like people in the outskirts, probably people more in like the high, cities and stuff, like, in more the urban areas, probably were a little bit more, relatively literate. But you talking about people who are in like the outskirts and like more in like communal areas. No, they're not reading and writing. They don't know. They are as proficient in the language that they were born to understand. That's just it. So it's like, but today, through our modern advancements, through our, education, we are we are obviously the most literate society in history. That's it. I mean, like, that's it. And unfortunately, you still even have a lag there. It's crazy how much uh how much how many people are still not as literate as, as the standard is today. Like, I remember when I was in high school, bro, and we had to do a whole thing on like literacy in America at that time. And I was astounded by, I was astonished by how, like, parents, like even parents, bro, who probably even like, dropped out of school and everything, it's a uncomfortable amount of people in society today that don't really know how to read or write, bro. And it's so unfortunate, because you see that in school today, bro. You see that in school. I'm in Baltimore, and 2025 and 2024 and 25, bro. The Baltimore schools, bro. These kids can't read beyond the sixth grade reading level, bro. and they in high school. So it's like that's concerning. But all that to say, it's a modern thing. Like people couldn't really read it right back then, bro. It just wasn't even a thing.
Yeah. So this is to say the nature of ancient literacy, right? Say functional versus fluent. Most people could read and write, were only functional literate, right? Meaning they can recognize signs, they can decipher names on coins, but they couldn't not read or write complex literature or paragraph. So this is what I mean by being a bit ambiguous when people use the term illiterate, right?
But that's not
That's
ambiguous.
not ambiguous though. They are
There's
illiterate.
they are
Being able
illiterate.
to hit
They can
right,
read
being
the
able
stop
to right.
sign
Go
and
ahead,
they
man.
can read the
Right.
sign that says food. They know the sign that says
But they are
chicken because they go
functionally
to it.
illiterate. Right. They
You
are
just
functionally illiterate.
that what
No,
you're doing is very
no, hold on.
scary.
No, hold on. No, it ain't. Because we see
In
it
the
today.
effort of
No,
intellectual
see people
accuracy,
that, hold on. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
in the effort of intellectual accuracy, what you're doing is very irresponsible.
Yeah. Hey Capone, you're describing they are functionally illiterate. Like I get it. I get what you're saying. It's a little bit of nuance, a little bit of spectrum to it, but that's still functionally illiterate, brother. Being able to identify particular things through like
Let me
probably
ask you.
memory that you
Could
remember
you
that this
write?
means this or that means that. That means you still are functionally illiterate. But
Could,
that's the nature of the ancient world, bro. It just is what it is. I mean,
could
people
you
were
write a
concerned with
300
that
page? Could you write a 300-page book?
Yeah, and in that ambiguous thing, what you
I
just tried to
could,
call
because I'm in the
ambiguous.
modern era.
But
Ha-
speaking of
So
writing, you just said the definition was
you can write a
ambiguous.
300-page book. Why haven't you?
Because no, I haven't because I don't want to, but I could because I'm in a modern society, a highly literate modern society.
So you're
And is that a
functionally
point?
literate. So you're functionally literate.
No. What do you
I'm
mean?
literate of the English language, bro. I don't understand other languages, but I definitely understand English. I
So
understand.
you would be illiterate in Spanish.
Fine, bro. I don't get what you're trying to get at.
I'm
Yeah, sure.
asking
I'll
you.
be illiterate
So it's
in,
fluent.
in
So
Spanish, I guess. Yeah.
basically in language, see, I'm multilingual. I'm multilingual, right? So you have fluency. You can be more or less fluent in different languages. But that's just how fluent you is. I'm not that fluent in Spanish. I know a few words and terms. I can put some sentences together. I can
You're
even write some
functionally
sentences.
illiterate, bro. You're
So
functionally
in
illiterate.
Spanish,
That mean
but
if you are to go to Mexico, you cannot move around, bro. You are functionally illiterate. What does
no,
functionally mean? That
I
means
will
you
be
are
able to
able to
have.
interact, bro. You can't interact. That
No,
means you are
I
functionally
can have
illiterate. It
I can
can't
have
work for you.
conversations. I can have conversations. Well,
I
right
mean,
now,
if you can, then that's cool. But I mean, you wouldn't be functionally.
I left out to study. So, but I've had conversations, here and there with Hispanics and stuff like that. So, um, but I was saying that because okay, you would be you say you'd be functionally illiterate.
Yeah.
That's the same way that they're using it when they come into the ancient people, right?
No, it's
Why?
not. That's not how
Because
to
they
use
are being conquered. It's empires that's rising and falling, and the lingua
No,
franca is changing. It's going from
no, no, bro.
from Greek to
No.
Aramaic to Greek to Latin to
Let me help you,
to
bro. Let me help. No, stop.
Who is he trying to say is wait?
Let
Who
me
is he
help you,
trying to
bro.
say is functionally literate though? Is he trying to say a different specific people than the last conversation? Because we were talking about the farmers, everybody except
Right,
for
right,
royalty and
right.
like
People
the
who had the
people.
ability to go to school and learn
Yeah,
were
priest.
literate, right?
A certain percentage of the priests. We went
yeah,
over the royalty. Who specifically are you saying is mischaracterized as illiterate?
but I'm saying when you
I asked
go
you.
That's a good
Okay,
question.
so
That's
you
a good
don't want
question.
to answer the question. You want to go into something else.
So
I'll just mute out and leave you alone, but then I'm gonna put a point on the scoreboard for you.
Listen.
If
We
you
never established.
don't answer the question.
We never established who. He said that the ancient.
No, we did, brother. We did.
But that's what I'm doing. I'm establishing who. I just ask you specifically who you're talking about.
We was talking about ancient people.
Stop talking about.
And I was
Look,
saying
look. He's not making the claim. But here's the thing: you're making a claim that people were mischaracterized as illiterate. I'm asking you who, and then you're, instead of answering who you're addressing the claim to, you're saying we never established who we were talking about. So you're arguing for nothing, or do you have a specific people that you're attaching this claim to?
Bro,
I don't understand.
I already gave my examples when I was talking about the slaves and the transatlantic.
I'm asking who you're specifically. Why are you going down this line of questioning to prove that who is mischaracterized as illiterate?
Now you're changing your question. The question was who I'm talking about, and what I'm saying, and I explained.
That's what I just asked you. I said who.
Oh, I'm talking, bro. I explained who I was talking about. I said I gave the example of the people that was in the transatlantic slave trade. They was deemed illiterate to the English language.
And you think that's a mischaracterization?
Bro, they were. Wait, hold on. You saying they weren't illiterate?
But first, I want to start off by saying that I didn't switch my question. My question has always been who. Who are you saying was mischaracterized? I haven't switched my question. You came back and said, "No, that's a different question." It was the same question. Who are you saying was mischaracterized? And you said I gave examples. You gave examples, but you didn't say that that's who you were trying to say was mischaracterized. You were trying to give an example to make an analogy, and then you never landed a point or landed a plane or made an argument. Or unless your argument was just to say it's ambiguous. Okay, well, it's understood doesn't need to be explained. Unless you're trying to say that we're wrong in saying that the people of a certain space were illiterate. Are you trying to say that somebody was mischaracterized?
Yeah, so I gave the analogy of slaves, but we was mainly talking. I did that just for an example. What we was initially talking about is the people in the ancient Near East, these ancient people.
Thank you. I got a straight answer out of you finally. I knew what you were saying was an example, but I just want to say for the record that when I asked you who, your response was you heard the examples I was given as if that's who you were talking about, and it wasn't. And that's why I spun back around and asked the question, because I'm tracking the conversation so closely because I haven't engaged in any of it. All I'm doing is listening. All you have is 2 ears and a closed mouth for me. So don't think that I don't understand what's going on right now. That's why I'm just trying to get you to slow down, because it didn't have to go like that. I was really just trying to lock you in. But we've already had this conversation, and I knew you were talking about those people, but you refused to say it. You refused to say that that's who you were talking about for several minutes when I kept asking you, who are you saying is mischaracterized? You wouldn't say the people of the Near East, of the ancient Near East, or Middle East, whatever. That's not what you said. You finally said it, and thank you. Now we've locked in who you're talking about. Now the crowd knows who you're talking about, because you're taking them on a long walk down a short path. You're asking for these examples, and he doesn't even know where you're going with it, and you're purposely leading him like that. And you purposely not landing your plane, and you've never said the people in the Near East. So finally now, I had to lock you down, which he should have did. He should have did a long time ago. But if we look up if the people of the Middle East were illiterate, it's going to say, what was it? 90%?
Yeah, it's the mass population.
Most of them
were, most of them were illiterate. Bro.
And you're saying the term is ambiguous, so your insinuation is that the scientists didn't know how to use the term when they applied it to the people. That you somehow are smarter than them, and you figured out that they fucked up when they found the word ambiguous and they didn't use it right. This is literally what you're trying to insinuate.
No, what I'm saying is the word, when they using the word, is what all I'm saying is it doesn't mean that the people they didn't have a way of communication far as being
Yeah, but that's
understanding
not illiteracy, bro.
reading
That's not
right.
illiteracy. That's a
let
different
me talk to him
conversation.
because I'm
Reading
about to
right
break that down
in
real
that
quick
Yep.
for him.
specific
Go do your thing.
empire, or lingua franca. That's
Here's
the
how.
point that I'm
Here's the
making.
difference in
That's
your.
the point that I'm making, right? It, and they couldn't do literature and complex. It's people today that can't do that. That don't mean that they ain't lit. That don't mean that they can't read or write,
Okay,
though.
your
That's what I'm
examples are
saying.
horrible.
They just mean that they're not fluent. They're not as fluent as others. That's
We're
the
talking
point that
about
I'm
the
making.
people of the ancient Near East. Did they migrate from somewhere else that they would have a prior literacy, a prior language literacy to? Or were they people who were born and raised there? What are you talking about? You sound crazy with your false equivalence. You're talking about people who are ripped from their land, plopped somewhere else as adults, and how, oh, well, they knew this other language. They're just not literate in this because they were. You're not. That's not the same situation of the people in the ancient Near East. They were born and raised there for generations. What are
So
you talking about?
let me read this real quick, right?
So
Ancient
again,
literacy rates.
but so well, I
The
just want to make sure
Spartan,
we're going. I know where you're going before you go there. You're going to continue to try to insinuate that people who said that the ancient Near East people were illiterate were didn't know what the term actually meant when they applied it to them, and that they're wrong. Or else, why are we having this conversation if that's not what you're trying to say?
Yeah, but that's crazy to say though.
But that's what he's trying to say, and he doesn't want to admit it.
that's not what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's kind of crazy to
What
say.
are
That's
you
not what I'm
trying to
saying.
say? Before you go in down a whole bunch of line of questioning, can you tell us what you're trying to say and then make your point?
I'm saying that the people could read and they could write. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, they could,
No,
what language could they read and write?
right.
In their indigenous language.
Like what? Come on, let's be
What
let's
was
be
it? And
particular, bro.
they weren't born. Never mind, bro. It's all right. I
No,
mean,
no, no. Let's be particular, Capone.
but again,
Let's
all
let's pick something. Let's
this
pick
isn't
something
even a
and talk
debate
about that.
amongst scholars, so I don't.
It's
He
really
can't
not.
even use that one on this.
It's really not. It's
He's
like
just
all
literally
across the
saying
board.
all the scholars are retarded and they don't know what ambiguous means, but he's the one person who does.
Yeah, like all across the board, Capone.
And
Like
that
no matter
doesn't
where you
raise
go,
a
bro.
red flag in his own head for some reason.
Yeah, like bro. Even no matter where you go, all around the world, bro. If you have written literature, like if you have a written script, bro. If you have a community who can read and write, there's gonna
You
be a
got an
community
echo.
who can't. You know what I'm saying, bro?
I just want you to make good arguments. I mean, but the point you're arguing, but it doesn't make any sense. I know what I said just made sense to you. You're trying to figure out a way to backpedal and spin around and say something else, but like, how do you get around that you're saying the whole scientific community doesn't know what the word ambiguous means, but you do?
Yeah, you got it, bro.
That's not what you're saying. I'm not telling you. I haven't told you to stop talking or anything. Why you sound like that? Like you sound like.
When y'all bring up another point, I'll address that.
Nah.
Am
Hey, Capone,
Now
but
I
my
feel
my
bad. Now I'm gonna just see. I feel like I bullied him out of talking. He sounded so depressed and defeated. I didn't want you to go out like that.
yeah, Capone, come on, man, act like that, goddamn it.
Go ahead.
But hey, my overall
Yeah,
point.
I'm not gonna kick you off the panel. I've never muted you. I don't do no weird stuff. Don't sound so sad.
No.
What?
I said you sounded sad. Like, man, okay, bro.
Yeah, you always copping up, man. Stop doing that.
You got it. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah. But no, hey, Capone, listen, man. But that's just really what it is, though, bro. Like, and that's all over the world, man. That's just people, bro. That's just antiquity, bro. Like I said, literacy, bro. That's pretty much a modern thing, bro. Like we developed that pretty much. Like we developed mass literacy, bro. That's just comes with the territory of our modern era, bro. But the further you go back, man, you got to really think of it like how I was saying, bro. You got to think of it like think about the people, man. Like no one is worried about that, bro. They worried about not getting kidnapped. Man. They're not worried about trying to read and write. They worry about what they're going to eat tonight. They worry about where they're going to sleep tonight. Bro. They're not worried. That's not their concern, bro. The
These
concern is for
kids.
the people who want to go to school and who have the opportunity to be born in a family to, be educated, bro. That's
That
how it
echo
was.
is vicious, GDN. But I was gonna say these kids go to school every 5 days a week right now, and they still can't read. But for some reason, you think the
Facts,
literacy rate was higher.
facts, man.
These
And
little
it, and
niggas
it's
go get
crazy.
on that bus every day and come home and can't read a lick, nigga.
Can't even read, man. It's crazy, brother.
But for somehow you think that they were doing better back. I mean, they didn't have TV and all. Even before these social
Right.
media devices in the '90s, these kids couldn't read. It's just
Yeah.
it's the
Yeah, man.
literacy rate is shit right now with all the tools and STEM and everything that we have at our disposal. So,
Mm.
like, we know what was going on. It's not like it was a library. They didn't have a library in every damn city. Like, it's
Right.
not like what it is now. But for some reason, I don't know what you like. What kind of concept of education that they didn't have the formal education systems at that time. You had to be apprenticed in through like we say a priestly order, and even all the priests didn't learn how to read. Um, Again, like then you were trying to say, well, they knew how to read the signs and certain things. It's functional, but they still can't write anything. Like, what are they writing? They know how to sign their name. Like they could. So it was like, okay, well, you still have a piece of it. They can't. They can barely read, but they can't write at all. But it was like, why the apologetics and the hoop jumping and trying to make excuses? Because these are the examples that we have before us, and none of them suit you. Like you were taking arguments and ignoring that half of your whole argument was vacant. That arguing for functional literacy, and they can read the signs and function to get around. But the whole writing part of literacy is vacant. There's nothing there. There's no argument for them knowing that, and it's just like, is he thinking about this stuff before he drops it? He dropped off.
All right.
Probably the echo. Probably feel. I don't know. I ain't trying to bully him, but I felt like that. Come on, I don't. I feel like I'm trying to stop him from making himself look bad right now because that was the worst argument
Says,
to ever take.
all right, charge your phone and come back on here, Capone. Give up, brother. This was
He
a
said,
good
"I'm
one,
still
man.
here." His phone died. Okay, yeah, he ain't no runner, but I want to see. I want to see GD and Capone make sound arguments. Um,
I said Gideon left his boy to die alone.
yeah, and if he don't never make a sound argument, he's still welcome over here. I ain't come kick him off. I just jumped
Like,
in because I literally remember us having that conversation.
yeah,
Like, bro, I went over this. I pulled up the sources for you. We went over the screen shares and the numbers.
yeah,
We went
man.
over this ambiguous stuff. We went over all that.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah.
just how it was. Yeah, that's just how it was, man. Like, listen, people are far more concerned with handling other issues than trying to, read a piece of paper.
Yeah, they lifespan wasn't as long. They wasn't spending
And
18
it's
years
right,
in
bro.
school.
Yeah, man.
They
Die
was just
young, man.
clocking out by like in their 30s, 40s. So
Hmm. Yeah, man.
the motherfuckers was 14 with 2 full-time jobs, nigga.
For real, man. Going to war at 17 and shit.
Yeah, probably younger than that,
Yeah,
for real.
yeah, for real, man. Like, so it's
Yeah,
just like
so,
it's we, we
so
we really gotta appreciate this, man. We really gotta appreciate the time that we live in, and only understanding that type of history kind of puts your feet. You touch grass, bro. You gotta look up at the sky sometime and just be like, damn, yeah, you know,
and they
appreciate where
weren't,
you are.
and the printing press brought us a long way. So he's talking about a
Absolutely,
time
man.
of no printing press.
Yeah,
Who's producing the books for these niggas to read in mass? Like
yeah, man.
he's got to explain this. There were no libraries just on every corner. No printing press.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, they did have something on papyrus. Egypt came up with something, but it wasn't there.
yeah. But
They
but
were they were kept illiterate on purpose to even get scripture. They had to go to a priest. They didn't
Yeah.
just have Bibles. It wasn't Bibles laying around in every jail cell and in every hotel like you see today.
Yeah, man. Listen, like there was another thing that Jonathan Atler was discussing about, how would people even understand the Torah or like even get the message. That's where the synagogues, played a major part in. If people couldn't read it right, how the hell they gonna read the Torah if they can't read it right? So that's where all that came from. But that's people are more concerned with trying to survive back then. You know, and a lot of things was like oral, man. Most people were kind of told, what things were. Yeah. And then it's crazy because it really is a relative modern thing, bro. You can go back. It's great. You can even go back 200 years, and the literacy rate is a big is a big gap. That's you think about it, it's just like damn, like that's crazy, man. So like it's a wonderful time to be alive, man, and I think we need to appreciate that. I don't think we do. Like scientific literacy is key, man. That's how we gonna get up out of this.
They scared of that science.
It's good, man.
Science is
That's
the
like
white man's knowledge. This shit crazy, man. They trying to
right,
shame.
right,
They trying to
immortal.
shame us out of science, man.
Yeah,
Like we didn't
right,
come up
immortal
with that.
dragon,
Like we
bro.
wasn't doing that first.
Yeah, yeah.
Like we
Priest
not
word the
doing it
book,
now.
man. Real,
It's crazy,
man.
man.
This was fire, boy. This was it, man.
Yeah, you
Hey,
definitely
A1, I'm
putting on a
I'm
good
I'm
show.
definitely prepared now, bro. I kind of gave a little bit away, but I'm a readjust my presentation for Thursday,
Man,
man.
you
It's gonna
had
be a
so
good
many
one.
slides, ain't nobody gonna even remember that. You go ahead, drop it just like normal. I was gonna tell you
Yes,
to
sir.
cross over to Google Slides because it doesn't take up a bunch of computer RAM.
That's exactly what I was gonna do.
Yeah, I don't know if
Yep,
it'll
that's
let you put
exactly
the
what I was gonna do.
audios. I don't know how the
Yeah,
audios and animations will work over there, but
yeah, yeah. No, I can import it. It kind of got a way to import it, but I'm gonna do all that.
yeah,
But like you
it,
said, man, it ain't gonna crash me like how it did last time, man.
yeah, the PowerPoint used to crash my computer, and I had a fast computer.
Yeah, but yeah, man, this gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one, man.
You got me wanting to pull something up real quick. What I
Yes,
got on here?
sir. Yes, sir. What you got over there?
I got a lot of man. I got a whole bunch of presentations I've been put together as I've been learning new information and going over stuff. I've just been putting them together.
Yeah,
I'm about to start presenting stuff and just putting it in the members only. People gonna have to go there to catch me. If you catch me live, I might stream it live and then put it right in the
yeah,
members only, so nobody will be able to really catch the replay. If you wasn't there, you gotta be a 3.99 member.
yes,
Let me
sir. You
see.
already know, man.
Go to Google. Yeah, I got some Google presentations, man. I don't know if I want to expose my hand just yet. I like putting the flyer out and doing it like that, but I do want to see what I got uploaded. Oh, that's fire. Did I do this one? The found? Nope, I didn't do this natural selection. I'm supposed to do an episode on Cosmine. And that's where I'm going to go over that. The five
What's up with you
mechanics
and
of evolution.
Naphtali? Y'all, that's still
Naphtali, I wasn't able to get some stuff set up fast enough, so we just gonna push it back.
got. That's gonna be fire. That's gonna be
Yeah,
fire
I
still.
want to take my time. I don't want to rush.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, this is on the five mechanics evolution, mutation, natural selection, genetic drift, gene flow,
Yes, sir.
sexual selection. They ain't ready for this one yet. I'm gonna do all these evolution podcasts in order, so that way I can
Yeah,
put them in a playlist and
yeah.
people
Oh,
can get it right.
oh, Oli gave me a good idea. I like how he doing his thing in episodes, man. I'm still at I
Yeah,
like that.
that's fire.
Kind of
That's
kind of
fire.
keep it short, do it in episodes. I like that.
Uh, It's going, man. We got some stuff coming up. We got some new interviews coming up. I've been on the talent
Yes, sir.
search, hunting for fresh perspectives for everybody.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me go to some of these commercials. Word from our sponsors real quick if you're still here.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? History isn't just written by the victors. It's buried under layers of tradition, bias, and comfortable assumptions. But what happens when you strip away the tradition and let the evidence speak for itself? Welcome to the front lines of historical analysis with your host, Ben Eaton. Join us at the Coliseum of Arguments for Data Over Dogma. Every Thursday, we are pushing past the mainstream noise to examine the most respected scholarly research on ancient civilizations. This isn't about defending comfortable narratives. It's about high-level scholarship. We decode the actual data to see history entirely through the eyes of the people who lived it. For the students, the scholars, and the independent thinkers ready for radical, objective challenge to the status quo, prepare to have your perspective tested every single week. Leave your assumptions at the door. It's time to choose dogma or the data. Subscribe to Data Over Dogma with Ben Eaton today. New episodes drop every Thursday exclusively on Coliseum of Arguments. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, there.
You got GD and Capone back on the stage.
Big dog. Yeah, man.
Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. GD and Capone, you there?
Can y'all hear me? No,
Yep,
still
yep.
got an echo.
Yeah, you player. Yes, sir.
I got an echo.
No, you good, but
Yeah. No, I was saying my phone had died. That's probably why it was an echo. Phone probably was going dead. I mean, the phone went dead.
hey Capone, let me ask you a question, player. What do you actually believe as far as like the Hebrew Israelite thing? Like I don't deal with the like West Africa thing. That's not really my lane. But like, what's your position, bro? Because I know what Gideon kind of believes, but like I never really kind of heard your points.
Uh, so I believe what everybody else believes that that is historical. They migrated to parts of West Africa from migrated to North Africa, going to West Africa, and established certain communities, and then they was captured. They also they assimilated into indigenous uh, uh, assimilated into indigenous cultures and people, people cultures and stuff like that through assimilation,
Mm.
and then the rest is history. You know.
So pretty much the same thing. I got you. All right, and I just wanted to see because y'all that kind of think I kind of have like varying degrees of thought. Like some of y'all don't really think the same way, but I got you, play. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to, which I don't know their full arguments, but it's scholars that back um, my position about the literacy being, not the literacy, the
Who?
people being illiterate being a bit ambiguous. For one, we have very little
Oh,
artifacts
you
and
scaring me again. Because nobody challenged you on it being ambiguous. We challenged you on where the ancient Near East um,
Right.
people of a certain
Yeah.
specific place actually illiterate or not. Nobody challenged you on it being ambiguous.
Now let's contextualize this though, Capone. If we're talking specifically about that point, if we're saying illiterate, brother, we have to be talking about in what context, but the lingua franca of the ancient world, like of the ancient world at that time, bro. That's what I'm saying. By the way, they are illiterate, brother, because that is the functional language. That's the functional language. That's the language of business. Just like English is today, where you will be functionally illiterate if you don't know how to, you know, move around with the English language. That's the same thing in the ancient world, bro. We're talking about like empires, bro.
Is
Think
he
about
what
it.
what
Think about
specific area is he
yeah, go
talking
ahead.
about? Because I'm about to look
Yeah,
this up and
that's
see
my
what
question.
scholars agree with him. I'm not gonna look for scholars that agree with me. I want to see what
yeah,
fringe scholars he has, if he
it's
has any.
both ways.
Can you give us the name of somebody, a source, a
Yeah,
publication title?
Nicholas Horsfall, um, Alan Miller,
Let's go
right?
one at a time. Let's go down the list. We'll go down everybody you got.
And he's
Nicholas who? Nicholas, how you spell his last name?
Horsfall.
And he says, what does he just agree with you on ambiguous, or is he saying that the people of the ancient Near East were not illiterate?
So he says he argues that. Let me see. He argues that.
You quoted
So
him, but you
he
don't know what
point.
he's arguing?
No. He says I'm reading it to you. He says he
Okay.
points to a massive presence of everyday graffiti, shop signs, market records as proof that regular urban citizens had functional reading skills, right?
And where at and what time period?
This is the Roman Empire.
Okay, so Rome, what time period? That's half the question.
Rome is anywhere from first century to third. That's when Rome was.
Well, hold on,
Well,
Capone. Hold on. Are you saying in
I mean,
where?
yeah,
Okay, the Roman Empire, but where, brother?
it just say the Roman Empire. That's
Yeah, but that's an entire empire, bro. But you have like, but where Palestine, like where,
yeah, but it's just
like
part of the
in
Roman
Rome
Empire.
proper.
Can you share the link with me then to my email or something?
So the next scholar was Alan Miller, right?
Why are you? We're actually trying to review your
Because
sources.
I'm moving on. I gave you the source. Look them up. It's easy to do, bro.
Why are you? Why did you get hostile?
So
I'm
this
not
is Alan
hostile.
Miller, right? So he got the book
Man,
Reading and
you
Writing
all
in the
you're
Time of
lying.
Jesus, right? So this is
We
also
went.
doing
This is kind of. I feel like this is
and
going to be another Zoonomia episode.
this is also doing the Roman Empire, right? And it says
You're
Miller used archaeological discoveries of ink stained postures
Mhm.
to argue that writing was a casual, everyday tool used by merchants, low level soldiers, and craftsmen across the ancient Near East.
low-level soldiers, so not the farmers.
Hold on. Actually, read that again, Capone. Read that again. I'm
But
sorry.
I still want his first source. I just don't like how he just skimmed past it, so we can't review it.
So,
He said, "I
says,
gave it to you, and I'm only gonna say it once."
Hold
Like,
on,
what?
Capone. But by the way, Capone, the point is widespread literacy, bro. That's the point. It's widespread literacy. So I'm gonna give you an example, bro. You have, like I gave before, you have in more urban areas, you probably will have a more literate population than you would have in areas like on like more like what is it, like county areas, like country, rural areas where the literacy rate is extremely low to the point where Heiser said like 10%, bro, or less than 10%. It's less than 10%, right? So that plays an important part of what are we actually talking about, bro? When we're saying literacy in the ancient world, we have to be
that's why I said
specific, bro.
it's
What are we saying?
ambiguous. That's why I said it's ambiguous.
That's not ambiguous though, but that's not
Yes, it's
ambiguous,
not
bro.
clear.
It's
It's not
ambiguous
clear.
when you don't give us a specific thing to talk about. That's when it becomes ambiguous because you're being ambiguous. You're saying things, but I'm trying to keep up with where you're going. Let's talk about a place specifically, right? You said the Roman
No,
Empire,
see,
but where
no, why we
specifically,
got to
and then
talk
we can
about
move from
a
there,
place? Why we got to talk about a specific place when we're
bro. Because the
discussing
conversation is
literacy in the
widespread
ancient
literacy,
Near
bro.
East, right?
Okay,
Uh,
well, I looked up Nicholas Horsfall. I said, "Does Nicholas Horsfall talk literacy, ancient Near East?" Says yes, but with an important distinction. Nicholas Horsfall is primarily a scholar of the Greco-Roman world, especially Latin literature and Roman culture. He has written extensively about literacy in the ancient Mediterranean, but he is not an ancient Near East specialist. One of his most cited works, Literacy in the Roman World, 1991. In that work and related publication, Horsfall discusses levels of literacy in ancient societies, the difference between elite and popular literacy, which is what we keep trying to explain to you. And then I'm going to actually ask for the percentages that he cites. And I bet you this source does not support anything you're saying because you didn't actually vet it. You just like tried to, let me search something real quick. Who talks about literacy in the ancient Roman world? You didn't actually see what they were saying. And I feel like this is going to be another Zoonomia type of episode where I actually go into the source and it's not saying what you're saying is
whatever,
saying.
man. All what I'm showing you is it's it's the argue. It's these things are debated.
No,
That's
it's
what I'm
not.
trying to
No,
He's
say.
don't
not,
do
There's
that,
no.
this
bro.
guy
Hold
Don't
is
on,
do that,
not
listen.
bro.
Hold
nobody's.
on,
It's not.
listen. These things are debated among
No, it's
scholars.
not, bro. Don't
There's
do that.
What
no
scholars, though? I'm
clear.
asking you for
Who's
the scholars who are
debating
There's
debating
what?
it.
different categories of scholars. You have minimalists and you have maximalists in every category.
In a
You
You have
can't
in a
give
conversation?
me
archaeology.
a
You have low
maximalist who believes
chronology.
you. I'm just asking you
What?
for
Hold
anybody who
on.
believes
I
you. I don't
already
care.
did.
Minimalist,
I
Wait.
already
maximalist.
did. I already
Wait.
did.
In
I
a
gave you two.
conversation
Do
of
you want a third?
literacy,
I
there's a
looked up
minimalist
this
and
one. Hold on.
maximalist position.
I'm about to show you how this guy
Wait,
disagrees with you
Yeah.
when he
wait,
talks
bro.
about
Wait,
when he talks about elite literacy and the literacy of the popular of regular people.
Capone,
He doesn't say what
Capone.
you're saying. He says what we've been saying this whole time.
Capone, in a conversation of literacy, bro, there's a minimalist and maximalist position. Where are you at? What? Come on,
Yeah,
bro.
he made that up
You
because he just wants to
frustrate
try to. He
me
wants to
so
try
Bro,
to.
look
much.
it up. Listen, bro. Just look it up, bro. I'm not pulling shit out.
Why do
Look it
anyone
up.
need to be
You know what
minimalist
I'm trying to
about
say? Y'all, listen,
literacy
bro.
in the ancient world, bro? Like that don't even make that's not even a conversation. Listen, I can give you three scholars, bro. I already told you. I already told Catherine Heiser, Bar Elan,
Let
and
me share
what's
my
his name?
screen,
Goddamn
man.
William.
Yeah, I
God
see
damn it,
Captain
William
Heiser,
Harris, bro.
Okay,
Captain
William
Heiser,
Harris, bro.
Martin Ballard. I got him.
Literacy,
Ian William.
right,
I got
bro.
right.
That's it.
okay. Let
That's
me.
it. It's not even a conversation.
Can I look
And they
this? Can I
argue
read
for
this to
low
you?
niggas. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This
Go
is
ahead.
First I looked up Nicholas Horsfall because I knew you don't know what the sources say because you're giving us names and you're not reading anything. You're not reading anything at
Well,
all
I
that
just
corroborate.
read it.
I waited till you were. Maybe I didn't wait. Do you want to go? Because I can be patient. I have enough poise and decorum to be patient and let you go ahead if you weren't finished. Because unlike I did what you didn't do. I didn't make assumptions. I'm not making assertions. I'm not pontificating. I make a claim. I source it. I don't. If I make a claim and I can't source it, I don't even push back when somebody challenges me. I don't sit and argue. There's nothing to get upset about if the source says what you're saying, because I'm actually going to do the due diligence and look at it. So if you actually have the sources, why are you frustrated?
I'm
You should
not
be you should
frustrated.
be happy. Like, yes, he pulled it up. You
I'm
don't
not. I'm
seem
not.
happy. You don't seem happy. But does Nicholas Horsfall talk literacy, ancient Near East? Okay, I already pulled all that up. Then it says in that work, Literacy in the Roman World, he talks the difference between elite and popular literacy, which is exactly what we have been explaining to you. You tried to make it seem like he's just saying that they're all literate, and that's not what he's saying. Then I asked it, the difference between elite and popular literacy, what does he say? Nicholas Horsfall argues that and you see how I pose my questions unbiasedly. I don't lead it one way. Does he say that they're illiterate? Does he say they're literate? I don't even ask it that. I should have asked it for it to be objective as well. You can do that. But Nicholas Horsfall argues that literacy in the Roman world was highly uneven and socially stratified, which is what we've been telling you. Let's see if anything that we haven't said is in here, and maybe I want you to be right. I don't want you to continue to keep misusing sources every time you hit the panel. And trust me, that's not what I want for you. One of his central points is that there was a major difference between elite literacy and popular or functional literacy. Here are the main ideas he advances. The elite were highly literate. Horsfall argues that members of the upper class were expected to read complex literary works, write letters and speeches, study rhetoric and grammar, participate in literary culture. For the elite, literacy was part of education, status, and political life. Ordinary people had limited literacy. He cautions against assuming that the general population could read or write fluently just because inscriptions, graffiti, or documents survive. But this is what you said that he was citing as evidence to prove it. Do you see how you need to start actually looking this stuff up before, like the day before you hit the panel or something? Because you should
What?
have known this. I shouldn't be able to catch
Bro,
you out here.
I just read that. What are you talking
This,
about? See,
you
you want
said
to?
that. No, hold on.
No, bro. You're not finna play with
No,
me,
what?
bro.
I'm not playing with you.
I just
Didn't
read
you
that.
say that this would hold on now? So maybe that I misunderstood you. Let me ask you for clarification because there's no reason to get upset. You said that this guy talks about inscriptions, graffiti, and said that that was proof that they were literate. Am I correct or am I making something up?
I said functional reading. Yes, I said they was functionally literate.
Meaning they were illiterate. A functional literate person is not literate. Do you know do you understand that? You're playing semantics with the word functionally, trying to conflate functionally literate with literate.
I'm
They're
done with
not
this conversation, bro. That's why I said it's
would be
ambiguous.
too.
It's not clear. It's
It
different
is.
aspect of literacy. This is
No,
what I mean by
it's
it
actually
being
very clear.
ambiguous.
Nigga, it's clear. And the scholars know exactly what they're saying and they know exactly what they mean. You are the only person who's confused.
No, I'm not confused.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You keep saying that it's so ambiguous that the scholars used it incorrectly. What are you saying?
Bro, no. I never said that the scholars used it incorrectly. There's an argument in scholarship. That's the point.
And we ask you to show us that as well. Why are you getting upset that the source doesn't say what you said?
I'm not upset,
and now
bro.
you're upset.
This is how I speak. Now, since you want to talk condescending to me, this is how I speak. Now you gotta understand that, bro. Ain't nobody playing with y'all over here. You want trying to play with people's intelligence, trying to read the same thing that I just read and explain.
You didn't explain it. You actually used this source to say something that it doesn't say.
Bro, whatever, bro. You the biggest gaslighter, bro.
I'm gaslighting you. I'm reading your source, nigga.
Be happy that Capone just taught you something.
Nigga, you didn't teach me anything.
Yeah, I did just teach you
This source says what we've been telling you for 30 minutes. Okay, I'll wait till you're finished because I don't want to overtalk you. You want to yell and get all hype and shit? And I was trying to stay calm. Now, yes, you are. You have been. That's why I asked you why you're yelling, and I asked you why you're getting mad. I'm matching your fucking energy now. Now I'm about to match your energy. This is how I talk. This is how I talk. That's what you was just saying. I'm talking like you now, nigga. Now I'm about to talk like you.
Yeah, talk like that.
Yeah, because you're getting your ass kicked around the room. You mad, nigga. You mad,
now we're not even talking about the information no more.
You mad, nigga.
No,
I'm
mad. Cool. I'm fine, bro.
You was mad. Why did you start raising your voice and start getting all hostile?
Because I can.
Because you mad.
Because I can.
Because you mad. You don't just change moves for no reason, nigga. You mad.
Because I can.
You can be mad. I know you can be mad. I know you can be mad. You don't got me on my body by choice, nigga. Everything is calculated with me. Nigga, you want to get aggressive? I'm going to get aggressive back. This is calculated. You don't have me out of control. This is a control crash out on your goofy ass, nigga. Control crash out. I'm matching your energy. What's up?
Let's get back to the information.
Wherever you take it, I'm taking it. Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yeah, now to go further into the source to show how it's not ambiguous and they actually know exactly what they're talking about. They define the terms functional literacy and full literacy when talking about the common people. He says, it reads, instead, he suggests non-elite people may have had basic recognition of names of common words, the ability to sign their names, limit reading or writing tied to their occupations, no ability to read complex text. This is often described as functional literacy. It's not the term literacy is not ambiguous where it bounces back and forth. They have a clear definition for what they're trying to identify and they use it. And it's not ambiguous. And he wants to lead you to believe that the term is so ambiguous that you can take it either way. But that's not the case. That's not how history works, and that's not how scholars work. That's not how scholarship works. Scholarship is very clear, especially on this topic. Now, I've asked him for the sources. The source doesn't say what he's saying about the people who couldn't read it, right? I've asked them where the argument is for people who are making the argument. This guy isn't making that argument. So maybe he can show me that. And this is the same tone and energy I had. I was trying to take it at a slow pace. I was trying not to raise my voice so people feel respected and not threatened. Even when he cut me off, I yielded and gave him the floor out of respect. So yelling and talking and getting upset with me is going to get you a calculated crash out. Because just because you're loud doesn't mean you're right. People are confusing confidence with not common sense, but with competence. And this is crazy. I can read this. I can read exactly what it's saying. I'm not trying to gaslight you. I'm trying to get to the facts of the matter. And I've been trying to do it in the most direct manner. I've asked you specifically for the source. Let's go over it. It was like pulling teeth to even get it. And then when I read it, he got mad and started getting loud. And then said, because I know you can get mad, you can kill, you can do a whole lot, you can do anything. You got free will, you got an autonomous body, and you can function and do whatever the hell you want. So why are you asking with retarded answers? I know you can, but why are you?
That now it's slander. Now I got retarded answers.
Hey Capone, what's your secret?
Me asking you why you're mad and you saying
Bro,
because
why
I
you?
can, that's a
Bro, that's a
retarded
comment,
answer.
bro. I can make a
That's a
comment.
retarded
A1, don't
answer
take
though.
it so tough, A1, bro. It's
Okay.
it's
Well,
nothing.
I'm trying to treat you with the utmost respect. I
Bro,
don't like talking to gangster niggas. I don't yell like other gangsters.
that's
So why the
cool,
fuck
bro.
is you yelling at me like I'm not a
That's
gangster?
cool, bro. That's cool.
All
Bro,
right. What's
we
cool? It's
back to
not cool. I'm telling
we
you it's
back to
not
the
cool.
information, bro.
How you
That's
telling me what's
cool.
cool for me?
It's
Hey
cool. It's
Capone.
cool for me. That's what I'm saying. I don't have a
It's cool
problem.
for you to yell at
You
other
the
grown
one
men.
seem like you got a problem.
I do
All
have
I'm
a
doing is
problem
addressing.
because I'm
All
going
I'm
out of my
doing.
way. I'm going out of my way to treat you with respect, even though I know you dead wrong.
Got you. Let's get back into
I'm
it.
going
Yeah.
out of my way to be patient with you and discourse with the ignorant man the same way I would discourse with the sage.
It's all good, man.
And this is the thanks. Niggas don't respect nice, patient, kind A1.
It's because it's.
Hey,
Hey, bro, listen,
Capone.
bro. You
Hey
your
Capone,
own
I got a
man.
question.
I'm my
You
own
read your
man.
thesis.
It's all good. Let's get back to the information. I
Yeah,
appreciate
let's
you
get
for
back
bringing
into
up
it.
the source, which I couldn't visually do.
I
So
got your back. And if the source would have
that's
said you was right,
it's all good. So
yeah,
that
if
wasn't
the
the
source
only
would have said
thing.
you
So
was
I was.
right, I would have been the nigga who busted my own head because I pulled it up. But I don't care about being right. I want to get it right.
They're gonna
I
watch the
really want to
playback
get it
and they're gonna
right,
say
bro.
that's exactly what
I don't
Capone
have no
just
ego
said.
attached to this information because I don't find my identity in this shit. I don't see myself in none of these texts. So I don't have no personal attachments to it. I'm not trying to
Yes,
speak
you
this to
do,
you.
Capone. Why you say me
Come
neither?
on,
But
man.
that's not the
You
point
stay
though.
over there, man.
Even if he
I'm
does,
playing, bro.
the point
You
isn't
stay
him.
over,
The point
stay
is
over
that I
there, man.
personally have
I
no
got you.
dog in this fight. I run this page every day because I'm waiting on a nigga to actually prove me wrong, bring me back to the faith. Every day, niggas have full opportunity to convert me. I'm not running from no smoke.
Bro,
I'm pulling up
that
every
ain't my,
source a nigga drop. I'm willing to pull up and read for their ass. What
right.
more do you want from me? You got me out here like Tyrese, nigga.
Oh,
What more do
yeah,
you
that's
want
bad.
from me?
We got you out here bad. No, I'm just
The
playing
fuck,
with you,
nigga?
man.
I'm doing everything the host supposed to do that none of these other niggas will do for you. I'm allotting you every opportunity to kick my ass on my own
Capone,
shit.
And I'm choosing not to.
hey
Just
Capone,
understand that.
are you a New Testament Hebrew as well, brother?
Oh, here you go now. It's New Testament.
No, I just want to ask a question because we
Yeah,
on the literacy thing, bro.
it's
We on the literacy.
the totality of the said writings. Yeah, the totality of the scriptures. Yeah.
So, oh yeah, all of it. Gotcha. Okay. Who do you think were like writing like the gospels and stuff like? Since we're on the topic of literacy, Yeah,
You know
who
you
you
don't
think
really do this
who you
for
think
me.
writing this? Who you think writing this stuff, bro?
I heard all these arguments, right? The
Yeah.
school,
No.
the
You ain't
school
never hear
that
from me though, bro. You ain't
the
never hear.
text ain't had no name at first, and it's written
I'm just
by a
asking.
school. I heard all of these. I
No,
heard these
listen,
arguments
bro.
before,
It's
bro.
not an argument, bro. Like, listen,
So
you ain't hear
you
from
don't
me,
have to.
bro.
But what I'm saying is, I'm familiar, right?
I
I'm
got you.
familiar
Right,
with it. So you don't we
right.
don't have to beat around the bush. You know what I'm
All right,
saying?
okay. We ain't got to beat around the bush, bro. What? Okay, so answer the question. Answer the question. Give me your idea of how this works.
So
Right.
according to Irenaeus, he's in the second
Mhm.
century. He says that there's four gospels attributed to Matthew, Luke, Mark, and John. Yeah, I say attributed to. Yeah, that's a good word. And these are the gospels according to them. He even goes further and states that how the text was written, how it was first written in Hebrew, and then translated into Greek. Um, yeah, so that's my answer.
All right.
I mean,
Yeah, I
no,
got
my
you.
bad, my bad, my bad. I
Say
said
Hebrew translated
I
to Greek.
mentioned Irenaeus. Irenaeus don't say that last part. Eusebius said that last part.
What Hebrew translated into Greek? Is he talking
Yeah.
about the entire gospel or
Eusebius
like
cited somebody.
or like
I don't
Matthew?
remember
Or,
who he exactly. No, let me just pull up the Eusebius
yeah, I think
because
he's
he
talking about like Matthew, but I don't think he's talking about the entire text. But what's the consensus on the composition, like the linguistic composition of of the gospels? Right? What's the consensus? Right, that they're written in like highly sophisticated Greek, right? And that's the consensus.
it's written in Koine Greek.
Like a high, it is kind of considered like a highly sophisticated Greek, right? Like for
Yeah,
like Greek
Koine Greek
of like
is
very educated Greek, bro.
common. Koine Greek is I think that was the common Greek or something like that, right?
Yeah, no, Koine Greek is pretty common Greek, but I'm talking about the how the New Testament is written, like the Greek that the New Testament is written in. It's Koine Greek, but the level of literary sophistication. That's the question. Do you think that based on the story of like like these like fishermen, lay people, do you think that they're actually like who do you think are writing this stuff? That's my question.
Who are followers of the first church, the first church. Uh, yeah, so these will be members. These will be. Let me think of a proper way to say this real quick. Give me a second. These will
Mhm.
be. It's attested that these were um, followers of said disciples. So they are recalling events that their teachers witnessed. So their teachers would be contemporary too. So these are students or disciples of, like you get the
Okay.
Polycarp. Polycarp is supposed to have been a hero of John. So according to Eusebius. So yeah.
Okay. So you kind of go with like the traditional view. Yeah.
Um, yeah,
Like,
it's
through like the church father tradition type.
apostolic succession. We mean
Yeah,
the
yeah.
tradition.
Yeah, like yeah,
Kind of,
traditional view.
sort of. Because of the many councils and the schisms, you really have to separate certain aspects of the literature.
Yeah. I got another question, bro. How and it's a pretty simple question, bro. I'm a lay person. I'm a lay person. I don't really deal with the New Testament. How do you know what Jesus said? Like when we got like when we read like Sermon on the Mount and like when we say if you go outside today and people be like, well, Jesus said, how you know what he said, brother? Like knowing what we know about the New Testament and the Gospels, right? Academically, bro. How can we be certain about what Jesus said and what he said? I'm asking because this is a very wonderful thing that Dr. Ehrman does, bro, and it's a great question. So I don't, like how can you be certain that this is an accurate portrait of the historical Jesus?
Well, like I said, so how can we be certain? Is that the
I mean,
question?
why do you feel certain? No, I'm gonna ask you. Why do you feel certain? Can you like give me a little bit of data behind your certainty?
Well, I gave my source. I said Eusebius. He details it. He in his writings he details these events.
Yeah, but when is he
Really,
writing though? When is
he's writing a
Eusebius
bit.
like
He
doing this?
he's writing a few hundred years after said Yeshua, right? So he's writing
A few hundred years,
in the third century
third century. Yeah, it's writing in the
A.D.
third century.
18 CE coming out.
All right. And what's like what what would you say our like earliest manuscripts are like of like the Gospels, the New
I want to
Testament?
elaborate that Eusebius is also going by earlier records left by the church. So during his time, the church is well established. So he's going
Mhm.
to the records that they have, uh, a part of, I would say, traditional records for their church, which goes back to contemporaneous sources like Paul, um, and Josephus, and who else he mentioned?
Mm.
Irenaeus is a bit. Irenaeus is second century, so but yeah, so he's going from those earlier texts that was being passed down in the church, traditionally through the church, the early church.
Yeah, got you. But okay, so when would you say our earliest like when would you say the Gospels are being written down by? Like, what you think?
So the Gospels wasn't written until the late first, mid to late first century. We got
You saying mid to late first century?
yeah, the Gospels is they got it dated to what, 90? I think it's 90 AD.
I think that's like the more conservative side. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Yeah, it's like 90 to like 110 or something like that.
Yeah, because they
I think that's
got
the
Paul's
consensus, pretty
epistles.
much.
It's like 50,
Yeah.
BC, something like that.
Okay.
And then you have
All
the
right. I
Gospels
got
after that. Go
another
ahead.
question, bro.
Mm.
Now, according to scholars, Mark is missing like those last what like that last those last few
Yeah,
chapters,
yeah, Mark
right? Because
16.
it don't exist in our earliest manuscripts. What's your view on that?
Yeah. So is it the full? Is it? I'm confused. Is it the last portion of Mark 16, or is it the whole chapter?
I think no, it's not the. I think it's like after what Mark. Don't quote me, bro, but I think it is Mark 16. I think all of that after that, the story after they discover that I guess the tomb was empty or something like that. Like those chapters don't exist in like our earliest manuscripts, like Codex Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. Like we don't see that story in our earliest manuscript. Similar to like the woman caught into adultery. How
Yeah,
we
yeah. The
practically
woman with
know
the
that that
daughter.
was like added later in like around the second century or something like that.
No, that
Like so,
story is in the Maccabees. Actually,
what
it's
are you
similar.
talking about, man?
Yeah. Well, not the one, not the you mentioned the story in Doctor. I was talking. It's a part where they talk about where guys asked him about adultery, about a woman, um, her husband dying, and then her brother marrying her, and then he dies, and then his brother married her, and he dies, and it goes on, and then he
Yeah,
asked
no,
the
I got
question. So
you. Yeah, go ahead.
that is that is also in it's similar to the one that's in the Maccabees, where it talks about the woman that had 7 husbands and they all died.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
Tobit. That's in Tobit.
Yes.
That Maccabees Tobit. But
Yeah. But
as far as the woman that's caught in adultery, I'm familiar with the argument that this is the Johannine, um they call it the Johannine, the Johannine gospel. This is in the Gospel of John, right? According to John, right?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But all right, my overall question is, all right. So I mean, it's quite obvious that just like the Hebrew text, you see in the Gospels and the New Testament text, the type of let's see, I guess the
Redact.
type of, yeah, this is redaction, edited, all that stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
how are you so confident, and how are you so confident in preaching and practicing, from the text, when we know as much as we know, when we know that a lot of, not, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say a lot, but when we know like particular portions of the text were added later, particular portions of the text were redacted, were adjusted to suit a certain purpose. Like,
Mm-hmm.
why, like, how do you see the text, bro? Like, do you think that the text is like this authoritative word of God?
To say the authoritative word of God, um, I would say that's merely off. That's someone's, that's their own prerogative if they want to say that, right?
I'm
What
asking you though. What you think? Do you think? No, nigga. What you think?
I believe the scriptures, bro.
All right,
I'm
so
just
so
I'm
that's a
just be
yes.
frank. I'm just be frank. I believe the scriptures, bro. I'm a believer.
All right. I got you, but I ain't gonna fight you after that. I just wanted to get where you was at, bro. You more
Okay,
to like,
yeah,
don't
I
answer
believe.
this a trap. I ain't gonna
Yeah.
do it. I ain't
No,
doing
I'm
nothing.
just going since I haven't been answering things clearly, I'm just gonna tell you straight up though. I'm a believer. But that
Right on,
don't
brother.
take away from um the arguments and the in the points, man, in the positions that one is taking. Um as far as the surviving manuscripts that we have being redacted or its variants, um, textual updates and things of that nature. That's just
Mhm.
how things have to be. That's just how it goes when you can't keep mentioning. I was speaking about this probably not to y'all. It's probably somebody else, but things update, right? Y'all understand evolution, right? So that's the same thing with language, with writing. But it be the same thing. It's an update. You can't keep talking about. If I said Istanbul, you wouldn't know what I was talking about, right?
I know what you're talking about.
Right. I'll be talking about Turkey, damn, Rome. But
Constantinople. Yeah, I
yeah,
got
you get what I'm saying. I
you.
said
Yeah.
wrong. But anyway, what the point is that things get updated over time. The message stays the same. It's just updated. It's not that it's not a problem for me. I would say
Mhm.
it be problems for others. I get it because people be trying to find every reason not to believe, and I guess that's the falsification method. So if I can find a flaw here and a flaw there, then this is not the authoritative word of God. But No one made that claim. When it says this is the authorized version of the King James authorized version, that's talking about King James. He authorized it to be translated.
No, no, no. I'm talking about authority as far as is it divine scripture? I'm actually talking
I
about what
believe
you
that it's
actually
divine.
believe,
I
bro.
believe
Yeah, I'm
that
just talking about what you believe. I ain't gonna fight
I
you.
believe that it's inspired. I definitely believe that the scriptures was inspired.
Okay. And now that being said, with you saying that you believe it's inspired, knowing what you know, how do you like how do you rationalize that? And I'm just asking, bro. I'm honest because this is a part because I'm about to do this presentation Thursday on this fundamentalism thing, and I'm just kind of rational. I'm just asking, how do you rationalize that with what we know academically, and you saying that you believe that is divinely inspired? How do you rationalize that when we have material
So,
that is not
just like,
there,
mhm.
that you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just like, not to go into a conspiracy, but just like in religion, in any other um organizational thing, it's politics, bro. So just like it's politics and archaeology, it's based off of funding and different things. But what I see is no one could make only minimalist makes and I'm saying only the scholars that are uh I understand what they're doing scientifically. Like they trying to figure out what was actually going on. So they have to come up with these alternatives just to say, to erase the God of the gas, the walking on the water, the miracles, and all this, what people
Mhm.
call in our community spookism, right? Um, so I get they stance on that, but
Do you really, brother?
yeah, I do. So, um, I lost my train of thought. I
Now, do
lost
you
my
do
train
you
of
really
thought.
like think about it, bro? Think about how much
Difficult,
how authoritative the text is today, bro, and how people live and die and strive their life to and implement this. By the way, this is all part of the point that I'm making, because they doing this thing about bringing God back into schools and bringing the Bible lessons back in and all this stuff. So I'm trying to do like a keep it up to date with like today. Like what it I'm trying to get like a what is it called? Kind of like
AI gonna be people's God
a
someday.
list of people who what y'all
In the
thinking,
next 2
man.
years, AI gonna be people's God. So you should. No, my bad, my bad. I cut you off, bro.
No, no, you good, bro. Go ahead.
I was just saying that I believe that we have to know past. We have to know the history, the proper history, right? And the
Hmm.
history is not just it's not just one thing. It's a totality of humanity. This is what anthropology is, right? The study of humanity. So
Hmm.
we have to look at it in the totality of everything, right? When you talk about oh man, you was talking historical criticism, right?
Hmm.
That's to find out the origins of things. So, but what I see is that these people clearly wrote down their origins. It gives you an origin. Now, some people say, "Oh, they're writing themselves into history. Oh, they're making themselves part of these things," but they're getting too many things right. They're getting too many things right to the details that we discover in the archaeological record.
They're
When
getting a
we
lot of things wrong too. You want to acknowledge that?
Well, the things that they get wrong, though, that could, but maybe our
What?
understanding of it was wrong. Maybe our
Come on,
understanding.
Capone. So you see
Hold on,
what
but
you see that, bro?
No,
It's
but
like
listen,
you have no problem saying that they got things right, but now when I say they got things wrong too, you like, well, maybe it's our interpretation of it. Come on, bro. That's
I'm
what I
not
be
doing
talking
that,
about.
but I'm saying a lot of things be mistranslated. A lot of things is is it don't translate properly into another language. You know what I'm
So
saying?
when they
So
get things right, bro, when they
it
get
did
things
things.
right, it's no issue.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is when because of the translation, the mistranslation, the loss of translation issue, things that mistranslation become common, and then people, and then that's what that becomes the common knowledge. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. But when I say, listen,
That's
when
just how things are. That's just how humanity is. We trying to figure out things, right? We do our best to labor to translate it properly so we can get a gist, understanding of what these ancient or these classical writings are and what they're talking about. So a lot of people just eliminate everything, and they just try to they take out dates and all that, and they just try to say what are they saying, right? So that's my take on it. But
so
I
so
don't take out the
so
dates
when
and
they
all.
get when so when they get things right, and I'm saying, let me be more specific, right? Let's talk about the text. Let's talk about any text, right? In any literature, when they get things right, it's okay, man, they got that. That's fairly, they got that pretty right. But and when they get things wrong, you say, okay, well, they might have not been, aware of this, or they might have, it's reasonable, right? But why can't we do that across the board, Capone? Why are you stopping when you want to stop, bro? You stop at the point of your faith, bro. Why do you do that? That's not even
Well,
fair to yourself, bro, and that's not fair to people that you're trying
so
to teach.
my definition of faith is contextual to what the scripture says faith is, right?
No, no, no,
And
no, no. You know what I'm
faith,
saying, bro. Come on, don't get stuck on the faith part.
I know I'm not trying to be semantical. I'm just
All
stating
right.
that. That's another thing people get wrong. Faith. Faith is not just believing in something. Faith is actually doing things so you can see the result of it. That's what faith is. But nevertheless, a lot of people get that. I was gonna do a whole thing about the misconceptions of the Bible, bro. It's a lot of things that it's a lot of words and stuff. It's semantical. You know what I'm saying? And people is mistranslating this stuff, or they give in a that's what's becoming common. But
Hey,
as
Capone.
far as the connotation of faith, right? The strong belief or the strong desire to believe. Um, it don't do nothing to my faith, bro. I was an atheist. You ain't
Let
know
me
that.
help y'all out, man, because this is. Let
You
me
ain't
help
know that.
y'all.
Well, dang. Now I'm saying I'm doing the same thing that you was doing. But
Let me chime in.
let me let you get in. Let me just land. Let me just land here. That don't do nothing to my faith. If anything, it's strengthening because I'm seeing what even if it wasn't an archaeological record, right? When I read the text, I see today same thing people are doing today. Same thing. It's humanity. Go ahead, bro. I'm done.
I believe what he's missing. The issue is like when we present the flaws, when we present the clear flaws in their studies and in their information. You know what I'm saying? They just ignore it. Like, and you can show them all day long, and they still, just like with the A00 Hablo group, you show them the flaws, they still want to stand by it. So, that's how that science turns into a belief, because you got to believe in the outcome of the science of the result. So that's how they tie that hand in hand. But still, when it comes to the linguistics, you do like that's a different ball game because a lot of people had to borrow words, needed loan words, And there's things like that. Like it's people that it's civilizations. They didn't have no terminology for this word, for that word, for this word, for that word. They had to borrow it from other languages and stuff like that. So I would just say you was speaking on language kind of offset. And then when it comes to new information, debunking the old, yeah, you gotta pay attention to the new stuff because the new stuff is more modern, better techniques, more scrutiny, more rigorous. You know what I'm saying? Everything is held up. So when you pulling stuff from way back in the day, you know what I'm saying? The chances of that stuff being accurate is kind of slim. Just based off modern technology and the current scientific method and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So there's a whole lot that goes into it, man. You feel me? But I'm an autodidact. You know what I'm talking about? I'm self-taught. I just get it in. But it, like, always feel free to educate yourself. You know what I'm saying? And don't ever, you know what I'm saying, say I don't want to educate myself. You could do you go feel free to do that. You could do that all day long. And who's to say that you won't be the leader? And as a matter of fact, what the girl that found Cleopatra tomb, she's a lawyer. She wasn't no Egyptologist, but she self-taught, studied, went out there and actually found it. So, man, you know what I'm saying? Like anything goes, you just gotta, but you gotta pay attention to like the pseudo statements. A lot of times you like just the far-fetched statements and what they're making in some things, like you just know like they'd have to prove that. They'd have to test that. And how are they testing that with the scientific method? And then how also are they doing that in a controlled environment? You know what I'm saying? And if anything outside of that is fringe. You know what I'm saying? Like they're going off a model. They're going on now. They got AI doing all the work for them, but still, that's just giving them a model and a number off of what they're computing, off of what they're putting in. So yeah, you know, I'm talking about it go down like that, man. You feel me? It's deep. There's levels to this stuff.
You know what? I had this conversation with this sister, right? She's an agnostic, right? So she was saying that the Dead Sea Scrolls was a forgery, right? And she got me on. I'm like, what? I'm like, man, no. So I go research it, and this is what I've been talking about, right? I go research it, and they did it. For one, they weren't talking about the original Dead Sea Scroll. The original Dead Sea Scroll was found in 1948. It's still in the Museum of Israel today. In Israel, the Museum of Israel today, the actual physical fragment that they got out of the Qumran cave. And it's I think they got them I think they it's in lambskin, and I think they put it like they compiled it like in a book or something like that. But the forgery was these new Dead Sea, it's a forgery though. These new texts that somebody was trying to sell on the black market in 2001, and they ended up putting that stuff in the Museum of Washington. And that was her whole point, that they had to shut. It was a forgery. They had to shut down the museum and everything. But that's because the people that ran the museum was doing some backdoor stuff, and come to find out those texts, it was a forgery. It was mostly written in Greek, modern Greek, and so
But hold on, slow down right there. Hold on, pause
they
right
was
there.
using that to posit that the actual dead, because I was talking about the actual Dead Sea Scrolls, that the
They're trying
actual
to
Dead Sea
confirm it,
Scrolls
but they're doing
was
that through the dollar.
yeah, that the actual Dead
They,
Sea Scrolls was a was a
they need a
forgery, and
fake one to
that's not what they're saying. So when you talk about the updated information, I agree. I agree, because certain things could be discovered as forgeries. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
So
kind of got to think of it like this, though. Think of it like this, though. Anytime you get a new discovery of anything, this is what scholars do, bro. Listen, check this out. It's kind of crazy. They already expect it, so they already prepared to kind of
yeah,
deal with
nine
it
times out of ten, it's
because
false if
it's
they
so
do.
popular. Yeah, because the Dead Sea Scrolls is such an amazing find. It was already bound to happen that people were going to try to create forgery, but they actually prepared for that because they know that it's like thinking ahead. So like in 2002, and I think that was
Yeah, they did the
2002.
whole forensics on it and everything.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah,
yo,
they
that's
they get they
crazy
prepared
work
for
right
that,
there.
bro, because people that's what people do, bro. Like if it's popular, people gonna try to get up on it.
Yeah, they get
You
a
know,
facsimile, and the what it was, the papyrus. It was actual papyrus, but they just wrote on it. They just wrote on the papyrus.
yeah, yeah,
See
man. It was great.
that,
It was
that's
a, it was it was an easy debunking
2001.
though.
This is the 2001 find that they had in the Museum of Washington.
but
Yeah,
that's the issue with like
Not the
that
actual
older
Dead Sea Scrolls that was founded in 1948.
the
That's not
older archaeology, if they was to find something that's super old, and let's just say they carve in Yahweh on it, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna make the people go crazy. They gonna swear
hmm
up and down they found the proof and all that. And he go break somebody's pockets, and they was doing having tons of that going down back in the day. They still got a whole lot of that going down that they can't control. Like, and then
yeah,
that goes to tell you if they can get the fake stuff going and them not even notice till years later, you know what I'm saying, that this is a fraud and they done finally analyze and say, oh, this got carved in later
yeah.
proposed
But
to this, but we done already paid for this and displayed and put out all this extra. So that ain't no joke. They do that and you gotta watch out for that. And they know well that's you know what? I'll give you an example. What is it? The Mernetta Stele, the one that they says has Israel on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the dude that did that is like he like a big faith guy. He like a big Jewish in the community linguistics type cat. So of course he gonna try to lean towards making something be in the favor of his folks.
Yeah, they were saying that this argument, early arguments, I don't know if it still is, but I know it was early arguments about because it's fragment. I think the Moneta Stella is fragmented, and the part that's fragmented is the like the bird.
It's three letters at first. It's just like three letters, and then they trying to make the whole three letters supposedly represent the Israelites or whatever like that, or Israel.
I don't know if it's three
but
letters.
not even just that. Think
I don't
about
know
it.
if it's
Listen,
three
you
letters. This,
look.
I know it's a bird, and they say the part that's fragmented. They say the way that is they reconstruct it and say that this bird because there's different types of birds
Yeah,
that they use for phonetic sounds.
but
So
that's why that's why now you see so much fight amongst academics against that. Listen, remember when Mount Ebal quote unquote cursed tablet came out? Do y'all know like Aaron Mayer and other scholars put out a public statement saying that this is not to Scott Stripling and his team about doing this is not how you should publish archaeological finds. Like they don't play about this kind of no more. Like unprovidenced unprovidence finds aren't really taken serious until you get something that's providence. I'm gonna give you an example. Like the Hezekiah seal, right? Or like those type of seals. Like those type of seals were already kind of known, but they were known on the black market. So they were unprovidence until you had an official providence seal, which is the Hezekiah seal, that kind of gave them a little bit more comfortability to just to say, all right, reevaluate these seals. But like the rigor that you got to go through to get these things, like in like journals and all, it's heavy. It's heavy because they not going for that. Like if the Israeli Antiquity Society, they don't play. They gonna smack it up first before everybody else get it, and so yeah, but they don't play, man. So and then like unprovidence finds, all like unofficial archaeological finds, all that stuff. It's immediately scrutinized. It's immediately scrutinized. Now, what Silky said is going to be an interesting conversation, probably in the future, bro, because the Merneptah Stela has historically been a topic of discussion. Although the consensus,
say
I feel
is
like eventually, right? Hear me out. I feel like, and this is why I think this is why Capone don't even use it, because I feel like eventually the conversation might change, bro, because it is kind of funky. It's
This
kind of
is
funky. It's
the
an
thing.
old find, and we know what happens when we reevaluate old
Yeah,
finds, right?
well,
And
a
Never
lot
Tell
of
is an
things gonna
old
be
joint.
It was
gonna
already
be
on weak
fit.
legs. It was
See,
already
the thing with
shaky.
the Maneptastella, so it's because like I say, the fragmented part. But what people like to do is say, oh, if you take this out, then we don't see them, we don't see their name into the Misha stuff.
Yeah, that's what I stick to. I stick to what Michael Pale say. What Michael Stale
Why
say.
take it
Yeah,
out though? Why not just
the
try to
official name is in the
understand it?
Misha step.
I'm saying but why omit something? And why not just try to understand? You know, they did that. Let me just say this real quick. They did that with the Gospel of Barnabas, right? The Gospel of Barnabas is it's a forgery, it's a fake, right? But what they did is the Cypriot church in the fourth century, they claim to have the remains of what's his name? Barnabas. And so it's a inscription on that, or it was something that said on his chest he had the gospel, right? His gospel that he copied, and then say yes, the gospel of Matthew. I mean, say the gospel of Matthew. So what the what the medieval Arabic, well, not Arabic, but Muslim scholar writers did. What they did is they omitted the part where it says the gospel according to Matthew, and they put he on his chest he had a gospel that he copied. He had his gospel that he copied. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're
So
saying.
now they say, oh, it's the gospel of Barnabas, but you know, if you go through the evidence and everything, you'll see no, that ain't what it is. But you do have what it is, some the pistol of Barnabas.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's separate from the Gospel of Barnabas. The Epistle of Barnabas was actually written like around in the 3rd century or something. It ain't got nothing to do with the actual Barnabas. It's more so with church traditions and customs. But yeah. But I'm just saying, so when you omit things, then you can just you can make any alternative narrative you want. That was the point. That's why I gave the
No,
example. I
you
know it's
can't
kind
make anything
of
you want, bro. You still gotta
long-winded.
follow the method.
It's kind
You
of
can't just say anything.
yeah, you
I
can't just
know.
say anything,
Yeah.
but you can you can make a narrative. You know what I'm saying? If
No,
I
I feel
take
you.
this,
I get what you're saying.
if I remove the Exodus, then y'all are just inland Canaanites. You see that? But
Yeah.
look what you gotta do. You gotta take away Josephus. You gotta take away uh even before Josephus. What's his name?
Hold
Philo.
on, time out. When you say Canaanite, when you just time out. When you say Canaanite, that's how
Uh-huh.
many people follow that term?
Yeah, so when scholars are using Canaanite, the way that I'm using it, it's just talking about
When it's scholars, you mean biblical Christian scholars only.
yeah,
No,
but
no.
they use
Scholars use
it
cane. It's
as
a traditional
far as
term.
a
That's it.
time period of people that inhabited the land of Canaan, not
Yeah.
necessarily a uniform ethnic group. These are
Right. Right.
multiple different tribal people that's inhabiting Canaan.
Yeah,
Think about it
Canaan is
as
North
think about
Africa,
Canaan like
East,
how America is,
Levant.
or any other place. You know, it's a melting pot of different
Yeah, I
types
got
of
you,
people.
bro. Yeah, it's still it's a traditional, historiographic term. So when we say Canaanite, when scholars say Canaanite, we kind of already know how they using the term. That's why Mark Smith says why we should probably just use West Semitic. But it's the same thing pretty much. It's like saying the same thing. If you're familiar with how the term is being used, you have no, it's like, all right, I get it. I get what they're saying. It's not because it has such a
This ain't
gloss
son of Canaan,
from
right?
how we understand it with the Bible. It kind of like, if you're not familiar, you're going to assume that it's being used the way that it used to be used,
That
as
the
far as like
Bible is
how we
used.
the Bible. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, because
right.
that's what because
They're not
people
using it like
they
that.
conflate it like Well, it's this thing. So when we looking at this historiography, right? When we looking into these archaeological records, we're seeing if there's any evidence of written attestations, right? So it gets kind of convoluted. It gets kind of conflated, like it gets jumbled up and everything to the point to where, okay, they saying Canaanites, so they Canaanite, but you using it as a ethnic term when their scholars are not using it as no ethnic term. They just
Not
using
necessarily
it as
as
people
right. I got
that's inhabited the land, the region of Canaan.
right. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one, bro.
I think the Bible used it that way too, but
I
it just
think so too, Kafon. I
In
think
the
we agree,
biblical
bro.
narrative,
that's what I'm
I
Canaanite
think
saying.
so
dog.
too. If
Yeah,
you
because
think about it,
it talks about even in the Apocrypha, right? And I'm talking about the Apocrypha that was in the original Septuagint. I think it's the Wisdom of Solomon. It talks about the first inhabitants of the land. It was talking about Jerusalem, but it talks about the first inhabitants and and it goes through their customs and traditions. And a lot of people say that they was like pagan, but pagan is nowhere in the text. Um, but the thing about the first inhabitants are these Canaanites. They will be Canaanites. The Israelites, look how the scholars are using it. They inhabited the region of Canaan at some point in time. And my evidence of that is the Misha Stele.
that ain't how they using it though. Don't yeah, you
He's
pushing it. You
slipping.
pushing it.
I
You
understand
pushing
that,
it
but
now.
yeah,
Now you pushing it.
He been pushing it.
they will be inhabitants of that area. So, but
But
they're not.
Hold
but you
on,
know
let
when
me
they
ask
say that
you
though, they mean ethnically. Like, well, not
Yeah,
necessarily
in the
ethnically. But
ethnic
it's
sense,
more
right?
associated with
They're
ethnically when
distinct.
the scholars say that about Israel though.
Yeah, they're distinct. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm with
It's
you,
just
bro.
hard for me to take them serious. And then when I hold them up against the Libyans, and the Libyans got buku amount of literature and archaeology compared to the Israelites and whatnot. So, and they're in
I
those
haven't
famous
dived into the
sellers that you're
lineage.
talking about.
Aren't they called like I think the Egyptian, then they call them like Tamehu or something like
To
that.
Tamihu, yeah, to Inu, yeah, they would be Berbers, all that, all North Africans.
I had a site I had got from Smash Rock where it had all these
Tyred, Isaac,
had,
tons of names.
Tamehu site. It had all these artifacts that they had for
And
ancient
I'm
Israel.
with you, Capone, because that's why I think that's why
Yeah,
I said that
they're
earlier, bro.
legal.
I, that's why I said it earlier, bro. I think that's why when you read in the text, the Philistines are kind of seen as Canaanites. But that kind of makes sense to me if
Yeah.
if you understand the con if we are to assume the context in which the text is like describing these people. Because like I said before, bro, by the time you get to those later centuries, what like sixth, fifth century, all that older century, what we identify as Philistines are an amalgamation of like sea peoples and Canaanites. So it kind of makes sense how that even if they're writing later, right? Even if they're writing later, they will identify this group as Canaanites. It makes sense to me. It's not really a crazy, they're a distinct foreign group, but it still kind of makes sense. And the
Are the
archaeology kind
sea
of supports
people?
that.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Well, if you finish, my bad.
No,
I
go
just
ahead.
have
Yeah,
been
that's
saying
okay.
something.
That's it.
Are the sea people? Because at first I thought I saw that the sea people they
Those
inhabited
are the Phoenicians. That's Levant.
Mount Sinai, not Mount Sinai. Is that called the Sinai
Sinai,
Peninsula?
that too.
Sinai Peninsula region, right? That
Iberian
they
Peninsula,
was
all that. The whole Mediterranean, yeah, all
on.
that together. And then some.
Okay. So the sea people, who I would say the sea people are, these would be
They're the
people of
Phoenicians.
Tyre or Zidon.
I believe the word one of the I think I researched this before, but one of the words in Hebrew it means something according to the sea because Tyre and Zion is on the right there on the Mediterranean because
So if
Israel is actually far inland. You have to come off the coast and travel inland to get to Jerusalem
yeah,
from
so if
here.
you if you read Eric Klein's 1177 book, how he describes what archaeologists identify as sea peoples are a like not a coherent like not a, it's there are different groups of people coming from possibly like the Aegean, Cyprus, the Anatolian regions, and
Yeah,
they
they
are
got
kind
on
of
there.
like configurating into a group. And this he kind of he associates this with the Bronze Age collapse. Well the honest, yeah, kind of like the Bronze Age collapse. With Ramses fighting the sea people, Mendet Habu, all that stuff. But what he says is if you think about it, right? If you think about it, these people are possibly coming from all of these other regions, Mycenae, all these other regions,
Mm-hmm.
due to what's going on in mainland Greece in those areas, and the
Damn.
same effect that is happening in the Levant, whereas the this quote this collapse of this gradual collapse of civilization, it's happening pretty much all over the place because of that interconnectedness that the early Bronze Age world had. Maritime trade, they was always trade, it was it was like a international type of, the first kind of international type of thing. So it's like if one, if like a pillar thing, like if one pillar drop, it's like a domino effect, everything goes. And archaeologists kind of associate this event of like sea people groups coming in, and whether gradually, peacefully, or invading forces, is kind of debated on what, but all this kind of happened within the same time. And like he associates most of this, with like a systematic crisis. These people coming in, and check this out though. He updated his book. He updated his book just to include the recent DNA analysis on those burials that were found. If y'all familiar with that, the
Which
burials that were
burial?
like under the houses, those
Oh yeah.
Philistine burials under the
Yeah,
houses.
Egypt. You talking about
Yeah,
Egypt? You talking about the North
yeah.
African DNA they found?
No, it was in, I think it was in Gath, Gath, the area of Gath. They found burials under, because they will bury people under the houses. But that's a Canaanite custom too, right? You know
Mm-hmm.
that's a Canaanite custom too, that they will bury their children in the house, under their houses and stuff. So their archaeological excavations found that, and they did DNA analysis on it. And what it showed was that you had a percentage of Canaanite, and then you have a percentage of like unknown, kinda. And it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, well, we know that Gath it has to be a Philistine site, has to be, or Sea People site. We see that, we see it with the
Oh,
material
yeah,
culture.
that's the
Yeah. So
Philistine.
so
The
yeah,
Philistine.
so it's like okay, and that's why I was saying, Capone, that when the Bible talks about Philistines, it's probably talking about that population that had already been accustomed and well integrated already by then. You know,
I agree.
it's already, bro. Like, so they would be kind of, Canaanite kind of, So it's like that's
Well,
how I see it. I'm not
let me,
completely anti
yeah.
or pro. So I just want to let
No,
you know, bro.
let me help y'all
No,
out with the history.
I understand your stance better,
Yeah.
and
Let me
but yeah,
let me
but
help you out with the
even
history,
like
man.
how you can go into the text. That's all I ask for, bro. Like let's just
I
be
got you.
genuine about it. Because
I try to be fair,
So
Capone. I'm definitely
hold on,
fair, but
listen,
that's not
listen to what
100%.
some
everybody's
of the things
missing.
the
Hold
scholars
on,
be
time
saying, we
out.
be like, well, I be like, well, that's answered in the text. But then you be like, oh, you can't use the Bible, prove the Bible, but this is the source that you have
Can I get
available.
a second?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
go
My
ahead,
bad.
brother.
My bad.
Yeah, so the first thing is the Saharan pastoralists migrated to the Nile as the Sahara dried up. So you need to start with when the Sahara was lush, it was full of life, where there was rivers all over the place, so it was waterways all through there. Now let's get on to the trading and the coast. So you got the Pillars of Hercules, the Strait of Gibraltar, you got the Iberian Peninsula. Okay, you got all that whole area right there that's major trading. But let's go further back since we're gonna throw in a little evolution. The North Africans are leaving out of Africa, going off to the Levant before it's even any borders or any of that, and they've already populated most of that. So even all that Middle East stuff is still getting populated by North Africans. So those are key points you need to know when you messing with the history. You know what I'm saying? And then if you want to go to the DNA, it's gonna make them E1B, which is predominant all in that area. So that's gonna be another confirmation. Then you go into the language, which is Afro-Asiatic, but that's the North African. Then it's getting the Asiatic stuff going because the Phoenician language script is what helps the Latin script, the Greek script, the Hebrew script. The Phoenician script is helping everybody's script be completed. They didn't even have a complete stuff without them. And then if you want to get into the English language, that comes last, which is a language that's borrowing from all the other languages. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make
Hey,
a gumbo.
hey, Capone, do you deal with the out of Africa, or do you really, is your stance that Sumer is
So,
the cradle and then
so
everything kind of game? Because that would be a good little back and forth between you and Silky, boy.
you know what? When I first saw Silky, I seen him on Paradigm Shift, right? And then I think on Sonetta after that, right? And I think I was up there. I think when JJ had the channel or whatever, I was up there talking.
Which
And
channel? The Lions Den?
no, he had the one that the pod got. I mean the one that Apostle got now. The Coliseum.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
But
My
yeah,
bad.
that was the brother from the Lions Den, yeah. But when I was I seen Silky up there, and I think we got into a bit of back and forth about the Moors and everything, or something like that. But I don't want no smoke with this brother when it comes to the Moors.
The
This
Burger
brother was
King is
born
in the building.
with the Berbers and the Moors. I don't want no smoke with that brother.
That's
That's what
his
the
specialty,
DNA
man.
Hey, Capone,
you know that.
Silky said they came out of Africa and populated the world. You saying what? They came from where and populated the world?
Oh, okay, so yeah, let me answer that part. So
Yes, sir.
so I do gravitate to the out of Africa theory. Theory. I don't think it's a. I guess it's a theory, right? But I did see in recent studies that they found a culture that predates the Clovis culture here in America. But I don't think that goes against the Africa theory. They just saying that those people, they're positing that they possibly could have came over by ship because they didn't use the land bridge because the land bridge wouldn't have been available as far as the dating goes.
So everybody can speak one language and then disperse out of Mesopotamia, man. Come on, Capone, man. You messing this up, bro. And so they ain't
I'm
dispersed
not saying
out of
that. I
Mesopotamia,
wouldn't say
bro.
that. I think I wouldn't say that. That's what I'm saying. Like the language is listen.
Capone, bro. Listen,
I'm not
Africa
saying that.
is not Mesopotamia. So let's get that. We got that right. Silky said, bro, they came out of Africa and populated the world. Ain't no Mesopotamia, nothing. You saying what? Mesopotamia, and they dispersed after that.
I'm saying Mesopotamia is the Fertile Crescent. That's the spark of civilization. Well, the advancement of civilization.
A1, we got one. Silky versus
I'm not doing that though.
No, man, I'm bugging, boy. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
Give me something to drink.
Nah, man. Hey, listen, this was a good one, man. I'm a slide on out here. We got to set something up tomorrow, man. Or today, later on today. Hey, Juan, you got to go live again on a Sunday, boy.
I got King Herc tomorrow at
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. I can't wait to see what Herc.
That's 8 o'clock. I'm probably gonna sleep all day, so
man.
I mean, shit, you got admin, just crank this joint up.
I'm gonna crank this up, man. All right, I got you there. I'm gonna crank this joint up.
All the Titans got admin, so do your thing.
Yes, sir.
One of y'all, and then just message everybody in the group.
Already.
You go live, or always hit up Humble or Quantum and see.
Yeah.
They'll hop up there with you they'll just sit on the stage with you or whatever. You know.
Already. I'm gonna try to get some sleep, man. This was a good one, boy. This was a good one, man. Capone,
Definitely,
you know you my man, brother. You my man, boy. Silky, it's always good to see my man Silky up
boy.
there.
He is a fighter.
Oh, Capone is the only fighter, bro. Everybody else ran. Yo, he the only one to stand on his square.
He
boy.
got mad, but most people would have ran when he got mad. They would have left and never came back.
The work is easy.
Real Hebrew, bro.
That's I ain't gonna even lie. That's what woke me up. I heard A1 and Capone arguing. I was in my room too.
I swear to God. What that shit sound like?
Shit, I was fixing to have to come play moderator. You see me run to this motherfucker.
Hey, who hit the commercial? Which one of y'all hit the commercial? Hey, I thought that was you. I'm like, man, been eating the real Titan, man.
Oh, yeah,
like, I need people around to keep me in order too.
My brother,
like that's
good,
why
man.
I brought you on board because I'm like I trust him to if he say I'm tripping, I'm tripping.
Keep my brothers good, man.
Like Big E say I'm doing too much, I'm doing too much. I need this nigga around.
Yes, sir. Hey man, y'all have a good morning, boy. I'm gonna slide on out. I'm gonna see y'all later, man.
You too, right, you too. If you ever see me doing too much, man, shoot me a message. You ain't gotta say.
You know I got you, A1. My big brother, bro. You know I got
you. Text me in the middle of the stream, like, bro, what you doing?
Tighten up, baby.
Tighten up. Like this ain't it. All right, I appreciate you, man.
Peace, y'all. Peace.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That part. Yeah, man. Big ups, man. Respect. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to everybody, man. Yeah, we just chopping up this information, man. Trying to get down to it. So, you know what I'm saying?
What the Berbers been talking about lately, man?
Oh,
any new science? Any new science on the Berbers?
Yeah, I can say that. I mean, yeah, we got 26 sources in our favor.
Okay. That's what's up.
Yeah, I got a few.
Let me know when you want to do a presentation on it, man. I know that's your specialty, man.
Yeah, that's a bit, man. I'll put something together quick. I'll let you know.
Yep. If you need some help with it, hit me up.
All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oli in this joint. What you into, Oli? You just waking up?
I pulled up. I had to take a little nap so I can be up for the morning run. Had a couple of requests for the morning run. So
I seen yesterday. I ain't go to sleep. I was supposed to go to sleep today. I just stayed up all day.
I thought it was later than this. I thought it was about 4 or 5 when I heard you and GDN. I'm like, oh, they in there arguing. I hopped up and brushed my teeth, hopped in the shower real quick, came back. Things that calmed down. I ain't gonna even lie. That's funny. Ben Eaton said that about the commercial because when I was getting in the show, that's what I heard. I'm like, oh, I want to put a commercial up. He felt like he was going to her, but that was Ben Eaton.
I wasn't about to stop. I'm glad he did that shit.
Your
Up
voice has
the
changed. As soon as your voice
full-fledged
changed, nigga, I
tripping.
woke up.
Oh yeah, that's
Said, now I'm getting to this is how I really talk.
I don't talk like that. I was just saying what he was saying. GD the homie though, man.
Blow the
He
shit out
cooked.
of me.
He
I
cooked
felt,
himself, and then he was frustrated. He was more frustrated with himself than me. But
I
I just
bet.
pulled up the source. He gave me the name. You know, I know that. Yeah, I've been catching people up like that, actually reading the source because they just throw a name out there and hope shit stick on the wall, and then they feel like they'll leave like they the school niggas
Yeah.
because niggas is too lazy to read. The same, see, but I don't know. They see me checking said about it, but what they think I'm about to conduct the same behavior. Hell
Oh
no,
no, we
nigga. You got a
checking
source.
every
We
source.
reviewing that shit. You got a
We
book. I'm about to
checking
look at
every
that
source.
shit. Nigga, we checking all that shit, nigga. And if I can't check it, my man's gonna check it for me. Fuck you talking about, man. And that don't mean I'm gonna come up here and dispute your shit necessarily. It depend on what's going on. Like I still ain't got
Depends on
around
the
to a watch.
claim you make.
Yeah, it depend on the claim you make. If the claim you make sounded good enough that I like that motherfucker, oh yeah, we about to look into that. Any
We got
philosophy or science, yeah. I mean, new religions, I'm slow to pick them joints up because I can't really go back to indoctrination. And as long as they still claiming a creator and certain stuff that I just deem incoherent and unintelligible, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna be mad when I start debating quantum onlyism. They ain't gonna know what to do then.
I know, man. It's gonna be a big shot.
You got
I be
you gotta
trying to be quiet because I don't
teach me
want
how to
people
bait
mad at me.
somebody in. I know the philosophy decent, but you gotta teach me how to bait
Yeah,
somebody into an argument because I think it's too strong.
I got you. You know, it's just like fishing, man. You throw the good bait out there, make it look good. Put some minnow on that thing. Usually, that live bait is a little better. Put that live bait on there, they're gonna jump right for it.
Yeah, we had a good show tonight, man. We got the results out for Ashe.
Oh yeah, he won. Shout out Ashe.
Shout out Ashe,
Debate
he
win.
won.
Shout out
I,
Pitt.
yeah, shout out Pitt, man. Pitt did his
Right here,
thing,
punk.
man. Pitt came with some fire. Pitt came with some heat. Like I didn't know the topic that well, and I hopped in the middle, so I couldn't really weigh in an opinion because I only caught half the debate. But that nigga came with some fire. That question and answer round was fire. That nigga had a rebuttal for every bump on the nigga face. What they saying paid him for? That nigga had something for yeah, everything, man. He was
Everything he had. So
he
yeah,
was shooting.
I hadn't ever seen either of them debate. I had listened to Pitt before, and well, usually really when they debate was just forming before they even said they was gonna debate. I heard them discoursing a little bit about it, so I knew Pitt had some information. I didn't know how he was gonna put it together.
I
I think if he would have
saw
reworded some things a couple of ways, he might have could have got the W.
came out on
But
top.
Shea stood firm.
I saw Shay debate. He debated King J. I pulled up to support him on that. I caught him on Bigo, and he was like, "Man, I got a debate today." I'm like, "Man, I'm pulling up. Man. Fuck, I don't care. I'm about to make a new account. Come send a couple super chats and donate and support your shit, man." Yeah, man. I like having our share around, man. Him and Humble like the dream team, man. It's like
Oh man, what's that?
'98
That's
Shaq and Kobe, the young Kobe with the Kobe fro. It's
yeah.
like that Kobe and Shaq. So yeah, but yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say
all in
Pippen
all, a
and
good
Jordan,
night.
but I think that might be us.
Yeah, I don't know if Kobe had the fro when Shaq came on board. I think he might have the fro might have been gone by then. I think I'm
Unlike he
thinking
had it.
he had
He
it
had the
then.
fro all the way to the three-peat.
Okay, I'm thinking Nick Van Axel Kobe. I was gonna say, is that far back? That was like his rookie year though. Wasn't Van Axel on the team with them niggas?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know if it was exactly his rookie year, but I know him and Nick Van Exel played together.
I can't tell you who won the Cleveland Cavs this year, but I can talk about sports back then. That's when I used to watch that shit.
Donovan
Uh,
Mitchell. That's all I know.
that shit seemed like a distraction to me. No, I can only watch it around the right people. You know what I'm saying? I go over to my homie house. they be so into the game, they make me be into it because they having so much fun watching it. Like this shit like a party. They jumping up at every play and dancing or every play, getting up and doing all type of shit. They really play football, so they be into that shit.
Yeah.
That shit.
That's somebody few of my niggas, my homies is down here. I can't wait till the college season about to start too.
Yeah, you know I ain't about to watch none of that shit. So
Ah, don't worry.
this my fantasy football league right here. This debate league, man.
Yeah, just give me more things to talk about for the morning show.
True,
you know, sports
definitely. Yeah, you're right. We do need a little sports show on the channel, man.
Yeah, man, because it's a lot going on in boxing right now.
Somebody already had that idea. I'm gonna have to actually talk to them about that shit tomorrow, man. See if they'll get that shit cranking by the next few days. Yeah, because I want to. They can cover Dean. I want to hear some Dean news. We can start getting news on Adrian Brunner. He didn't put the drink down and started working out. Let's see how long it lasts. Everybody can put their bets in.
I seen one with Dean and AB.
See, I keep up on boxing news, but I won't watch no a season or nothing. I'll keep up on the fight and who about to fight. I like that shit.
Adrian, though, you think Adrian gonna step in the ring?
Adrian gonna get beat the hell up. If he do get in the ring, it's gonna be like fixed. If he get in the ring, it's gonna convince me it's back fixed. Because I don't care if he work out for, he got to work out for 2-3 years again. I mean, it's one thing to get back in shape. It's one thing to still have the movements, man. But oh man, he got to run. He got to do some serious conditioning, and it's not no 90-day program that's gonna get him right. Like I don't care if he doing. You can only work out so much. So okay, 2 days, 3 days. You can't even get 2 days, 3 days in where they gonna push you to that level until you break your first plateau.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So he gonna have to plateau on. Well, I ain't gonna say plateau on one of the days, but I don't know. I know they used to push us into the 2 days right into football season. Not really though, because we used to have summer practice and that was a 1 a day. So most people was already conditioned unless you was just popping up at the school. So I don't know, I'm thinking about it. But yeah, he gonna have to break that first plateau. You can only tear your muscles so much before you injure yourself. It's a thin line between tearing them to build and tearing them to where you're gonna have to sit down for a little bit.
I can't wait to see Krishan Rock's first fight. She looked pretty good.
Yeah, she looked pretty good.
Like she
about to knock something out. She about to paint something.
Man, I think she gonna get 1 or 2, man.
She been beating females up. She had people in the industry shook for real.
Mm-hmm.
They jumped her. She was holding her on. Shit. I think she still beat them girls up. She was just a little tired.
Yeah. Some of that good sports, man. Got to be in shape. Keep yourself healthy.
Dang, I ran a long episode, man. I didn't think I was about to be up this late.
Yeah, they had some good that's what them good topics bring up, man. Some good discourse, different things, but myself, when I think about the debate, I did have Ashe winning over Piitbull. I did a 100-point system for mine. I had Ashe up 84 to 69. And that don't mean Ashe was correct about everything he said. And I don't mean that Piitbull didn't make valid arguments. My decision came down to just one thing: who did the better job addressing the actual resolution? And that resolution was, you see it right there at the bottom, does the Bible have polytheistic origins? Some of Ashe's strongest advantages to me was that he argued the resolution historically. He brought multiple lines of evidence to support his position, mainly Deuteronomy 32 and the sons of God reading. He talked about the divine counsel and the possible relationship between El and Yahweh. Yahweh's southern geographical associations. He brought up the Kuntalit Arjud and the Kerbet El Kong, the Elephantine. He brought up Monoltry, which is was real big, and he brought historical development toward exclusive monotheism. Now, some of his interpretations are disputed. I think that's what one of Pitt's key points was. And sometimes he also overstated his case by saying things like Yahweh stole El's identity. That might sound good in a debate, but historically, words like assimilation and identification and amalgamation, them words have to be more accurate. But still, his overall case was cumulative. And if one piece of evidence was weakened, the rest of his argument was good enough that it didn't automatically collapse. Piitbull's strongest points of the argument was actually a legitimate one. Parallels do not prove identity. Just because two cultures use similar language or imagery, titles, or religious concepts, that doesn't automatically mean that they're talking about the exact same deity, which was one of his points that he tried to argue. So I gave him credit for that. He also did a good job establishing that the biblical tradition does contain strong commands against worshiping other gods, and it presents Yahweh as Israel's exclusive covenant deity. So, but this also where I believe that Piitbull killed his own argument, because the resolution wasn't, does the Bible command Israelites to worship Yahweh alone? If that had been the resolution, Piitbull would have had a much stronger debate and argument. The question was about origins, though, and Piitbull repeatedly responded to historical evidence of Ashe's polytheism and syncretism by showing that biblical commandments prohibiting polytheism was what he was arguing. But against something like that, that doesn't prove that the thing never happened. So if you think about it, the biblical writers, they actually repeatedly condemn Israelite worshiping of Baal, Asherah, and other gods. Images, heavenly body, tell you don't worship them, bull. So that tells us that those practices were at least occurring some during the Israelites' time. So when I say presented evidence about popular religious practices, and Piitbull responded by saying essentially, but the covenant says they weren't supposed to do that. He wasn't really proving his official theology, and he was really disproving the historical practice, which to me pointed to polytheistic origins. So yeah, that's kind of what I got out of it. They were arguing kind of 2 points, 2 different points of the same question. I want to say Piitbull actually said that this wasn't the debate title at first, so he might not have even got his argument completely ready for this argument if they had another title. But those titles, we know, when debating and different things go on, and it's going to be judged, the title of the resolution or the resolution is very important, because that's what most judges are going to look at. But yeah, it was a nice debate, man.
Touche.
It was very nice. I can't wait till the next one. But we about to start that good old tournament, ain't we?
Yeah, tournament about to start. That shit about to fly by for real. It's about to make these next couple months soon.
And for those of y'all who don't know,
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war.
Yeah, boy. I'm glad I'm a part of that. Should be able to pull out some nice wins. I know it's going to be some hard competition. I think my first competition is Smokey Saint.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's about to be a nice debate. I'm excited for that one.
Got to do a little bit more. Can't wait till I face off, so I can see exactly what he's talking about. I know we had a couple of interactions, but I also know that when I say something about having a philosophy, people don't even take to grips what I'm saying. So they start trying to tell me about other philosophies that they studied and think that my philosophy might have some way of infinite regress in it. Doesn't show its face. Made sure that's not in my argument. Don't even get a chance to show. That seemed like that was going to be his main point, which if I argue that point with him, if he's just any type of traditional theist beliefs, that point will basically chop his own head off. So I'm just waiting to see what kind of arguments people amalgamate to try to refute quantum monism, man. And if that's even any of the topics, because I am open to debating any incoherence that I hear in people's claims or things like that. When I woke up with you and GDN going in, that's what I thought was going on. I thought y'all had finally got
Go to that face off. Nah.
Man, that's exactly what I thought. I swear, because my computer in the living room, I was in my room tonight. I heard you. I laid there for a minute. I was going for a minute too, because I laid there for a minute. Then you said, now you get mad. Now I'm about to change. When they got up, I'm like, oh, let me get up, man. Shout out Ben Eaton and the decorum of the platform. Just had it ready. You know, sometimes we do seem to be getting out of line, but I know it's always going to go back to discourse.
Yeah, we went right back to the discourse. It had a good dialogue tonight. It was fun. Fun night. I want to do something right now. I want to do a watch video or something, man. We still got time on the clock, man.
Oh, shit, man. Throw something up. What you trying to
I don't know
watch?
what
Maybe
to
we can
watch.
talk.
What should I put on, man?
What else has been going on around the community today? I didn't get to fly around. I was busy
at
the Coliseum.
Oh, no, I flew around on a late night. I ended up actually connecting with some people. Nighttime be a good time to pop up on people and support.
Yeah. I tried to join a panel. I ain't gonna even say which one it is, but I tried to join a panel. They let me backstage, but wouldn't let me up. I didn't have any problems with it because it is your spot. If you didn't want me up, that's fine too. I probably would have. And
That sucks.
Silky the Barber King, you call him, stop by.
Man, Silky the Barber King pulled up, man. That was nice.
I didn't know he had information about the Berbers like that.
Yeah, that's his specialty for real.
Oh. Get down, Silky.
Get down, get down. Yeah. He doing this thing. I don't know what to play. Grifter tier list 2026 expansion pack. This nigga is funny. I don't know. I'm looking for something to play. Ooh, I know what I should play. Let me play some of this. Let's see what this nigga talking about. Okay, let me share the screen. You want to do a watch video on some Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Oh man, see what Neil talking about.
Here's the most uncomfortable thought you'll ever sit with, and I want you to actually sit with it.
Can you hear it?
Past it.
Yep.
Something created everything, then what created that something? And if the answer is nothing created it, it always existed, then why couldn't the universe itself have always existed? The moment you introduce a creator to explain existence, you haven't solved the mystery. You've just moved it one step back. And that single logical move, once you really look at it, starts to unravel everything built on top of it. Stay with me, because this goes considerably deeper than you might expect. Let's start somewhere all of us have been. You're a kid, maybe 5 or 6 years old, lying on the grass, staring straight up into a night sky packed with stars. The darkness between them feels almost physical, almost touchable. And your mind, still young and unfiltered by decades of accumulated assumptions, asks the question every human being has asked since the very first one looked up and wondered, where did all of this come from? Your parents might have said, God made it. Your teacher might have said, the Big Bang. Your grandmother might have lit a candle and whispered something under her breath. But notice something remarkable buried inside all of those answers. Every single one, regardless of culture, regardless of century, regardless of whether it comes wrapped in religion or in science, eventually runs headfirst into the exact same wall. But where did that come from? This isn't a trick question. It isn't philosophy being deliberately difficult for sport. This is honestly one of the most sincere questions a human mind is capable of asking, because causality, the basic idea that everything has a cause, that nothing simply happens for no reason at all, is the load-bearing foundation of how we understand reality itself. Every time something happens, something else made it happen. A ball rolls because you kicked it. Rain falls because...
What Cosmo say, I never seen a watch without a watchmaker.
Watchmaker.
The watchmaker argument. That's what it's called for real.
Yeah.
It's an actual argument. You can look it up. He definitely puts a nice spin on it. But when, like you said, you were telling the one dude, you have to do that to put a cap on it. And what you meant was to stop the infinite regress from happening. Infinite regress is a fallacy where every time someone poses a question, the answer is something else. And it goes on infinitely. So you ask why, and they say because of this. And you say why that, and it's because of this. And it's always something else, and it has to end somewhere. Everything has to have a first initial cause. But then that leads into a whole case of special pleading. All the remember the presentation I did, the epistemology of religious belief?
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes into the epistemic double standard, special pleading, confirmation bias, epistemic double standards. And what people do is it's like it's impossible to accept a premise that something didn't have to have a cause and that it always existed. We posit that idea for the universe. People ask, well, how did the universe get created? And we say, well, what if it was already here and it didn't have a beginning? Well, everything has to have a beginning. So then they say God did it. But that doesn't actually help you answer the question, because now we have to posit that same philosophical question. Well, what caused God?
Yeah.
You say that
And
nothing intelligent can exist without a creator, but the most intelligent being that we know of doesn't have one. It created itself.
yeah,
Well,
that's
they
the
won't
one
say
they
it
say.
created itself. They'll say it's always been, but
It's always been. That's their point for stopping.
incoherence.
That, like you say, they'll tell you that everything intelligent seems to have intelligent design.
Hmm.
And so you ask them if it looks like it has intelligent design, what does that mean? That means they'll tell you, like you said, that means that there's intelligent designer.
Yeah,
And is that designer intelligent? Yes,
and
that designer is intelligent. So what created that intelligent design? If you're saying that every intelligent design that you see
has to
is
have a
created.
designer. Yeah, so it becomes special pleading because you find an exemption to break the rule that you set, and that exemption is God. The rule is that nothing intelligent can exist, intelligent can exist without having a designer. So you make a special exemption for your own religion for no valid reason, of course. It's just, well, it's what the scripture says. It's not like you can empirically prove any of it. We can't even empirically prove God. Um, so, or disprove him. We can't prove him or disprove him. God isn't testable. It isn't measurable. It's not quantifiable. It's outside of the realms of our observation. So, another unfalsifiable claim, which is, really they're useless when people, I don't really like the unfalsifiable claims. You can't test them unless you're strictly talking philosophy. But if we're talking the existence of something, you know, and you want me to believe you when we have a plethora of religions actively being practiced simultaneously in contradiction to each other on a daily basis, you got to come with more than, you know, this circular loop of logic that you guys keep indulging in. Should I go back to the video? You got anything else to
Yeah,
add?
yeah, man. Get back because uh, that was a great point that you said. That kind of ended it, like especially how they can seem to coherently say that cat point is a creator, and they have to have parts. And like Cosmine said, like you say, I never seen a watch without a watchmaker, but I never seen a watchmaker
Without
with
parents.
with
Yeah, so who made God? Like we have to be allowed to ask that question. Um, but again,
And if you can't answer that question, then it must mean that answer that you're seeking isn't correct,
that's right.
unless you special plead. So
Yeah, special. Definitely. That's what we see a lot of. You know what I'm saying? Um, the intellectual collapse of integrity across all intellectual spaces is what we've been seeing. Uh, it's sad for real. What's happened to debate, dialogue, and religious discourse? People have pretty much abandoned it. The debates have been so circular, and you know, it depends on the topic, to say the least. But that's why you see people getting up there just doing shit for clicks now, crashing off for clicks and doing weird shit. Because nobody's stepping up the level of their arguments. They keep trying to represent arguments that somebody else created. That's why we got to give you a round of applause for daring to step out and attempt to create your own philosophical argument and framework. You know what I'm saying?
do I do believe that if there's questions that people have been asking forever and they haven't got the answer, or they have an answer but you can find logical flaws in it or any kind of flaws in it, then you got to ask, is that really the answer? And if it's not the answer, um, maybe structure the question different because you won't find the answer in that form.
Mhm.
I never do say that there isn't a higher reality. There's something that is the reason for everything else. I just started at existence, and then that's a whole formulation of different ideas to get an answer. And my main goal is for an intelligible, incoherent answer, which would lead to accountability. And so that's where my argument stands and fights from.
Let's get
Intelligibility.
back into the video. Let's see what Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about. You got a little echo back there.
Clouds formed. Clouds formed because water evaporated. Water evaporated because the sun heated it. Cause, effect, all the way back, link after link after link. Now, most people, when they follow that chain far enough back, feel a genuine kind of vertigo. The mind reaches for solid ground underfoot and finds nothing there. And in that moment of falling, many people reach for the oldest answer in the history of our species. There must be a first cause, something that started the whole chain, something that exists entirely outside the chain itself, something eternal, all-powerful, uncreated. They call it God. And look, I want to be genuinely fair here because that instinct is deeply, authentically human. It is not stupid. It is not primitive. It emerges from precisely the same place that drives every working scientist, every serious philosopher, every curious kid lying on the grass staring at the stars. It's the need to actually understand something, the refusal to just let the mystery sit there unanswered, staring back at you. But here's exactly where we need to slow down and get careful. Because the solution most people reach for this idea of a divine, eternal, uncreated creator, when you press on it gently, when you ask it.
I like how he put that, the uncreated creator. It's logically absurd. It's logically absurd to say that everything needs a cause and then to end it with God. God doesn't need a cause. Why not? The most supreme, most intelligent being wasn't created. Like it's so again, it's special pleading. And I'll go into the definition of that for people who may not know exactly what special pleading is. Special pleading and exceptionalism. Get familiar with that term too, exceptionalism. Um, it's the infinite retreat of the believer who demands a pass for their specific dogma. It is the act of applying rigorous investigative standards to every holy book on earth while claiming your own is uniquely exempt from scrutiny. Uh, it's also making a special exemption for why your God doesn't need to be created. Because he's eternal. How do you know? Because the book says so. This isn't faith, it's an intellectual felony. It's logically absurd and it's incoherent. Uh, but yeah, to each their own. You bring it to a debate with me, we're going to tear it up, dissect it, and send you home with with your parent, with a whole new idea of life.
The very same question it was originally invoked to answer, something genuinely strange starts to happen. It breaks. Here's the question almost nobody wants to say out loud. If God created the universe and God has always existed, uncreated, eternal, requiring no cause whatsoever, then you have just accepted as a premise that something complex, something conscious, something possessing will and intention and staggering power can exist without a cause. Fine. But if you've already accepted that principle, why does it only apply to God? Why not apply that exact same reasoning directly to the universe itself? This isn't a rhetorical trick I'm playing on you. This is a completely genuine logical demand, the kind any first-year philosophy student learns to make. You cannot use "it always existed, it needs no cause" as your explanation for a creator, while simultaneously insisting that the universe could not possibly have always existed and absolutely must have had a cause. That's not consistent reasoning. That's special pleading, carving out
He said it. That's special pleading. Carving
an
out.
exception to a rule for the one specific thing you're personally invested in protecting from it. And again,
That's special pleading. Carving out an exception for the one thing that you're personally invested in, your belief system. And again, he said any first year philosophy major is going to learn this.
Man, I think I started asking that question before I even started. Before I even went to college for philosophy.
Most people do. Most people do. It's like he said, it's one of the most natural questions. You know, even a kid asks this. And we're taught to abandon logic and reason. That's why there's this meme, and it's this guy pulling his brain out of his head and handing it over to church clergy as he's walking in. He says, won't be needing this here. It's like they have to make you stop thinking. Stop using your logic. That's the devil. God didn't give you that for you to use.
Greatest trick in the world the devil ever pulled was made people think he don't exist.
That's not how I say the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was making people think he was God. That's what I say. But yeah, both of them is nice. But I took it a step further. Because the God of the Bible is one homicidal. I say he's a sociopath. Honestly, he's homicidal. He's jealous, vengeful. Kills the whole planet twice because he's upset. Things didn't go as planned. Digress though. Let's let Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah. Because I was about to get in. I ain't gonna even get into that. You know, that can get deep.
Genuinely more interesting once you ask a second, quieter, hidden question. What kind of thing is God exactly? Most theological descriptions across most traditions converge on something like this. God is infinite, all-knowing, all-powerful, present everywhere at once, and exists entirely outside of time. Now, think carefully, actually carefully, about what those words mean when you unpack them. To be all-knowing means to contain, in some real sense, all information that exists or could exist. To be all-powerful means to be capable of performing every conceivable action. To exist outside of time means to not be subject to the very structure that gives the words cause and effect any meaning whatsoever in the first place. These are not simple attributes casually bolted onto a being. These are staggeringly, almost incomprehensibly complex properties. And here's what physics has been quietly, persistently teaching us over roughly the last century of hard-won discovery. Complexity does not spontaneously appear from nothing. Order does not precede disorder in any system we've ever actually observed. Consciousness, as far as every single shred of evidence we possess, indicates emerges out of simpler underlying physical processes. It does not generate those processes from above. So when someone tells you God has always existed, they are quietly asking you to believe that the single most complex, most ordered, most information-rich entity imaginable simply always was. With no process behind it, no emergence, no cause of any kind. And then they're asking you to accept all of that while calling it, of all things, an explanation. That's the hidden question. And once you've seen it, it genuinely refuses to stay hidden again. Now, to be completely fair here, and I want to be fair, because ideas deserve to be examined in their strongest form, not some straw man version. Let's look at the best, most rigorous version of the argument for a creator. Philosophers call this the cosmological argument, and it goes like this. everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause. And that cause, by strict logical definition, must be something that did not itself begin, something eternal, something existing entirely outside space and time altogether. It's clean. It's internally logical. And it has genuinely convinced some of the sharpest minds in the entire history of human thought. The physics sitting underneath this argument is real, and I don't want to wave that away. As far as our best current measurements can tell us, the universe did have a beginning, or at minimum, a genuine boundary, roughly 13.8 billion years ago. All of space was compressed into a state of unimaginable density and heat. Time itself, as we currently measure and define it, may not have existed prior to that moment in any meaningful sense whatsoever. Run the equations of general relativity backward far enough, and you approach something called a singularity, a point where the laws of physics, as we currently understand them, simply stop producing meaningful predictions. The math essentially throws up its hands. So there is a genuine, unresolved scientific mystery sitting right here. The universe really does appear to have a starting point, and the question of what caused that starting point is not, as of today, fully answered by physics. That gap is real. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Now, into that specific gap, theology steps forward and says, the cause was God. And on the surface, honestly, that sounds almost reasonable. You've got a mystery, you've got a proposed solution being offered. Fine, sure, why not? But here's precisely where the surface level explanation runs headlong into serious trouble. When scientists encounter a genuine gap in our knowledge, the standard discipline move is to treat it as exactly that, a gap, an open question, a place that demands further investigation, a signal that we need sharper tools and deeper thinking. What scientists do not do, what they cannot do and still remain scientists in any meaningful sense, is plug that gap with an entity that is itself completely unexplained and then simply declare the original mystery solved. Because filling a...
Damn, that was deep. That was deep.
That's the God of the gaps fallacy right there.
The God of the gaps. Anytime there's a question, science leaves it at a question. It doesn't therefore take God, something else that they can't explain, and plug it in as the answer and call it an explanation. I see it every damn day, though. Damn.
That's why I say, that's why I argue from intelligibility from the first, because if you argue from that point, then you can actually answer questions that aren't mysteries, that ain't unexplainable. Like sometimes I be feeling that people are trying to have an unexplained answer to questions. Like God, for instance, like you're saying, just feel it there and then say, well, it's because God is God and we can't know the power of God at the same time explaining the power of God to me. It becomes real incoherent sometimes in discussions, but
and Smash and Idol says, now y'all believe absurd numbers like 13 billion. I mean, it could be 13, it could be 20, it could be 50. The numbers don't really puzzle me. What the puzzle is, how did the most intelligent being come into existence? And we know everything has to have a cause. So what's the cause for God? Because we can't just do special pleading and make exemptions for the rule without like a justifiable explanation. And because the scripture says so, isn't one. So it's either we have to answer these questions or we need to stop making the claims. Well, at least that's how I feel. I stopped making the claims.
I just reformed the question. The question wasn't viable to me. Instead of who created existence, I had to ask what would give anything efficacious cause to create something. What would have to be the underlying thing that anything that is an agent would have to have working before it could do anything? Because part of the thing that we get to when you talk about a creator God is that thing that we talk about, who or what created God, and they don't seem to have a process like he was saying.
Yeah, this
So
ain't about the years though, Smash. I mean, I understand you want to focus on the year. If I was religious, I wouldn't want to focus on the logical dilemma that everything in existence has to have a cause, but we make a special exemption with no valid explanation for God. And it's just logically incoherent. And like again, it could be they could be wrong about the numbers. I'm not tripping about that. I'm trying to get God right. Because I'm not even so impressed and concerned with the science. That's why that shit flew right in one ear and went out the other. It wasn't the top, you know. I understand though. I'm not telling you like to stay on topic, but I'm listening to what he was talking about. He was making a meaningful point about the logical dilemma that we face in religious arguments. I did a whole presentation on the well, I didn't include the God of the Gaps, but I did a whole presentation on this just recently. Let me pull that joint up. I ain't gonna pull it up. Go back and check the the epistemology of religious belief. That was the name of the podcast. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I don't know if that shit right or wrong. I ain't did the math myself, but I mean, there are people doing the math, and it's not like we just took one person's word for it. Because once somebody gives their um, once new science comes out, everybody has access to it to test it, reproduce it, and see what they come up with. So I'm sure the number isn't, and it's always they give a window usually. He said roughly 13.8, but usually it's a window. They can't tell exactly. We're like, we already know that. That's why I wouldn't get in an argument with anybody about the exact day. It's debated. Certain people get certain calculations based on certain variables, but nonetheless, it's old as hell. I'm not no young Earth creationist. That doesn't make sense. But yeah, like I said, I wasn't focusing on the numbers. I'm focusing on trying to solve this dilemma of how intelligent, everything that has intelligence is conscious. It's supposed to have a creator, but we make an exception for God, as if something that's intelligent has will, supposedly a personality, gets jealous, like always existed. It's just like again, it's logically incoherent. We're trying to figure out that problem. Let me see what the chat talking about. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, you don't want to talk about the topic. He said so when they say stuff like 14 million light years away. That is not the topic. He don't want to. It's uncomfortable. I mean, because it's real. God was created too. Shout out Cosmo Kyle. Oh, Waspy said that in 1886. Nigga.
Yeah, Waspy been told y'all that. Shout out
Waspy been
Cosmo
told us that. No,
the Cosmos.
I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. I can't wait to get a chance to. Yeah, let's get back into Neil deGrasse Tyson cooking this logical dilemma, the special pleading, the double standards that are going on here.
Mystery with an even bigger mystery isn't actually an explanation. It's the appearance of one dressed up convincingly. The universe's origin is genuinely mysterious. We fully acknowledge that. But trading one mystery for an even more complex one, a conscious, all-powerful, eternal being, and then calling that trade an answer, that's precisely the point where the logic quietly starts to collapse under its own weight.
Damn, he is cooking. I gotta rewind that. He said trading one. Wait, what did he say? Damn.
I told y'all this before. Y'all got to go back and watch my videos.
And bigger mystery isn't actually an entity that is itself completely unexplained and then simply declare the original mystery solved. Because filling a mystery with an even bigger mystery isn't actually an explanation. It's the appearance of one dressed up convincingly. The universe's origin is genuinely mysterious. We fully acknowledge that. But trading one mystery for an even more complex one, a conscious, all-powerful, eternal being, and then calling that trade an answer,
this is what I'll be trying to tell religious people when they feel like they've answered my question by positing God as the answer to any of these questions. You traded one complex mystery for another more complex mystery that we can't answer, and then called it an answer. No. Y'all not gonna get away with that, man.
Precisely the point where the logic quietly starts to collapse under its own weight. Now, here's where the real twist arrives. And this part doesn't come from philosophy at all. It comes straight from mathematics and physics. In quantum mechanics, nothing simply isn't what our everyday intuition tells us it should be. The classical common sense idea of nothing, a pure void, an absolute total absence of literally everything, turns out to be physically unstable when you actually run the equations. Quantum fields, even sitting in their absolute lowest possible energy state, still fluctuate. They vibrate. They spontaneously produce virtual particles that flicker in and out of existence on timescales so short we can barely even talk about them coherently. The vacuum of space, it turns out, is not empty in any classical sense. It is a seething, restless form of quantum activity. And crucially, quantum mechanics tells us that systems do not require a classical cause in order to transition from one state into another. Down at the quantum level, the very concept of cause in the everyday billiard ball sense we're all used to genuinely dissolves at the edges. But here's the deeper twist, the one that actually rewires.
People not gonna like that. The creationists ain't gonna like that.
How you see this entire debate once you internalize it. When we invoke God as an explanation, we are quietly importing a very specific hidden assumption that the universe follows the exact same logic of everyday human scale causality, that things simply don't happen without reasons, without agents behind them, without some prior state setting them in motion. And that assumption works beautifully, genuinely beautifully at human scales. Billiard balls colliding, apples falling from trees, stars exploding in supernovae. All of it obeys tidy causal chains we can trace backwards step by step. But when you push all the way out to the actual boundaries of the universe, the Planck scale, the quantum foam, the first infinitesimal fractions of the first second after the Big Bang, that everyday logic simply breaks down. And I don't mean that metaphorically, I mean it mathematically. The equations stop producing clean, linear causal chains. Time itself becomes genuinely uncertain at that scale. The very word before may lose coherent meaning entirely once you're close enough to that boundary. So when someone asks what caused the Big Bang, they're, whether they realize it or not, smuggling in an entire causal framework that may simply not apply at that scale at all. They're asking a question that sounds grammatically valid, that parses just fine as an English.
Yes. What caused the Big Bang is logically incoherent. You're assuming that something had to cause it. And I've been telling people that y'all make a lot of assumptions. But again, and then they'll tell you that we're trying to use worldly logic. That's them trying to use their worldly logic. Everything has a cause. That's how it works in the world. So that's how it's got to work out there. Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that's not so. It's not so in the quantum level. It's not so when you reach the boundaries of outer space. Things don't operate the same as they do under this atmosphere that we've taken for granted. Let's get into it.
Sentence, but may turn out to be physically meaningless, not unlike asking, what is north of the North Pole? It sounds like a real question right up until you actually understand the geometry involved. And then you realize there's no coherent answer to give, not because we lack information, but because the question itself was malformed from the start. And this is the actual twist.
That's can you pause
God
that
hypothesis
for a second?
doesn't just fail to answer the question satisfactorily.
Go back just a little bit when he said the question is malformed.
There's no coherent answer
that
to
was
give.
my whole point.
Not because we
that's
lack
what
information, but because the question itself was malformed from the start. And this is the actual twist. The God hypothesis doesn't just fail to answer the question satisfactorily. It assumes the question makes sense in the first place at a scale where physics is strongly suggesting it may not. The universe may not need a cause, not for some poetic philosophical reason, but because causality itself may be an emergent feature that arises within the universe rather than an external rule that governed its birth from outside. Let's step.
That's gonna hurt their feelings right there. That's what quantum onlyism touches on.
That's what I was gonna say. Neil deGrasse Tyson might be a quantum onlyist when I'm listening to him. Nah, I'm sure he ain't. Y'all don't quote me on none of that. I was just joking. But yeah, that's exactly what I one of the perspectives and aspects I argue for.
Mm-hmm. I tell you, I'll be trying to tell people you ahead of your time with this little shit, man. They don't even know it. They thinking you just some internet loony nut. Like, man.
I love it.
Out of the equations for a moment and actually imagine something together, because I think this deserves a proper thought experiment. Picture yourself standing at the edge of all existence, not in space, because space is part of the universe, and we're imagining the true boundary of the universe
Now he gets
itself.
to where I be arguing
Not
from.
in time
Now
either.
he get to
Because
existence.
time, as physicists understand it, is a dimension woven directly into the fabric of space-time, and we're imagining a vantage point before that fabric was ever woven. In this thought experiment, you're standing at the actual edge, nothing behind you. The universe, not yet born, in front of you. Now ask yourself honestly, what's here? If you say God, then fine, God is here. This eternal, conscious, all-powerful being existing in a timeless void. But your mind immediately runs headfirst into a wall. If there's no time, there's no sequence of events. If there's no sequence of events, there's no decision-making process possible. If there's no decision-making, there's no intention. If there's no intention, there's no actual act of creation. A genuinely timeless being cannot decide to do anything because deciding, by its very nature, is a process. It requires a before and an after. It requires time to unfold in. So either God exists within time, in which case, where exactly did that time itself come from? Or God exists entirely outside of time, in which case God...
Sounds like you're a quantum onlyist. If there is a God, it's got to exist within time and nature.
I mean, and even if he ain't a quantum onlyist, his reason is onlyist reason.
Because
These are
wherever God exists, there's existence there because there's some God's there. And if he exists, then that's existence too.
That's existence.
They don't be getting it. They be thinking you talking in circles and riddles and you not. They just ain't brushed up on their philosophy.
Right.
Cannot act, cannot will anything, cannot create anything at all. You see the trap closing? Now try the alternative. Imagine standing at that same edge, and instead of finding a conscious being waiting there, you find something more like a quantum field, something entirely without personhood, without intention, without any kind of plan, something that simply is sitting in a state of pure raw potential. And out of that potential, exactly as quantum mechanics genuinely allows, a fluctuation occurs. Not caused in the classical sense, not intended, not designed by anyone, simply possible, and therefore, given enough time and enough possibility space, eventually inevitable. The universe doesn't need anyone's permission to begin. It doesn't need a creator's approval to exist. In a universe genuinely governed by quantum probability, if something can happen, if the laws of physics as we understand them permit it, then across a sufficiently large space of possibilities, it will happen. No mind required, no intention required, no first cause required, at least not in the traditional theological sense of that phrase. And here's the most genuinely vertigo-inducing part of this whole thought experiment. You are made of particles that emerged from exactly that kind of fluctuation. Your consciousness, your very ability to sit here right now and ask this question in the first place, is the universe becoming aware of itself, not through design, through physics, pure and simple. That is either the single most beautiful accident in all of existence, or it's something we genuinely don't yet have adequate words for. But notice, really notice, that it requires no author whatsoever. Let's go even deeper now. Let's actually walk through what physics tells us about the different layers of reality, from the smallest imaginable scales all the way up to the largest, and see what we find. If anything, when we go actively looking for a creator's fingerprint at the subatomic level, particles simply do not behave like tiny billiard balls, obediently following clean deterministic rules. An electron does not possess a definite position until the moment you actually measure it. It exists until that measurement in a superposition of states, a genuine smear of probability spread across space. This isn't some limitation of our measuring instruments that better engineering will eventually fix. This is as far as every experiment we've ever run can tell us, the actual fundamental nature of the electron itself. The universe, at its most basic level, is probabilistic, not strictly deterministic. This matters enormously for our purposes, because if the universe is genuinely probabilistic at its roots, if events can happen without strict classical prior causes, then the entire logical structure underneath the cosmological argument for God starts to wobble at its very foundation. The argument insists that everything that begins to exist has a cause. But quantum mechanics tells us, with substantial experimental backing, that some things genuinely begin to exist without a cause in the classical sense we're used to. The cosmological argument, in its classic form, was built for a tidy Newtonian universe. We simply don't live in that universe anymore, and haven't for over a century. Go one layer deeper still, and you arrive at quantum field theory, arguably the single most precisely tested scientific theory in the entire history of our species. In this framework, particles aren't fundamental building blocks at all. They're excitations rippling through underlying fields that permeate the whole of space. The electron is a ripple in the electron field. The photon is a ripple in the electromagnetic field. These fields aren't made of anything smaller underneath them. They simply are, at the most fundamental level, physics currently has access to. And these fields, even sitting in their absolute ground state, their lowest possible energy configuration, still fluctuate constantly. They are never, under any circumstances, truly perfectly at rest. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle categorically forbids perfect stillness. Energy and time are linked together in such a tightly constrained way that a perfectly silent, perfectly still vacuum is mathematically forbidden, full stop. Now let's swing to the opposite extreme and look at the largest scales imaginable. The observable universe contains something on the order of 2 trillion galaxies. Each one of those galaxies contains, on average, hundreds of billions of individual stars. The numbers involved get so enormous, so quickly, that they essentially stop being something you can visualize intuitively and become purely mathematical objects instead. And here's the striking part. Every single atom in every single star, in every single one of those 2 trillion galaxies, is governed by the exact same quantum fields, the exact same physical constants, the exact same underlying mathematical laws. Those laws appear to be genuinely identical everywhere we've been able to check. The speed of light, the charge carried by an electron, the strength of the gravitational constant. These values do not shift or drift as you move from one corner of the observable universe to another. They stay perfectly uniform across a span of roughly 93 billion light years of observable space. Why is that the case? Honestly, we don't fully know yet. But here's what we do know with reasonable confidence. That remarkable uniformity does not, on its own, point convincingly toward a personal relational prayer answering deity. It points instead towards something considerably more abstract, something closer to mathematics itself, possessing a kind of independent existence. And mathematics, as far as we can tell, doesn't have intentions of its own. Now let's take the widest possible view of all. Let's zoom all the way out, and then immediately after,
the racist math and racist science, right? Better check that math too, man.
Zoom all the way back in and see what the universe genuinely looks like from both extremes at once. Start at the largest conceivable scale. Cosmologists today have strong theoretical reasons, not idle speculation, actual derived reasons rooted in real physics to suspect our universe may be just one member of an enormous, possibly even infinite collection of universes. The multiverse concept isn't science fiction dressed up in academic language. It emerges naturally and independently out of several completely separate branches of modern physics. Inflationary cosmology, the so-called landscape of string theory, the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. All three of these independent lines of reasoning point separately toward roughly the same unsettling possibility. And if the multiverse turns out to be real, then the question, why does this particular universe have exactly the physical constants it has, gets a very different kind of answer than a designer carefully tuned them by hand. The answer instead becomes, because across an enormous, possibly infinite array of universes, every possible combination of physical constants gets realized somewhere. And we quite naturally find ourselves specifically in one of the universes where the constants happen to permit the existence of beings capable of standing around asking this exact question in the first place. This is called the anthropic principle. And I want to be very clear. It is not, despite how it sometimes gets caricatured, a circular argument. It is an observational filter, plain and simple. You cannot, by definition, observe a universe that doesn't permit your own existence within it. So naturally, inevitably, any universe that happens to contain observers is going to appear fine-tuned from the inside to permit those observers. No tuner required at all to produce that appearance. Now, zoom all the way back in, past atoms, past protons, all the way down to the scale where space itself stops behaving smoothly and becomes something closer to grainy. This is the Planck scale, 10 to the negative 35th power meters, a distance so absurdly small, it makes an atom look like an entire galaxy by comparison. At this scale, the very concepts of space and time may not exist in any continuous familiar sense at all. Several serious theories of quantum gravity currently under active development suggest that space and time themselves are emergent properties, that they arise from something even more fundamental underneath them. In roughly the same way, temperature emerges from the average motion of a huge number of individual particles, rather than being some irreducible property built into reality from the ground floor. And if space and time really are emergent in that way, then asking what happened before the universe becomes structurally similar to asking what is south of the South Pole. The question isn't simply difficult to answer, it's malformed. It quietly assumes a structure, a before, a sequence, a timeline that may simply not exist at that fundamental level. And right here, sandwiched precisely between the cosmic enormity of a possible multiverse and the fine-grained quantum graininess of space-time itself, is exactly where the God hypothesis runs out of room to stand. There's no gap left over to fill. Every single gap that once comfortably sheltered the idea of divine intervention has, over the last century, either been filled in directly by physics or reframed entirely as a question that may not require a traditional answer at all. The universe does not look on close inspection like something that was deliberately made. It looks like something that simply is deeply, mathematically, almost inevitably, and I'd argue that's a far stranger and honestly far more wonderful prospect than anything a traditional creation story has ever managed to offer us. So here's the big insight, the one that ties this entire argument together into a single coherent thread. The concept of God, specifically the God of traditional Western theology, the personal creator, the intelligent designer, the being who exists entirely outside time and space and deliberately wills the universe into existence, isn't merely unsupported by our current evidence. It is, in a very precise and technical sense, logically self-defeating. Here's exactly why. Any explanation genuinely worth the name has to be simpler than the phenomenon it's attempting to explain. That's essentially what the word explanation means in any rigorous sense. When Newton explained the motion of the planets with a single elegant equation, he replaced a mess of complicated raw observations with one simple underlying law. When Darwin explained the staggering diversity of life on Earth through natural selection, he replaced the assumption of a deliberate designer with a considerably simpler self-sustaining process. Good explanations historically reduce complexity rather than adding to it. But introducing God doesn't reduce complexity at all. It increases it enormously. You begin with one genuine mystery, the existence of the universe itself. You introduce as your proposed solution an eternal, all-knowing, all-powerful, conscious being. But now you're saddled with a brand new mystery that is orders of magnitude more complex than the one you started with. Where did this being's consciousness originate? How does it process a genuinely infinite amount of information simultaneously? How does it act at all without time to act within? How does it exist at all without space to exist in? You haven't actually solved the problem of existence. You've doubled it and then conveniently hidden the second half of the problem behind the single word eternal. Philosophers have flagged versions of this exact issue for centuries. David Hume noticed something very much like it back in the 18th century. Physicists and biologists have formalized versions of it more recently. The core argument runs like this. Any creator genuinely capable of designing an entire universe would necessarily have to be at least as complex as that universe itself, and would therefore require at least as much explanation in return. An unexplained explainer, however comforting it feels in the moment, is not actually an explanation. It's the appearance of one borrowed against a debt that never gets paid off. And I want to be clear, this isn't a hostile observation. It isn't an attack on faith or on the deeply human need to find meaning in a confusing world. It's simply a demand that we apply our reasoning consistently, that we hold every proposed explanation, including the oldest, most comforting ones humanity has ever produced, to exactly the same rigorous standard we'd apply to any other claim. The universe is genuinely astonishing. Its existence really is mysterious, and I want to be fully honest about that rather than pretending otherwise. Its underlying laws are breathtaking in their elegance and their reach. But the appropriate response to a genuine mystery is not to conjure up an even bigger mystery and then quietly declare the original one solved. The appropriate response is wonder paired with actual sustained work. But let's sit with something else for a moment before we get to the end here, because this entire conversation isn't purely about cold logic. It's also about what it genuinely means to be a conscious creature embedded in an enormous, indifferent, mathematically governed universe. There's a certain kind of loneliness built into the universe that physics describes to us, if we're honest about it. A universe with no author, no overarching plan, no cosmic purpose deliberately written into its equations. A universe where you are, in the most literal sense, a temporary arrangement of atoms that will one day quietly disperse back into the same void it originally emerged from. That is a genuinely hard thing to hold in your hands and just sit with. And perhaps that's exactly why the God hypothesis has persisted in one form or another across essentially every human culture in every century we have any record of. Not necessarily because it's logically airtight, we've just spent a fair amount of time establishing that it isn't, but because it is, for an enormous number of people, emotionally necessary. It makes the loneliness bearable. It gives suffering a sense of meaning. It offers the genuinely terrifying impermanence of a human life some kind of frame, some kind of story within which that impermanence starts to make sense. These are not small or trivial things. These are, historically, among the very things that have held entire civilizations together across millennia. But here's what philosophy has been quietly whispering for centuries, and what science is now saying considerably louder. You can have the wonder without needing the fiction attached to it. You can have the awe without requiring an author behind it. You can stand underneath the night sky and feel the full, genuine weight of existence pressing down on you, not diminished by the fact that it's purposeless in any cosmic sense, but arguably amplified precisely because it's real, because nobody scripted it, because it's actually happening rather than being staged for your benefit. A sunset isn't any less beautiful once you understand it's produced by the scattering of light through our atmosphere. A human life isn't any less meaningful for not having been individually designed. Love isn't any less real for having emerged out of neurons firing in patterns rather than out of a divine commandment handed down from somewhere. The universe doesn't need to have been created in order to be extraordinary. It just needs to actually be, and it is, undeniably, spectacularly, that. And when you truly let that settle all the way down into your bones, something remarkable comes into focus. The universe, in the process of producing you specifically, produced something genuinely capable of understanding it. Not perfectly, not completely, not by a long shot, but genuinely, meaningfully, in a way that no other configuration of matter we've ever discovered anywhere in the cosmos seems capable of. That's not a small thing to sit with. That's not a small miracle, even if it turns out no actual miracles are involved anywhere in the process. Here's where I want to leave you, because I think it ties the whole argument together in the most concrete physical way possible. Every single atom in your body was forged inside a star at some point somewhere over the last several billion years. The carbon sitting in your cells right now, the iron circulating through your blood, the calcium built into your bones, every one of those atoms was cooked slowly through stellar fusion over the course of billions of years and then scattered violently across space the moment those stars finally exploded. You are, in the most literal, technical sense the word allows, made of dead stars. And those stars were, in turn, made of hydrogen. And that hydrogen itself was forged in the first 3 minutes after the beginning of the universe, back when the energy density everywhere was so extraordinarily high that protons were fusing together, essentially spontaneously, inside an expanding fireball of almost unimaginable heat. And that fireball, what did it emerge from? A quantum fluctuation, a probabilistic event sitting right at the boundary of time itself. Something entirely without intention behind it, without consciousness driving it, without any deliberate design guiding its outcome. And out of that nothing that turns out not to be quite nothing at all, through 13.8 billion years of patient, relentless physics, came hydrogen, then stars, then heavier elements forged in the hearts of those stars, then planets condensing out of stellar debris, then chemistry, then, against what feel like impossible odds, life, then neurons, then language, then, ultimately, the exact question you're sitting with right now. Where did all of this actually come from? The universe made you, and then, remarkably, through you, it turned around and started asking questions about itself. You are not some separate observer standing outside the universe, peering in at it from a comfortable distance. You are the universe, folded back on itself, achieving a brief, genuinely improbable moment of self-awareness. The cosmos quite literally examining its own reflection in the mirror of a human mind. There's no God hiding somewhere in the equations, no signature tucked away in the physical constants, no author's initials scrawled discreetly in the margins anywhere we've been able to find. But there is something there, something vast, something intricate, something almost incomprehensibly beautiful, a mathematical structure of such genuine depth and elegance that entire human lifetimes spent in careful study aren't nearly enough to fully explore even its edges. Call it whatever you like, but please don't diminish it by making it small. Don't trade away the genuine, dizzying, magnificent mystery of existence for a single comforting word that quietly closes the conversation down. Sit with the mystery instead, in all its full, unresolved weight. It is, without question, the most honest thing you can possibly do. Until next time, keep looking up.
Good evening and welcome to the God Debate. My name is Malcolm Phelan, and together with Joseph Stanfield, Arnav Dutt, Mike Ray, and the Dean's Fellows, we've organized the debate that you're about to see. Now, whether you're here tonight to hear an exchange of views, an enlightening discussion, or just a good show, I know you're not here to hear a long speech from an undergraduate, so I will keep this short. First, allow me to recognize those in the Notre Dame community who made this debate possible. The God Debate 2 was sponsored by the Institute for Scholarship in the Liberal Arts and the Henkel's Lecture Series, with additional generous support by the College of Arts and Letters, the College of Science, and the College of Business, Campus Ministry, the Classics Department, the History Department, the Program of Liberal Studies, and Chemistry, the Center for Civil and Human Rights, ILS, and the Department of German and Russian, the Center for Philosophy of Religion, the Center for Undergraduate Scholarly Engagement, the Rooney Center for American Democracy, the Glynn Family Honors Program, and Learning Beyond the Classroom. Finally, I would just like to read a quick passage that beautifully sums up the reason why we are here tonight. Kenneth Burke writes this in the Philosophy of Literary Form. Imagine that you enter a parlor. You come late. When you arrive, others have long preceded you, and they are engaged in a heated discussion. A discussion too heated for them to pause and tell you exactly what it is about. In fact, the discussion had already begun long before any of them got there, so that no one present is qualified to retrace for you all the steps that had gone before. You listen for a while until you decide that you have caught the tenor of the argument, and then you put in your oar. Someone answers, you answer him. Another comes to your defense. Another aligns himself against you, to either the embarrassment or gratification of your opponent, depending on the quality of your ally's assistance. However, the discussion is interminable. The hour grows late, and you must depart. And you do depart, with the discussion still vigorously in progress. So now, please join me in welcoming two more to our discussion. Sam Harris and William Lane Craig. And please welcome our moderator, Professor Mike Ray from the Center for Philosophy of Religion.
Thanks, Malcolm. Welcome to the second installment of the God Debate. My name is Michael Ray. I'm a professor of philosophy here at the University of Notre Dame and the director of the Center for Philosophy of Religion, one of the sponsors of tonight's event. The Center for Philosophy of Religion was founded in the late 1970s with the aim of promoting cutting-edge research on topics in the philosophy of religion and in distinctively Christian philosophy. One of our goals in sponsoring the God Debate series is to try to bring some of the very issues discussed among our research fellows to a wider non-academic audience and in a format that will hopefully be fun and engaging. Our show tonight, as you already know, is a debate between William Lane Craig and Sam Harris, coming together for the very first time to discuss the question, are the foundations of moral values natural or supernatural? William Lane Craig is research professor of philosophy at Talbot School of Theology in La Mirada, California. He is best known among philosophers for his extensive and influential work in the philosophy of time and the philosophy of religion. He is known to the wider public as someone who is able to articulate and defend the doctrines of the Christian faith in a way that is highly accessible, but also philosophically and theologically rigorous. He became a Christian at the age of 16, pursued undergraduate studies at Wheaton College, and holds 2 earned doctorates, one in philosophy from the University of Birmingham and one in theology from the University of Munich. He has authored or edited over 30 books, as well as over 100 articles in professional journals of philosophy and theology. Known as one of the four horsemen of the new atheist movement, Sam Harris is the author of the New York Times bestsellers, The Moral Landscape, The End of Faith, and Letter to a Christian Nation. The End of Faith won the 2005 Penn Award for Nonfiction. Mr. Harris's writing has been published in over 15 languages. He and his work have been discussed in Newsweek, Time, the New York Times, Scientific American, Nature, Rolling Stone, and many other journals. His writing has appeared in Newsweek, the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, The Economist, the Times London, the Boston Globe, the Atlantic, the Annals of Neurology, and elsewhere. Mr. Harris is a co-founder and CEO of Project Reason, a nonprofit foundation devoted to spreading scientific knowledge and secular values in society. He received a degree in philosophy from Stanford University and a PhD in neuroscience from UCLA. The structure of tonight's debate will be as follows. Each debater will take 20 minutes for his opening speech, followed by rebuttals of 12 minutes and 8 minutes respectively, and then closing speeches of 5 minutes each. At the conclusion of the debate, we will have about 30 minutes for questions from the audience. If you would like to ask a question, line up behind one of the two microphones in front or in the balcony. We're letting Notre Dame students ask the first 4 questions tonight, so if you are not a Notre Dame student and somehow find yourself at the front of the Q&A line, please allow a student to go ahead of you. Time will be kept strictly. There is a timekeeper in the front who can be seen by both speakers, and once each speaker's time has elapsed, he will be given at most 15 seconds to finish his final sentence before being rudely interrupted by me, the time enforcer. Because we are keeping the time strict, we ask you to hold all applause and other indications of agreement or disagreement, cheering, crowd surfing, and the like, until the very end of the debate. Please remember that flash photography, videotaping, and active cell phones are all prohibited. Finally, remember that Notre Dame is the world's #1 institution in the philosophy of religion and also has one of the world's best theology departments. Any questions you don't get to ask during the 25 or 30-minute Q&A, you can ask of your local faculty in the days and weeks to come. And now on with the show.
Well, good evening. It's wonderful to be here at the University of Notre Dame, and I want to begin by
Sorry.
Sorry.
We're going to begin each speech with me checking with the timekeeper to make sure that he's ready. And then the timekeeper is going to hit go, and then you get to go.
All right.
So you go when I say begin.
Sorry for jumping the gun.
Professor Craig gets the first word in the debate. Dr. Harris gets the last word. Timekeeper, are you ready? This is 20 minutes. Begin.
I want to begin by thanking the Center for Philosophy of Religion for the invitation to participate in tonight's debate. The question of the correct foundation of morality is one that is not only of tremendous academic interest, but also one that has enormous practical application for our lives. Now, to begin with an important point of agreement, Dr. Harris and I agree that there are objective moral values and duties. To say that moral values and duties are objective is to say that they are valid and binding independent of human opinion. For example, to say that the Holocaust was objectively evil is to say that it was evil even though
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans